think the quality of competition has been the highest it's ever been the entire year. This tournament was probably one of the hardest tournaments to win that has ever been played in WoW.
We know that those players are the best at their respective classes, and it's always a challenge to face them.
Is the Bergen Crusader just becomes available, but they dismantle it. They completely dismantle in game 2.
Chance falls and the Gosu crew are 1 game away.
Blizzo 10% out. What is going on? They actually hit it. Range. Temporal shield. Wildcard Gaming. Blizzo is undoubtedly the best warrior in World of Warcraft.
Blizzo is an unstoppable force. Literally nothing can stop him. Roots, nothing.
Grandmaster's gonna fall. Bomb drop. Kidney shot on Blizzo. Massive damage. A big takedown. Wildcard Gaming and Arden Jordan 2019 BlizzCon champions. MIM sets up for the kill. 1-star surge, 2-star surge.
Now another counter spell comes in though. That's a beautiful counter spell. Is there an execute? There is. And Wildcard Gaming upset the stock and go 1-up, 1 game away from the grand final.
Watson Raikou, they just need a little bit more damage. He saps it, but Looney just can't make it there. Is he gonna stay alive? No! Black tie it up.
Greggy can't do anything. He has no cooldowns left. If Snuts is able to connect one more kidney shot, well done. The shadow.
No way.
Starts it in the top 3.
Don't you ever put Snuts on the bench again!
Hello everyone, welcome to week number 2 of the AWC BFA circuit. My name is Zaya, I'll be your host this weekend. I am joined by Zico, Benruki, and Supatiz. We had a full weekend last week of these round robin games. I want to hear your guys' thought before we get into this first game here of how we feel like that format went, Supatiz.
Well, round robin was the first time we've seen it in years, and it's basically every team has to play up against every other team in their region. So situations where, let's say Cloud9, because this happens frequently, wins their first 2 rounds in a cup stage, they avoid most of the other competition that would otherwise be eliminated, maybe before the top 8 or before the top 5. But now those teams get a shot at teams like Cloud9, and usually they have compositions that might give them a run for their money. Today, one of those matchups would be Cloud9 versus Unitas. It's not very often that we get to see these teams go to head-to-head because Unitas is a little bit limited in their comps. They usually get knocked out earlier on in cup stage play, but now in the round robin, they get their shot at Cloud9.
Yeah, it's just so cool to see also how these teams are shaping up here so far. We can take a look at the NA standings. Currently, Cloud9 with 2 wins under their belt. We can see how the rest of the teams in the NA region did. Zico, any games in particular you were stoked to see last weekend?
I gotta say my favorite matchup of last weekend, it's got to be Hydra versus Zuni, that jungle mirror that we had with going the full distance there to game 5. I thought that series was super exciting, and I did like some of the other series, just because they were kind of telling, like XSET versus AWC comes to mind. Just a little bit telling how much these teams have improved, XSET being a team that wants to run their Mage Warlock, for example, into Rogue Mage. Typically, they would run mirrors, but they've been running Mage Lock into those Rogue Mage teams, so it's nice to kind of track their progress.
And we can see those teams where they stand currently, those teams that Zico just mentioned, XSET, as we just mentioned, with 2 wins under their belt here, Elliot, and any games you want to talk about from last weekend?
There's a lot of really good games, but we kind of look at these teams in particular. XSET, this team, they've been absolutely dominant so far, and the way they're kind of looking, I almost feel like they might go, this is the team I would expect to go undefeated in Europe, which, it says a lot just about, their performance overall. Wildcard Gaming, I think they've been doing great as well. Unfortunately, having, not their best series against XSET. They're probably going to be looking to redeem themselves, get that positive win-loss, and try to get into that top 4 once again. But yeah, a bunch of good teams. We'll have to see who kind of steps up today. And I think after, today, tomorrow, this weekend, we'll get a lot better idea of which of these teams are going to kind of rise to the occasion and make it to that top 4.
And we saw a lot of teams from last weekend also rise to the occasion. We're going to see them compete once again over the course of this weekend. We can take a look at the schedule that we're going to be seeing for today. And for today, we're going to start off in the European region with Wildcard Gaming versus XSET versus Diabolus, for the first game of the day, starting off in the European region. Then the last 3 games of the day will be in the NA region. Looking at this schedule here, Super T's, any games that you're looking forward to seeing?
I mean, the one right off the bat is going to be a pretty heated one. Diabolus have a lot of compositions that I think will really challenge XSET, in particular with this round robin format. So super stoked to start the day off with that series. In North America, Charlotte Phoenix was a team that's sort of been powering up right now. It's kind of a bunch of new kids on the block with the old school Jamili pulled onto the roster with Bergen, Corlick, and Nick. This is a team that could be absolutely insane if they're on point. And last week, I think they had the shortest series. They cleaned up their series, the fastest of any team. And now they go against M2KC, which I believe is actually currently #1 on the ladder. That's why we saw Sea-Doo's team copying their composition, because M2KC was seeing so much success with it. So top dog North America team right now on the ladder, M2KC, Charlotte Phoenix, the newcomers, that nice mix of the new and the old school together on that team. I think that's going to be a solid series.
Yeah. Not to correct you, but it's actually Charlotte Phoenix right now that's the #1 on the ladder. And Nick is actually, I think, the highest rated anyone's ever been. I think he's like 3,400 right now.
Yeah, some super strong.
They've been owning.
A lot of these teams are owning. A lot of them really showed up and put their best foot forward in a lot of those games that we saw. But this first series of the day, like you were saying, Super T's, 2 really strong teams. They both won all of their series, I think, in a 3-0 last weekend. So they're looking really great. And the gates are going to be opening soon here with this first game. It is XSET versus Diabolus.
Ooh, this is a good read. So I expected Diabolus to maybe run Rogue Mage and XSET to run Mage Lock here, but XSET runs Rogue Mage, and I think this is the matchup that they wanted, because they definitely didn't want to run into Mage Lock with that Rogue Mage, but they have a Mistweaver healer here,
Yeah, I mean, this is really interesting. So XSET bringing Chaz in on that Mistweaver. We've seen him play Paladin, we've seen him play Priest, now with the Mistweaver Monk. I'm kind of wondering why they opted to go for the Mistweaver Monk in this particular matchup. But Diabolus, this composition is something they have been running a lot. The Elemental Shaman, Paladin, Fire Mage. It's a very explosive composition, very durable the way they gear their character. So lots of defense, but XSET looking to get aggressive very early on in the match with a Sap on Clyde. Gelu, if they proc his Cauterize, it's going to be disastrous. A nice Temporal Shield does deny that, and Clyde should be able to land some heals, and Diabolus kind of diffused that opener.
It's interesting because if Diabolus had run a Rogue Mage of their own with a Paladin, would have not just stomped out the Mistweaver. At the moment right now, XSET being pressured, double stun lock onto Waz. He slips through with that feint in between the stun lock. Nice dispel by Chaz, totally shutting down that assault. Now we see Clyde caught in crowd control by Raikou, but Jamie reverses it with a Hex onto Raikou, denying a ton of his damage. Kidney shot follow up by Waz with the Dragon's Breath. I don't think the Dragon's Breath is going to be devastating enough. Clyde clutches in a big Holy Light, going for the Divine Favor back to full health. Gelu looking to try and set up some greater Pyros in the downtime, waiting for that Hammer of Justice, waiting to blink in and land Polymorphs onto Chaz. Clyde right now still out in the middle of the field. He could be Polymorph. He's on diminishing return, so maybe he's just waiting to move in, but he's going to need to land a Hammer of Justice on Waz. He does, but they don't crowd control Chaz. Is Chaz going to be able to remove it? He does. Great positioning by Chaz in that assault to avoid Gelu.
Chaz actually teleported right there as he was about to get Dragon's Breath polyed, so really nice play there from Chaz. Gelu connects with a Greater Pyroblast, but right now it looks like Gelu's actually the one in trouble. Dress connects. Can they get the Cauterize? They do. Can they get the Ice Block? And they do as well here. Nice here from XSET, forcing out a lot of cooldowns. And the most important member, I would say, on the team of Diabolus right here is gonna be Jamie here. He has to land these hexes, he has to land his wind shears, his grounding totems, etc. And whenever Raiku's trying to land those setups during the CC chain, Raikou right now blinking defensively here, trying to just get away from that situation. Since Chaz is in crowd control, Chaz gonna leave crowd control now. Raikou looking for some polys onto Jamie, and I was assuming he wants to swap it. He does swap it here to Clyde, and that's gonna force out Gelu's trinket. So small victory here for XSET. Gelu has 0 defensive right now, but Clyde does have everything moving forward here then.
Definitely. Gelu's gonna be in some trouble. No trinket, no ice block, no Cauterize. Waz and Raikou have been able to put out quite a bit of pressure. There's the full blind on the Clyde. Immediate blessing of protection, but Gelu still potentially taking some damage. The big heals coming in from Clyde. Now full polymorph actually lands. Nicely done there by Raikou, getting good control. Gelu blinks away, trying to avoid some damage, looking for crowd control of his own, but has been shut down every step of the way. Now a nice little ring of peace by Chaz. Gelu blinks in. Shadow step kick by Waz. Once again getting shut down. Lots of control coming in from XSET in this one.
There's that quaking palm. Gelu running that Pandaren, trying to get some instant crowd control to burst down Waz. They managed to clutch out only the life cocoon. They were really hoping for Cloak of Shadows. They switched to Chaz and the Hammer of Justice, trying to catch him off guard, popping off some healing elixirs. Chaz looks like he's going to stabilize in this situation, playing it calm, cool, and collected. Still a massive lead here. Polymorph over onto Clyde. If they connect any amount of damage here, Gelu could fall. They paralyze Jamie. They've got the whole team locked down. They need more polymorphs. They're windshield by Jamie. Waz Shadow steps over for a cheap shot, but Raikou ultimately gets hexed. The attempt has been shut down. Now it's being turned around. Waz bursted down heavily. Cloak of Shadows available, fainting on sub 50% health. He's playing a risky game, but Raikou controls Jamie. Gelu is silenced up by Waz, and Waz makes it through without having to trade his Cloak of Shadows, which means he can continue to play aggressive, which is really going to put the pressure onto Gelu.
Clyde actually used his human racial in that last stun, so he's not going to have any way out of this leg sweep here. Do we have any more crowd control? It does not look like they do here on the side of XSET. Now a Waz here getting pushed in on Chaz and Dragon's Breath.
Nice one.
Big damage here. Nice sheeps by Raikou though, really peeling Jamie here. Jamie wanted to go for the lightning lasso there if he could have, but Raikou did a great job there shutting down the setup, and now he's swapping the CC over to Clyde here. They got pressure onto Gelu. They have resheeps. They do have a resheep here. This could be the bubble here. Divine Shield and Sacrifice, the ultimate sacrifice right there by Mr. Clyde. So Diabolus, they actually just have Gelu's Trinket, and after that, there is going to be about a 30-second window, 2 kidneys from now, where they potentially could take Gelu down. Waz could have a smoke bomb here as well for that attempt if they force out Gelu's Trinket in that next setup here, which should be now. Right there, they get the nice blind, they get the kidney, Gelu Trinkets into the dress, into the paralyze here, and they might just take him down, and they are able to do so. Nice follow-up crowd control there by Chaz. Big damage there by XSET, just playing for their win condition. They read this pick as well coming out of Diabolus, and XSET just looked dominating here.
Yeah, game 1 win for XSET in this, the first series of the day here. Just kind of looked like they were burning through, you know, their defensives over on the side of Diabolus there. What was the turning point there, Super? How did they break down that win for us?
I mean, getting cauterized in Ice Block very early on was number one reason they were able to pull off this victory. Usually we see the Holy Paladins burn through their cooldowns with Ineffable Truth and extend the match, but if they manage to get the mage cooldowns out of the way, they're just on the back foot for basically the rest of the fight. And they ultimately got burned down. XSET just had these repeated strategies of crowd control. I love the utilization of the Mistweaver Monk as a bit of a soft counter to the damage over time effects from the Fire Mage and the Elemental Shaman, totally shutting down their consistent damage with the Mistweaver. The Paralyze enabled them to get the kill there at the end with instant crowd control, so they didn't need to worry about Raikou getting shut down. Their damage was incredibly high. I feel like it's not often we see the Fire Mage keeping up with the Assassination Rogue either, so Raikou definitely was playing on point here in game 1, and that was such a mind game composition. I don't think Diabolus were expecting that. I think they were anticipating Mage, Warlock, Mistweaver from XSET, and XSET catch them off guard.
So if they weren't anticipating that, then do we expect them to maybe hop off of that composition here on the side of Diabolus, Ben?
That's a good question. I feel like on paper, the Rogue Mage Paladin should do pretty well. Do they actually have who is the 4th member of Diabolus right now? Is it it's a Rogue, right? Oh, it's Walrus. So they actually don't have
Mage Lock.
They used to have a Rogue, so that they don't actually have that available, which is a little bit unfortunate. But I guess they could swap.
It's Jamie they're 4th. I think, isn't it Mercy now? Didn't they substitute in?
Oh yeah,
am I thinking of the wrong game?
ABC is Warwick's, and this is
Walrus.
Getting your locks confused.
Mercy, it's confusing the Warlocks.
Still getting the Warlocks confused, but they don't have a Rogue. They used to have a Rogue available to them, so maybe they could have played Rogue Mage Paladin in a matchup like this. But I think the fact that they have to play either Warlock Mage, Warlock Elemental, or Elemental Mage. I guess the Mistweaver Monk is really, really nice. The low cooldown of the Life Cocoon, the instant crowd control, the mobility, it makes it really difficult for Gelu to actually land polymorphs. And when they do get caught in a situation where, you know, they're falling behind, you can just throw in the Life Cocoon, keep either Raikou or Waz nice and healthy. And yeah, it's looking good so far. I don't really know what we're going to see from Gelu, Jamie, and Clyde. Maybe the Mage Warlock would be better into this matchup. I feel like going to potentially a big map like Tolvaron. And if we do see Rogue Mage, Mistweaver locked in once again, they're actually not going to go for that. They're going for a small map. So they're going to Hook Point, which is interesting to me because I feel like XSET really doesn't mind this map. If they lock in Rogue Mage Mistweaver, the smaller map, I don't think it's going to be that bad for them.
Wouldn't it just be Rogue Mage Paladin then? Diabolus want Rogue Mage Paladin and Rogue Mage Mistweaver. They basically want to pick this map to make Chaz not pick a Mistweaver, I think, is their main plan. They want to like set up a Rogue Mage mirror and outplay them in a Rogue Mage mirror. Or they want to bait them into a Mistweaver Wizard Cleave and then just Rogue Mage them.
Well, they can't play Rogue Mage mirror.
There's
That's
no
what we're
Rogue
talking
Mage
about.
on the side of Diabolus. They had Acro before, but that was a long time
Jamie's
ago.
been Jamie has been practicing. I don't know.
So,
I've watched
Come
Jamie
on.
stream. I've watched Jamie stream. He has been almost exclusively playing that on his stream. It's just
I mean, we
Listen,
saw
I-
BizK playing Mage last weekend. It's not unheard of.
Listen. I know exactly what Zico's going to say. Would we really? I mean, Jamie's been practicing Rogue. That's great. But do we want to see him mirror match Waz? Like, really? Do you think that's going to be their
I
best
think
bet?
Paladin is so much better than
Jamie
Mistweaver in the
can do
mirror. It would
anything.
work.
No,
All right. Well, do
Maybe they have like the Omega Mistweaver killer comp.
Okay. All right. Well,
I don't know what it
we've got
would be.
XSET's composition locked in, playing the same one as game number 2, Diabolus, now to choose their comp here soon. Is that do they continue going after Gelu then? Depending, I guess. I mean, if they continue to play, I don't know. Depending on what comp, really. What's their goal here? Don't really know, I guess.
I actually don't know what they're trying to set up on this map.
Yeah.
I think if they play the
wanna
same
kill
composition,
Monk,
maybe they want to
for
go
sure.
after Chaz. Yeah, they might be able to take him down, but I think that's going to be a lot easier said than done. Like, I don't know if I have full faith in that strategy.
How's Chaz going to do on Hook Point here? I mean, it seems like they wanted XSET to switch off of the Mistweaver, but they're going to continue to play it, Zico?
yeah, well, Chaz could be an exposed target on this map, but I don't think he's going to be in too much trouble. It depends on what Diabolus ends up locking in, of course, as well. But I feel like Diabolus made a big mistake here. They should have went to either a neutral map or one of the larger ones, like a Asha mains, and then they could have set up for a Mage Warlock into the Rogue Mage, or they could have forced XSET to lock in the Mage Warlock, and then they could have played. Yeah, you see, now they have to play Mage Warlock on a really small map, which is awful for Mage Warlock. But if they set up on a medium to big map, you remove XSET's Rogue Mage from the equation. So now they basically have to kill Chaz, basically. They have to kill Chaz and Waz the entire game on the side of the Diabolus.
So you
you
don't think that you don't think that this was their plan here with this comp on the side of Diabolus, Sid?
I don't know. I mean, they want to pick this map because it's not good for Mistweaver. Like, this is definitely one of the least favorable maps for Mistweaver, and I think they're realizing with the classes on their roster that Mistweaver's a problem. So it makes sense to pick this map to try and sort of even the odds with the fact that Chaz is going to play Mistweaver Monk. I think that this does bring a lot of lockdown. I mean, you can fear Raikou when Gelu goes into Polymorph Chaz, and then Hammer of Justice Waz. And you could just repeat that over and over and get guaranteed crowd control. I feel like it could work, and you should have a decent amount of cooldowns to get to the point where you've got a win condition, which is the Rogue not having a Gliders Medallion and the Monk not having a Gliders Medallion. I think if Diabolus play a clean game, this composition would work for them.
Yeah, I actually would tend to agree with that. I think especially if we see Mercy play, the Imp, having that Imp Dispel is super effective against a Mage. Every time Polymorph comes in, he has to try to cover it with Polymorph or with Frost Nova if he can, and even then it's a 50-50 chance. But you're going to be able to free yourselves from crowd control. I expect Gelu once again to just be full defense, all versatility. It's going to be the same for all three members of Diabolus in this matchup. And yeah, I think this is a durable composition. They got lots of instant crowd control, and I could see them finding a win, but I don't know if this map is necessarily my favorite.
We also have an interesting stat as well. Diabolus, who chose this map, this is the map that they locked in during the draft. They are 0-2 on Hook Point. Zico, what do you think about this? Now that we know the stat, we have the map and we have both compositions. What do you think their chances are here going into game 2?
It looks like a fitting final resting point. But I don't know. Like I said, compositionally they have an advantage, but in terms of map, I think they could have had a bigger advantage. Is all I'm saying. So now I feel like XSET still has a pretty solid chance here. And I think if XSET wins this game, they basically win the series, because coming back from an 0-2, especially against a team that has as many comps as XSET, I just don't see that happening.
All right, here we go. The game has started. Mercy already, they're going after the Paladin. They're definitely taking this map to the full advantage, just chasing down the healer. How is Clyde going to deal with this? It can be very stressful. So far, he's navigated it pretty effectively, trading out the Gladiator's medallion for the stun. He is now susceptible to a blind. Curious to see if we see that initiated, but now they're going after Chaz. Both teams going after the healers. Chaz immediately uses every man for himself to break out of the stun and life cocoon, but now won't have a way to escape out of the next Hammer of Justice. Fortunately, that was Gelu's cooldowns and Mercy's damage cooldown, so it won't be as nearly a threatening amount of damage. XSET reverse it. This is the blind play on the Clyde. They switch back to Gelu, looking to push for a cauterize. They really need to get a cauterize with this crowd control. If they only get a sacrifice or a blessing of protection from Clyde, this ineffable truth is going to reset those cooldowns so effectively. They're not even finding anything from Clyde or Gelu in that assault. Now Chaz and a polymorph, both these teams mixing up their strategies on the fly.
Got a little stun here onto Waz. Chaz gonna be caught up in a fear. Mercy loading up a chaos ball. Waz doesn't take too much damage there. I believe that was the feint for Crimson Vial, but he's gonna get back here onto Clyde. They get a full kidney shot. There's the dress connect as well. Riker's gonna be here as well. No meteor right now. They do have the follow-up leg sweep there from Mr. Chaz, and they will be forced to use that bubble. But Waz actually used his vanish right there as Clyde used his bubble to try to get rolled off of Chaz's stun there. So small, misplay there, I would say, but still, it looks like they have good pressure here onto Clyde, and as soon as they get that kidney shot, they are back onto Clyde, and they're gonna have a pretty good time here on the side of XSET. But Clyde, realizing this, gonna reposition and be in a position where both of his wizards can help him if he does get stunned. Was looking for the re, and you can see Mercy and Gelu both pinching him. So now he's gonna go and look for the Shadow Step kidney onto Clyde, or maybe no, they're gonna go into Gelu because they got a sheep on Clyde, but they get this spell there by the end.
Well, so one thing that just happened was all three members, Gelu, Mercy, Clyde, they're all playing the Obsidian Claw Trinket, which has a 2-minute cooldown. It is massive burst if you use all three together. Chaz, unfortunately, he had to use his every man for himself on the last triple claw, which means, because that has a 3-minute cooldown, there's going to be a small window where we can see Gelu, Mercy, and Clyde push forward, and I think that's what they're going to do. It's going to be Hammer of Justice into Infernal Stun, and Immortal Coil will triple claw. I think that's when Chaz is going to be in a lot of trouble. I think they're trying to set that up right here, right now. Can they get the triple claw? He ice blocks. This is their plan all along. They need a little bit more crowd control to take him down. The Shadow Fury. And I got to give myself credit for calling that one. But that's what you can do as this composition. Like, you can really exploit those claws. Like, claws as Mage Warlock and the all-in potential you have it's really, really strong.
Yeah, Zika, you were wrong.
Wrong about what? I said they have a compositional advantage. They could have had a bigger advantage. How is that wrong?
You said fitting. Didn't you say fitting final resting place for Diabolus, or did I misunderstand?
I made a joke. I said a fitting final resting point because they were 0-2 and they were about to go for the third.
Okay. All right. Well, Diabolus tying it up now. These guys are 1-1 in this best of 5 series here. But do we feel like this is sustainable on the side of Diabolus, Ben?
I do think this composition is good. I think the one problem they might find themselves in is if we go into a Mage Lock mirror, potentially. I don't know how good Paladin is in the mirror compared to Chaz playing on the Mistweaver Monk, or maybe the Druid. I doubt the Druid, probably the Mistweaver Monk. I think that's what this matchup might end up coming down to. Because I do think that Mistweaver Monk is really susceptible to those all-ins, unless of course he decides to play Gladiator's Medallion, and then they could play a much more like calculated game. Because I do think for Chaz, the only way he is going to die is to that triple Obsidian Claw, and if that doesn't happen, if he just trades his Medallion for it, then I think he has a great chance at surviving.
I think they should just play Orc Trinket.
Yeah.
I don't understand why people are like so obsessed with playing Human Relentless. I think it's awful. You can't trinket half the things in the game. Like, if you have a 2-minute trinket instead of a 3-minute trinket, you still have the passive stun reduction, and you can actually line up your trinket with the claws. You can line up your trinket with the blinds. Makes no sense, in my opinion.
Okay, well, so we are going to be going to game 3 here. Now XSET to be choosing their map. What do you think their move is here now that they just lost that last game against Diabolus, Zico?
I think I would try to abuse the fact that I have one of the best rogue mages in the game and just go for a small map if I was XSET. Because Diabolus wants to run wizard comps, so I feel like you want to run a small map because of that.
Okay. You agree with that, Super Tees?
A rogue mage paladin? Because they just tried
they
the
kept like
Mistweaver.
priest as well. Depends.
Really? I feel like, didn't we see, would Gellu not play, does he not play Frost? Does Clyde not play Mistweaver? I feel like we saw rogue mage priest getting kind of played around with by mage warlock Mistweaver with Frost.
Yeah, but
So
you
if
don't have to
Diabolus
lock
can
it
play
in
that.
into the mage warlock if they blind lock mage lock, you know? You pick a
Okay.
small map, and then if they pick mage lock on the small map, then you can do whatever you want, right? Your XSET, you have
You mirror
100
them?
comps. They could.
I actually don't know if you can get an advantage with rogue mage into it. It would be a mirror.
No,
I'd
the
be
rogue mage
excited
is
to
just
see
a threat
Gellu.
set. The rogue mage is just like, we're picking a small map, we're gonna go rogue mage. You guys go lock mage, and then we go with our lock mage answer. No?
I don't know if they're lock mage. I mean, I would like to see them mirror in a lock mage just to see if it's actually, if they're better than Diabolus. I feel like Diabolus lock mage is really good. Like, that wouldn't be guaranteed win at all. Like, this is actually a pretty stressful situation, I think, for both teams.
I wonder
kinda
what
wonder- you know
XSET's
what I
counter
wonder?
is for lock mage.
Yeah, exactly.
I think it's
That-
rogue mage. Maybe it's rogue mage priest. Like I feel like.
Didn't we just see that get stomped last weekend? I swear we
that
watched
was
it get
Frost
stomped
Mage.
multiple
Frost-
times. Oh, okay, yeah.
Frost mage versus fire mage is completely different in the rogue mage matchup. The frost mage, it makes it really difficult for the rogue mage to actually run and reset, and you can really kind of bully the rogue with snares and all the different roots and stuff you have. Fire mage is a different thing. Like I feel like you can actually win as the rogue mage priest against fire mage Destro, whereas the frost mage is a lot more difficult.
All right, well, they have picked Tiger's Peak Diabolus. Only about 20 seconds left to pick their composition. It looks like they're using that full timer here for the draft. It seems like they're really thinking over their choices here. Just waiting. I guess we can just wait here to see what they're going to pick for game number 3 of XSET versus Diabolus. They are tied 1-1. It is best of 5, and here is the comp.
Yeah, really cutting it close here on terms of time. So map, it's going to be Tiger's Peak, Diabolus. What are they going to do? I feel like they need to just go Mage Lock again. Like, Mage Lock is one of those compositions where I think it's well-rounded enough that you have a good shot against everything. Like, I don't think you ever... Like, I don't think there's ever going to be a time as Mage Warlock where you can't win. Like, you'll always have a chance in any matchup, I feel like. So for Diabolus, I think it's a safe pick. For XSET, I kind of feel like we're going to see Chaz on the Priest. I could be wrong about that, but I feel like XSET, they're going to lock in kind of their comfort pick, the Rogue Mage Priest, and then I think it'll have a fair shot into the Fire Mage Destro.
What changes would that do if we saw him on the Priest versus the Mistweaver again?
Just more offense.
On the Priest, you're not... Yeah, more offense. Like, the thing that's really, really nice is you can dispel, like, the Paladin provides... So on the side of Diabolus, they have a lot of extra defense with, like, Blessing of Protection and Blessing of Freedom. And when you have a Priest, you can dispel those. You can also dispel Gellu's Blazing Barriers and his Temporal Shields, which allows you to do a lot more damage. And on top of that, it's way more difficult for a Priest to just get one shot in a swap like that compared to a Mistweaver Monk. So you have a little bit more durability in that regard, but I don't know, XSET really, they're taking their time as well, really thinking about this one.
I don't think they want to run Rogue Mage here. Like, I want to know what do they have a comp where they can win against Mage Lock that's not Rogue Mage? That's what I want to know.
Mage Lock. I feel like they play Frost Mage Lock.
Well, what if they go
Mage.
Mage Lock but with a Mistweaver? They're really gonna go for the same thing.
Interesting.
But why would they pick it? Like, it makes no sense. All right.
All right, well, what do you guys think
maybe-
about
maybe
this
they
composition?
Well, I think Chaz is gonna play Trinket 100%. But my question is he gonna play Human Trinket then, or because that makes no sense as well.
Orc Trinket would be.
I really hope they just swap the Horde and they're doing the same thing. I really think that one came down to picking the wrong side.
just as a reminder for those of you in chat as well, you can see what they're playing, what these players are playing at awc.gcd, or awc.gcd.tv if you guys want to see the gear that these guys are running. Zico, you want them to run Horde. Is there anything else that you could expect from either side, any of these players that you would want to see them run in terms of gear? That wouldn't be maybe what we would think of as standard.
No, I expect them to be fairly standard. Have Waz with Gush, have Raikou with Versa, have Mistweaver with Versa, and just it just comes down to don't get into a checkmate position just because your cooldowns isn't lining up. And that's actually, it's funny because Chaz made the same mistake in game number 2 that Clyde made in game number 1. Clyde was playing Relentless Human Paladin, and they lost on the blind because of that. And then in the next game, he actually played the Human Trinket Paladin, the game that they won. I feel like you gotta have that 2-minute cooldown trinket.
Yep, and we can also take a look over at the stats for Mercy on the side of Diabolus. He is the Warlock on that team, 94% play rate, 60% win rate on Destrolock. Do you want to talk a little bit about Mercy here for those of you, for the people watching at home, Super Teams?
I think in some of the, either it was the community tournaments, I think he substituted on Wildcard Gaming during one of the tournaments, and they like completely dominated when he subbed in. He's been a phenomenal player in general, so getting picked up and put on a team like Diabolus has been a great step for him, basically, in the competitive scene. That's a really high interrupt rate, 73%, especially when Warlocks have like one of the strongest interrupts in terms of its duration. So if you're a Warlock with a high interrupt rate, you're incredibly valuable. Juke rate doesn't really matter that much because as a Destruction Warlock, you're always casting something, you're probably always kicked, so I don't expect him to have a really high juke rate, which means he's avoiding the interrupts of his opponents, which is fine the way that it is. Solid win rate, I feel like he's a solid player overall in this Warlock. He could be a key player for Diabolus.
Yeah, it's been super cool to see this team sort of develop over the years, or over the last cups that we've seen as a team now that they've had that addition of Mercy on the team. But I just feel like, you know, Diabolus, they're kind of ramping up, and I feel like right now they're just shaping up to be like a pretty solid team. Then, you know, a lot of these teams are sort of shaping up over these last cups, and it's cool to see how they're sort of been developing.
Yeah, I mean, there really is no question about it. These guys have been solid for a really long time. Gelu on that mage. Finally, I feel like this roster is kind of built around Gelu on that fire mage. So, you know, having him, you know, be so strong at it gives them a lot of different comp options. The one thing I would say is a weakness for their team is that they don't really have a melee, unfortunately. So if it ever is the case that, you know, Mage Lock isn't super great, they might have to diversify. Someone might have to pick up, you know, a rogue, a warrior, something like that. But for now, their compositions are great, and we'll have to see how they can do against XSET in this game number 3.
All right, game number 3, Tiger's Peak. We got a blind on Clyde, opener onto Gelu. Clyde, he's going to trinket out of that one. So he is not going to be playing that Relentless. And Chaz is playing Relentless, and they are still playing Alliance. So Chaz is just going to rely on the fact that this map is much bigger, I guess, to try to survive. But right now they're actually catching Waz behind the pillar. Chaz is really far away. If he tries to cross the map, Mercy might fear him. He does get feared, but a nice stall there by Raikou, not allowing them to connect that damage there, kind of shutting down the
Shadow Step kick missed by Waz here. Mercy turning it around with a double Mortal Coil. Gets counterspelled by Raikou, but a Polymorph onto Chaz. They could switch to Raikou. He's out in midfield. They're going straight for the Paladin, trying to punish this Blessing of Protection play by Clyde. If they can close this out on Forbearance, they might be able to take game number 3 here, but they get totally shut down by Mercy. Once again, being MVP, spamming that fear over onto Waz, but Waz is still continuing the pursuit onto Clyde. He repositions out into midfield, exactly where you want to be with a Fire Mage and Destro on your team, but Waz shadow steps over around the corner. Mercy repositions. Gelu blinks back to try and help. Gets interrupted on the Polymorph by Waz. Raikou now gets crowd controlled instead, along with Chaz. Clyde seems to be stable with the Avenging Wrath and no stuns. They're going for the swap onto Chaz. He pre-Fort Bruised the swap. He should survive this. Doesn't have to utilize that every man for himself. It was the Dark Soul of Mercy, but like Venruki was saying, this team is going to revolve around that Obsidian Claw trinket. If Chaz uses every man for himself, it's not going to line up on a 3-minute cooldown comparatively to the Obsidian Claw's 2-minute cooldown, which is why we're critiquing him so much for not switching over to Horde and utilizing the Medallion. This is the opening that Diabolus are looking to exploit.
He did make one key adaptation, and he switched from he switched over to Conflict and Strife, so he's using that as his major essence now. Going to give him a lot more damage reduction and stuns. And to be fair, during the last swap, they barely were able to take him down, even with the triple Obsidian Claw. So I think that extra damage reduction from Chaz, he's going to lose out on some healing, losing out on that Vitality Conduit. But I think it's worth it. If Diabolus is only going to be basically a one-hit wonder and be able to close it out with those Obsidian Claws, then I think Chaz kind of banking on that is going to give them a lot more flexibility to survive. But a full fear onto Chaz, a little bit of damage onto Raikou, but he should be able to just shrug it off. He has the Temporal Shield, not even opting to use it at this point, and Waz just being all over Gelu is making it really difficult for him to get that damage out.
Yeah, and once again, the little imp from Mercy is making it extremely difficult for Gelu to go down in this situation, and it's the reason why he didn't even use his temp shield right there. He's just Clyde is getting dispelled on all of these polys, and it's the reason why XSET are looking to try to take Clyde down here potentially. You get a fear onto Chaz, and now they're going after Waz here. Chaos Bolt connects, Meteor connects, another Chaos Bolt connects. Waz taking a decent amount of damage right there, but he's gonna get healed up pretty quickly. Full blind here onto Clyde. Nice paralyze onto Mercy so he doesn't get peeled. And Raikou, Sheep plus Nova. Let's see, what does the Imp dispel here? He's waiting with using that dispel, actually. Not even going to be in range, I think, that Imp. I'm not sure. They're not going to get anything as a result. On the side of XSET, despite having that full crowd control chain, it looks like they want to swap over to Clyde. And for XSET, it's all about trying to get a CC at the same time as they stun Gelu. But it's extremely hard because of Mercy's pet. So what they're trying to do is whenever they don't have that Sheep DR on Clyde, they're just going to go on him. And this time around, they didn't force too much, just the Gateway and the Divine Protection, but later on, it could potentially net them some big pressure.
So Waz got a re-stealth. He's making his way across the map. He's going after Clyde, it looks like. Raikou getting blasted at the moment, having a difficult time making it back to Clyde, but there's the stun lock, looking to push him over. Will Clyde falter? They're really not even scratching. That must have been a pre-conduit. Clyde takes 0 damage on that swap. And now Gelu and Mercy will have free reign out in midfield. Mercy rooting up Waz, looking for fears. Raikou gets counterspelled. Clyde charges in to stun up the mage Raikou while Chaz is feared. Good coordination here as they set up burst on Raikou, but Temporal Shield, Blazing Barrier, looks like it's more than enough. Raikou stabilizes. They switch back over to Waz. Constant swaps by Diabolus, perhaps just trying to win on pressure and mana could be the name of the game here. Clyde in that Ring of Frost, but the Imp from Mercy dispels it immediately. They go for a second Polymorph to try and push through, but I don't think it's enough time. They land the third Polymorph into a Dragon's Breath. They're really trying to gun through here, but Waz is not connected to Gelu whatsoever. These roots from Mercy are really just preventing Waz's assaults every time. Chaz now into a full fear. Is Clyde going to go for the Hammer of Justice? He could. He's right there. They go for it over onto Waz. They pop off, trying to burst down Waz. He faints on very low health with that Crimson Vial, healing him back up. Mortal Coil follow-up. Perfect timing by Mercy with 1 second left. Waz holds on by a thread. The Battle Master activates to get a boost of health. Fine time for Chaz to get back in the fight and save the day, but close call after close call, and this is the swing match. If XSET lose this, they'll lose their map advantage in the series.
Yeah, mana is actually super even for both these teams right now. But, I mean, for Diabolus, they got to be feeling really sad. They didn't even get the Cloak of Shadows. They didn't get anything from Waz in that last exchange, except the Battle Master. So, really unfortunate for them. Now, Gelu's actually going to be pressured down with a full blind onto Clyde. He does have his Trinket. He has Sacrifice as well, so might want to trade that out. But so far, Gelu is going to be able to survive. Clyde actually gets sapped there, so Waz forced to use his advantage to get that crowd control, and now Clyde can Trinket whenever he needs to.
Oh, they still... I don't think Clyde is actually going to use anything in this exchange. They had a long CC chain there, but only Gelu's Trinket was the only thing they've managed to force there. Big damage here onto Waz in that Hammer of Justice, but Chaz is able to brush that off immediately. Nice peels here from Raikou as well onto Mercy. Gelu's looking for a Greater Pyroblast. He's going to connect it onto Raikou here. Raikou's going to Temporal Shield that one, so he's going to bounce back to full HP right there, but now Mercy looking to get some pressure going here with Chaos Bolts. But once again, Chaz is just healing so much. They get a full Sheep on the Clyde. It gets instantly dispelled by the Imp. And now they're going to go for it here. They're in the DR Sheep, triple DR Sheep into the Dragon's Breath. Is that enough crowd control to get something going here on together? It does not look like it. Waz is going to use that Death from Above there just to get that immunity frame for a second to avoid crowd control. but still, it looks like Clyde is going to be able to heal this up, no problem, and he has his Hammer of Justice, so I expect the setup to happen here onto either Waz or Chaz very, very shortly.
Well, the dampening is starting to stack up. You can tell the pressure is on. Clyde's really going in here. Mortal Coil onto the healer. Big setup by Diabolus, but not enough crowd control, I don't believe, to take him down. Chaz is trying to get in position. He gets feared away by Mercy. Perfect fear timing. Waz still critically low. Are they going to find the Cloak of Shadows from Waz? How? They don't find the Cloak of Shadows. Waz back to full health. They switch back over to Raikou, but Gelu's still on the back foot. Avenging Wrath comes up in 1 second. Chaz and a Polymorph, pressure on both sides. That was slightly behind on mana, but in terms of pressure, they're in the lead at the moment. Big revival heal out by Chaz, popping that T and free casting through the interrupts, bringing his entire team back into the fight. Clyde instantly dispelled out of the Polymorph into a second one by Raikou, but with Temporal Shield rolling, I don't think a second Polymorph is going to be long enough. Raikou blinks back defensively. Waz is looking to retreat. XSET look to reposition, but they're getting Flame Strike. They're getting Cataclysmed around the corner. They need to stay in the fight, but Gelu's baiting Waz into the deep end of the pool at the moment here. Did he bring a Life Vest, or is he going to sink? Caught into the Hammer of Justice, but not timed with any crowd control on Chaz. Might have been a miscommunication there on Diabolus' part. Now Waz can safely stay on Gelu.
Yeah, it's big damage on Waz so far. Gelu getting interrupted once again, double interrupted, kicked on fire, counterspelled on Arcane, still just looking for greater Pyroblast, and Gelu is just so durable on that Fire Mage. His build right now, he's playing basically all versatile, so tons of percent-based versatility, and then a few surging vitalities as well. So when that procs the Conflict and Strife, he's going to be exceptionally durable. But they actually go after Clyde. They get the Blessing of Protection. If they can strip that off, maybe they can take him down. Big heal lands onto Clyde, and now Gelu and Mercy are able to basically just free cast. Greater Power Blast in the sky. Big damage with Combustion. Immediately stripped off there by Raikou. Nicely done diffusing that situation. And Waz is just going to retreat to the pillar, try to recover. If we look at mana, it's actually pretty even still at this point of the game. 25% dampening. This is when things in the game are going to start really getting spicy.
Ooh, kidney shot here onto Gelu. They have the crowd control. Mercy doesn't have his imp right now. He swapped over to a Fella Hunter, and as soon as they went on Clyde, and Raikou actually counterspelled the imp summon, so managed to get a nice little CC chain there. Nets them some pressure. They get the Avenging Wrath there as well from Clyde, but nothing else coming out of that one. No big cooldowns here. Clyde for sure is the best target, but they're actually going to kidney shot him for CC. Raikou gets the Sheep plus the Nova. Mercy, what are you going to do about it? Gelu's going to Ice Block here, and they do get the Imp Dispel 50-50 there. You can see Clyde was still in that Nova, but out of the Polymorph. So a little unfortunate there for XSET, but they net the Ice Block no matter what, and they're looking good. Waz has his Smoke Bomb ready, and Gelu has his Trinket, so they presumably want to force that out very, very shortly. Potentially a blind coming up onto Clyde with a kidney shot onto Gelu. Let's see, they're looking to go for it here. Waz gets the kidney shot, and then he's going to follow that up with a blind here, and the Raikou is in position to do damage here. You can see full blind. Waz trying to sap his Trinket, almost gets it. Very nice attempt there by Waz, but not going to net them anything. He drops a Smoke Bomb, and in my opinion, that's a big waste. That goal was already done, but they get a DR Sheep. Good card rights here. If they have more, they have Dragon's Breath. Raikou is looking for it, doesn't have it, unfortunately, and Gelu is going to slide.
All right, barely though. Clyde still has Sacrifice. His healing output seems to be incredibly low. Now caught in the kidney shot. This has to be the Cauterize. Drestigath triggers it, and Divine Shield Sacrifice. Basically 4 cooldowns pulled in the last 40 seconds by Waz's Assault. That puts Diabolus in a checkmate position. Diabolus need to get something going right here, right now. They've got Ring of Frost on Chaz, Polymorph on Raikou, but look at Waz hiding behind the statue. Nobody can connect to him while his team is crowd controlled. Perfect defensive positioning. Now looking to move in. Vendetta available. Polymorph secured. Dispelled into another Polymorph. Pre-temp shield on the kidney shot. Gelu with a nice play, but the Temporal Shield's defense is now over. Dampening is maxed out. Almost 40%. Clyde goes for the Blessing of Protection. Raikou strips it off. Mercy is desperate. Mortal Coiling Waz away. Also trying to set up. Death from above on the Hammer of Justice. Almost by Waz here, but lands into it. Chaz saves him with the Life Cocoon. They just need to keep Waz aggressive. Keep him on Gelu. Gelu's got nothing left.
Yeah, Gelu's going to be in a lot of trouble right now if Waz can reconnect. Dampening is just so high, but Chaz's mana is not looking good. Mercy really needs to set up his team right now, but Clyde with no defensive cooldowns, Gelu as well. That literally, XSET is one good setup away from closing out this game. Polymorph onto Clyde, kidney shot on Gelu. The Fear Spam comes in, and Mercy saving the day right now. Dragon's Breath onto Clyde. Do they have any more crowd control? Leg sweep from Chaz. Something. No, not available. And it looks like Diabolus will live to fight another day. Now it's full fear on Chaz. Waz could be in a big trouble. Ooh, Ooh, he's got his trinket, he's got his Cloak of Shadows. If he has to trade it now, this is when things start getting really scary for XSET. A lot of that passive Mistweaver healing isn't going to exist at 44% dampening, or it's going to be significantly reduced. And that's when all these setups under Waz become a lot more scary. Diabolus, if they can hold on just a little bit longer, I think they could potentially win this game.
Yeah, if Waz just if they can force Waz off of their wizards, dampening is going to get so high that Chaz can't keep up. They need to go aggressive and they need to do it now. But Clyde, the legend, is making it so hard for Raikou to land these crowd controls. If you see Clyde's character, you're going to see he has a blessing of freedom on himself. And every time Raikou's trying to actually poly him, he drops a preemptive freedom on himself to deny the Nova, to guarantee the 50-50 to be a 100 dispel on the sheep. So that freedom is going to counter that Nova that potentially could be dispelled by the Imp, because the Imp only selects one thing to dispel and it's random. So Clyde basically carrying by doing that play, by doing that mid-game adaptation. And now Gelu's looking for crowd control on the Chast. They get the full fear. Do they get the sheep here to follow it up? He's looking for it, but Raikou shuts it down right now. Mercy has his Dark Soul available and active, and Waz knows he's in big trouble. He needs to try to get into line of sight of Chast. Chast has no mana left. Once again, a full sheep though snuck in, but it does get dispelled there onto Clyde. So once again, another botched CC chain here from XSET. And I don't know how long they can stay alive.
Can Gelu stall 10 more seconds? He just needs to stall 10 more seconds. He's below 50% health. Clyde has Avenging Wrath. Oh no, Chaz gets counterspelled. No Cloak of Shadows. Full Hammer of Justice. Raikou needs to save him here. Will he be able to? Counterspells over on the Gelu, and was actually A-okay. Dropping the Smoke Bomb, but guess what? Sacrifice was activated right before the Smoke Bomb. You're not going to be finding an Ice Block on this attempt, was. Gelu now has a major defensive cooldown. Chaz has basically no mana left for Diabolus. The rest of this match comes down to do damage and don't die. If they can manage to pull this off, they are going to be able to win on pressure. Waz getting baited out of the open. Shadow steps behind the Greater Pyro, drops the Dressagav, looking to overwhelm Gelu. Clyde caught into the blind, breaks out into a kidney shot. Perfect time to crowd control by Waz, gunning down for that ice block, and they net it. They could even switch back to Clyde and attack him. He saps him out of the kidney shot. Beautiful crowd control chain. I think they're going to outright kill Gelu through the ice block. Ring of Frost around the corner. Another sap. They bop off the sap, but Gelu's in a lot of trouble. 57% dampening. They stun up Waz. They're desperate to just stay alive at this point. Raikou looks to finish him with a couple of fireballs. Counterspelled on fireball. Gelu blinks away from Waz, polymorphs him, but the damage is ticking, and it is too much to handle. XSET take it at 59% dampening.
Wow.
That was super intense series at the end there. XSET just giving everything they could to try and get Gelu down, and they were just trying so hard to keep Gelu up, but in the end it just wasn't enough, Zico.
Yeah, it looks like it looked kind of dicey there for XSET a couple of times, but they managed to get some big plays there at one point. Where I think Waz realized that we don't have enough crowd control, and whenever Raikou's trying to land a sheep onto Clyde, he blinks on top of him, and basically if you're a mage, you can blink while you're casting the sheep on top of the guy that you're sheeping, and then you try to Nova at the exact same time as the sheep lands, and the guy will be Nova'd and sheeped, so it's a 50-50 what the Imp dispels. But Clyde realized that and started freedoming himself before those sheep started coming out, and that made it super hard for XSET to actually get crowd control. So they had to go for those, blind, and then Clyde trinkets, and he just kidneys him, and they try to rush down Gelu just with damage, and it went a lot better for XSET once they started using those kidneys for crowd control instead of onto Gelu.
Do you think that that's going to be something that Diabolus tries to pull off again? I mean, like you said, Zico, they came pretty close a few times on the side of Diabolus. It was a pretty even match, like throughout the entire of that game. It was almost 15 minutes long. Do you think that we're gonna see these same comps going into this next game here, Supatis, or do you think that we need to shake something up on the side of Diabolus?
I mean, now that Diabolus have seen that Chaz can just run Conflict, I don't know if going to a small map will work for them. Like, they were able to pull off that monk kill on Hook Point, but Chaz is Conflict and Strife. I don't think you can kill the monk. I mean, maybe if you land the most perfect crowd control chain ever, and maybe you get his trinket on crowd control chain earlier, but it's so difficult. I don't know. The Fire Mage Ellie looked even more abysmal, so I don't think we're going to see that for the rest of the series. So it's just, they're going to have to pull it off with Mage Lock. Clyde, would him be on a Mistweaver and Gelu being Frost be better?
Yeah,
That's the
maybe.
only thing I'm thinking. but I don't know if they have that as an option. I feel like I've only seen Gelu playing fire. Not that
Gelu
I
plays
think
every
he's capable of
spec.
playing Frost.
He's played it a few
He can
times. He
Frost.
just definitely favors the fire mage. What do you think about that,
Okay.
Ben? You think they should switch Frost, or what are their moves here?
It's hard to say with the Paladin. I mean, if we're only going to see Clyde play Paladin, then I'm not sure. But I mean, when we see Mage Lock being played by XSET, or we see it being played by Cloud9, they always go with the Frost Mage against the Rogue Mage, just because of the control you have on the Rogue. I think for Gelu, his overall damage and pressure in the game would be significantly higher if he was Frost. The problem with Greater Power Blast is, I mean, if you can get them off, it's great, but it's very like hit or miss. Like basically with the build Gelu's playing, he's just, he just Fire Blast and Pyro Blast, which is really, it's kind of insignificant damage if he's being trained. When he combusts, it's really, really scary, and that's an opportunity for Diabolus. But the problem is you just have Raikou sitting there with Kleptomania to just remove the combust as soon as it's popped, and if Raikou's on point with that, then Gelu's overall burst is just, it's going to be significantly lowered in the match. But we don't really need to talk about that anymore. Diabolus, they are going to be locking in the Fire Mage once again, and there was opportunities for them in that last game. I mean, they were able to extend the game for a really long period of time. Chaz was completely out of mana, but he played it really, really patiently, really intelligently. When he didn't have cooldowns, and when Chaz didn't have cooldowns to help him, he just made sure he was out of line of sight, making it really difficult for Diabolus to actually push in and close out the game. But I think if Diabolus can bring the game that long once again, really anything can happen, and they can definitely still win this series.
Yeah, I mean, that was like a 15-minute game. Those first two games were only, 3 minutes long, Zico. What do you expect? What do you expect from this next game? Do you think that Diabolus is going to be able to sort of extend that game into dampening once again, or is XSET going to try and shut this down early?
Well, first of all, I'm extremely pleased with Diabolus right now. Not for how they played the last game. I mean, they played the last game good, but their map selection, this is exactly what you want to see. You don't want to see the hook point. You want to see Mage Lock on those larger maps. So they blind lock Asha mains, and they say, okay, what you got, XSET? And then they take it from there. So they've set themselves up in a pretty good position. But to answer your question, Aya, we are going to the deep, dark ends of dampening. I mean, the last game was on a smaller map than this, and it went to, I think, 60%. So if we're doing, the damp is right, I'm going to say 64%.
64%.
Whoa.
All right. Anybody else want to... Are you woeing at the stats on the screen, or the Zico's
that's
guess,
crazy.
Ben?
As the Destro Fire Mage Paladin, they have a 90% win rate. I think that's the highest win rate we've seen so far. I think that's
For a composition,
that's not
definitely.
updated in real time. That might have been before that last game, but still, that's really, really impressive. And you can see why Diabolus kind of is favoring that composition. Lots of crowd control, lots of burst, lots of setup potential, especially with that Paladin. And when you can bring the game that deep in dampening, and the reason why the game's going so deep into dampening is because Gelu, Clyde, Mercy, they're all playing max defense. On the flip side, so is XSET. I mean, Waz isn't even running full gushing. He's running at least 5 versatiles. So he's also, kind of limiting his damage output just for survival reasons. And I mean, it makes sense, but that's why the games are going on for so long.
They get combat early here. I think Waz is getting a sap, but he may just want to start on Clyde. He's waiting patiently. Raikou and Chaz are still far away, so maybe not. Is he going to go on a solo mission? He's right next to Clyde. Gelu's getting Pyroblast Polymorph right at the last second, and they open up on Clyde immediately. Patience is going to pay off here if Raikou can connect, but Mercy intercepts with a double Infernal Stun. Perfectly timed. Clyde doesn't even need to activate his wall during that stun lock, and he's going to make it out easily. Raikou gets blasted out of nowhere. Temporal Shield soaks the hit, though, bringing him back to basically full health, repositioning along with Chaz. Now, Asha Mains is such a difficult map to navigate against Mage Warlock. I'm curious to see if XSET can pull off that victory, because Diabolus's main goal is to just do as much damage as possible and avoid as much damage as possible. Right now, they're stun locked, so playing around the blind is definitely going to be important for XSET during this attempt. Clyde gets his Gladiator's Medallion out of the way and then polymorphed on it. Beautiful timing by Raikou, but Raikou has also taken a taking some heat. He's going to Battle Master Blazing Barrier. Good combination of cooldowns to maximize the health output, but shredded through regardless. Chaz still needs to stabilize with the T. Another Chaos Bolt caught in that Fell Fissure. Raikou makes his way out. Maybe a swap over to Waz. Waz going after the healer, trying to punish that Gliders Medallion on the blind, but now he may get punished as he's stunned behind the corner. Big pop-off by Gello. Huge damage onto Waz. Barely surviving. Holds onto the Cloak of Shadows, but his Gladiator's Medallion was burned in that assault, and this map is working wonders for Diabolus.
Yeah, that was definitely a nice punish there by Clyde. He just instantly bopped the kidney and then hammered Justice Waz there behind the pillar. I do say it was a mistake from Chaz, though. Chaz has Revival, which he just used at the same time as Waz actually trinketed. So a little bit of an overlap there, using it so late, but Revival goes through pillars, it goes through everything. So it would dispel that Hammer of Justice, and Waz could just faint or something. It would be fine. Plus it heals him, obviously. So it would have been good, but I think Waz is actually looking to set up something here onto Clyde, potentially. It looks like they want to maybe crowd control Mercy here, or maybe Galu. Yeah, there it is. Dragon's Breath Sheep onto Galu. Let's see what they do here. Waz looking to open up onto Mercy. They're going after the Warlock here for a second, and I'm not sure if that is the correct line of play here, but they're going to have to duck for cover here for sure. Realize pretty quickly there on XSET that that's not where they want to be. Waz and a Shadow Step kick a Chaos Bolt to get back to the same pillar as his healer, which means that Raikou is isolated. If Clyde wants to, he can either push in onto Chaz, and they can do a setup onto Waz, or they could do a setup onto Raikou, and that's exactly what they're doing. The Sheep Team, Greater Pyroblast, there's the Hammer of Justice. This could be, okay, Raikou's going to trinket out of there, and then double blink, and Chaz is going to be able to pick him up, but unfortunately for Raikou, he was definitely stuck on the wrong side of the map. Once again, the map kind of nets them a trinket.
Yeah, I mean, this map definitely working wonders here for Diabolus, and that kind of is just the nature of Mage Warlock on a big map. You kind of have to overextend yourself, and that way you become very susceptible to fear, to polymorph, to getting caught out of position. So I would agree with Zico saying that this map is obviously a lot better for them. Dragon's Breath now onto Chaz, interrupt on Raikou, beautiful setup once again, and Waz could just get absolutely smoked. He has no trinket, and they destroy him. Nicely done by Diabolus. They are showing that they are here to play, and they tie it up against XSET, denying them that 3-1 victory. They want to stay in this series, and they might be the first team that's able to beat XSET in this round robin.
Yeah, well done by Diabolus. Managed to tie it up 2-2. Now both these teams on match point, and we've gone to game number 5. Is this where we expected to be in this series, Super Tees?
After game 1, no. I thought that Diabolus were going to get run over by XSET, but this Mage Warlock Paladin, I mean, that 90% win rate that we saw had to have been for a reason. They're playing this comp excellently. It's a nice balance between offense and defense as well with the Paladin. Usually you see the Mistweavers and the Druids healing the Mage Warlocks, and they're just trying to live and extend the game. But with the Paladin, it brings a little bit of spice, and with that spice and not so many things that are nice for Waz, they can close games out as well. So I really like Diabolus on this composition.
Waz had 5 seconds left on that trinket when he died. Oh, that is devastating. And
they didn't overlap, like you said.
Yep, they kind of wasted it. But, kudos to Diabolus as well for really, punishing that mistake. So definitely well-deserved. And now I was wrong, because I said 4% dampening? That was
like that.
We didn't even make it anywhere near that.
Okay, so moving into game 5, do we feel like, whose game is it? XSET, now they get to pick the map here, then what kind of advantages does that give them? Do we think that Diabolus is going to be able to carry this through to another win, or is it XSET's match now?
Well, honestly, I feel like Diabolus, I think this is one of those matchups that can go either way. Like, I think Diabolus can win. They have the capability of winning on any map. It doesn't really matter which one. I'm curious to see if XSET tries to pick a big map and maybe play a Mage Lock Mirror or something like that. Maybe it's a little bit risky. Super Tees was saying Diabolus obviously exceptionally good on this composition, looking for those really, really nice setups. And I mean, Gello, he set that last one up so nicely, getting a double Dragon's Breath, interrupting Raikou so he couldn't counterspell the Polymorph, getting the Polymorph, and then the Hammer of Justice Coil coming in for a big one-shot. I mean, these are things you can set up. I think it's especially true. I mean, it is so nice for Chaz to be playing Relentless, but I think this is another one of those situations where you could just avoid those one-shot setups. It seems like for Mercy, Gello, and Clyde, they're going to be winning in just an all-in one-shot. And the more trinkets you have to rotate through those situations, I personally feel like the better. So if we had just seen Chaz trinket out and dispel Waz, he would have been able to survive, and then Waz would have had his trinket and cloak available. So maybe the Relentless getting punished just a little bit there by Chaz, but it just seems like most of these teams are favoring the Alliance so much that they really want to play that Relentless human. But maybe opting to switch it up in game number 5, we'll have to see.
Okay, so teams currently picking their compositions here while they get ready for game number 5 here. What does XSET want to do, Super Tees, if they want to avoid Diabolus shutting them down like they did in that last game?
Well, I think they want the same matchup. I think they think the Mage Rogue Mistweaver stands the best chance against all the Wizard compositions Diabolus had. This is a map setting them up for that, so that there's always a pillar to run to. The same reason that nLite likes to go to this map against the Wizard Cleaves. Waz can line of sight in the middle around that crow statue. He can run into one of the rooms on the side, like this room over here. Perfect timing on the camera view. And then there's also the ramp as well. There's always some location to line of sight, which is what was important for Waz to be able to survive on Tiger's Peak. How many times was he at that Tiger balcony and line of sighting? So this is setting up XSET in a good position to win, but I'm not sold on it being guaranteed.
What about you, Zico? What do you think for Black Rook Hold in terms of the compositions that we're seeing, if we expect XSET to play that same comp?
I'm not sure if we expect that.
Okay.
I don't know. Well, I feel like they want to run it one more time, but I don't know what healer they run. Maybe they just go with Chaz on Paladin. Like, Chaz is a fantastic Paladin. He's really high rated on it. It's super good. Maybe they just go Rogue Mage Pally. Because then they'll have a little bit more extra CC. If Mercy imp dispels, like a sheep or something, they can still Hammer of Justice into the Paladin blind, things like that. They can probably utilize Sap a lot more as well with like Pala blind into Sap or Rogue blind into Sap. So I don't know. We'll see what XSET decides to do here. But the main thing that I'm scared of right now is if XSET locks in Mistweaver and they play Relentless again, I feel like Diabolus has a very, very clear-cut win condition. I feel like that would be a big mistake. If they're going to play Alliance, I want to at least see Chaz. If they're going to play Alliance Monk, I want to see Chaz at least play normal Trinket and not Relentless.
What about you, Ben? What would you prefer to see Chaz play?
Well, it's been... Diabolus has 2 wins in the series, and both times they've won, it's because of Relentless. But on the flip side, I mean, you could say there is an argument to be made that maybe Diabolus could have won in the other games if Chaz wasn't playing Relentless and 8 additional crowd control, maybe. But I just think the style of composition Diabolus has, where they really are going for like those perfect one-shot, one-hit combos with Combustion, the more cooldowns you have to rotate through, the better, because I feel like that kind of consistency and be able to free yourself from those one-shots is going to be a lot better overall. But we'll see what XSET decides to do if they do make any gearing or talent adaptations. But I think this is just one of those series that's going to be, may the better team win. Whoever plays better, whoever takes advantage of those setups more is going to end up winning this one.
All right, Zico, do you want to take another stab at the dampening?
We're not going to dampening in this game. If we are going to dampening, it's very...
Well, I think we
dampening.
are.
We're going to light dampening. If we go to damp, I think...
Just a sprinkle.
Just a few drops of dampening, just to squeeze it over for extra flavor. I would say in the 15% range, 20% range.
Sunny day with 15% chance of showers.
the forecast.
you don't need a scuba suit, just a snorkel. Just under the surface.
Okay, well, on our screens here, we can now see the stats for XSET here. Also very impressive, Super Tees.
What was impressive? Oh,
The
their win
XSET
rate? Oh, my
stats.
joke.
That-
My joke,
Not your joke.
my joke went totally missed, so it's fine. I mean, they've got amazing stats as well. I mean, XSET's a dominating team, and I'm curious to see if they can pull it off here. I wasn't expecting Mistweaver Rogue Mage really at all, but the Mistweaver pick makes a lot of sense into Diabolus with the options that they have. It's a bit of like a soft counter to Fire Mage Destro and Elemental Shamans just on its own, with the way that it heals with Counteract Magic and its Jade Statue healing during crowd control. When you run Conflict, you remove the option to be able to kill the Mistweaver, so it seems like a solid pick overall. The only concern I have on maps like this is the same as Tiger's Peak. Is Chaz going to run out of mana? Is mana going to be a problem? later on in the game, because it doesn't seem to be for Clyde.
Well, we will shortly find out. The game here is ready. Game number 5 for XSET versus Diabolus, currently 2-2 in game number 5.
All right. This is... You go.
No, okay, I'll go. I was going to say the first thing I'm noticing here is Chaz is playing that Relentless. So he is going to be susceptible to those crowd control chains. If he gets caught into a polymorph, it's going to be up to Waz and Raikou to peel for Waz. If Waz doesn't have his trinket, that's going to be where Diabolus can really try to exploit the fact that Chaz doesn't have a trinket and try to just absolutely blow him out of the water. So we'll see how that gets done and if Diabolus is able to pull it off. And for XSET, it's going to be all about that consistency, just denying Gelu every step of the way, the consistent setups. But I'm not convinced that this map is going to be the best for them. Well, we'll definitely have to see. One Greater Power Blast does land, and there's a full polymorph immediately. And Raiku's already in a lot of trouble. One big Chaos Bolt lands, a Temporal Shield. Nice Temporal Shield there by Raikou. They almost forced the Cauterize, but they weren't able to do it. And now it's going to be XSET's time to strike back.
Oh, no polymorph here on the Clyde. But he gets this spell. I think it was the art. He got this spell on the first one. Gelu. Still taking a decent amount of damage here, and Chaz's positioning is really good. He can dispel Waz, he can heal everybody. A little bit tough to heal Raikou though when they're playing on opposite sides here. So if Raikou could swap his position to basically where Gelu is standing right now, I think that would be better. Or if Chaz can reposition to Raikou. Gonna get a kidney onto Gelu. Clyde actually used his trinket right there on the blind, so I assume that we're going to see an attempt here onto Clyde. Raikou just sheeped him. You see the freedom onto Clyde right there to give him that guaranteed imp spell, so we're going to expect a potential swap to happen onto Clyde here. The next kidney, even Clyde suspects is already used Divine Protection, which is that basically bark skin for a paladin, and now they're going for Waz, but it doesn't look like they're going to be finding any damage here, so by Waz just touching Clyde, he used Divine Protection, and now this is going to be a bubble for sure.
Oh, maybe not. Was that Vitality him?
I know he's conflict. He's conflict. He's conflict.
I don't know why his health was going up in that kidney shot. He literally got stunned, not playing conflict. Where's the healing coming from? But somehow he manages to be full health, and it looks like Clyde should be A-OK. Waz going to be switching his target, potentially. Double Garrote coming in onto Mercy, onto Clyde. Cheap shot on Mercy. Waz looking to connect the kidney shot if he can. Where is the damage to follow it up? Big death from above, but not even denting Clyde. Finally, a little bit of damage coming through, but it just seems like without dampening, Clyde is not going to be taking any damage.
That had to have been Voodoo Totem, like preemptive Voodoo Totem, and it was ticking on him and the stun. I mean, it was a clutch play, but that's the only thing it could have been. There's nothing else in the game that could have healed him that much. Now a polymorph on Clyde on his Avenging Wrath. That's quite devastating for Gelu. They stun out of the polymorph to continue the chain. Maybe a swap. Clyde's desperate. He uses Blessing of Protection to break out. In the meantime, Gelu slips in and gets a polymorph on Raikou. Clyde is charging in for Hammer of Justice. Looks like they want to go after Chaz. He's playing conflict. I don't think they can. They're just continuing the chain, trying to go after Raikou. Infernal stun. Beautiful crowd control chain by Diabolus, but ultimately not netting anything of value from XSET. Another swap to Clyde. They really want to take Clyde down here, putting the pressure on in game number 5 against the reigning BlizzCon champions, trying to make them choke, but Clyde so far holding strong. Death from above for Waz here, right as Steeler gets polymorph, but he's in trouble. Has to cloak, has to vanish out of the fight. And now looking to silence up the entire team, trying to buy time for Chaz to get back to him. Chi Torpedo back into the room, and this is why XSET went to Black or Cold, so they can always utilize a point of line of Gelu is chasing in here on the right. Looks like Mercy is following on the left, so Gelu's guarding the right door and Mercy's guarding the left door, and they've got XSET pinned in the room. And Chaz's mana is going to be the main problem for XSET.
Yeah, they need to try to make it somehow to deep dampening, I guess. We are about a minute away so far, and I don't think there is any kill opportunity on anybody except for Waz here. Maybe if Gelu can get that poly. Waz actually step kicks there, but he gets Dragon's Breath on Gelu, so Gelu kind of accidentally faked him there. Chaz needs to just be on max range away from Gelu right now. If he gets polyed, it could be big trouble, and Raikou's kind of giving them a little nice getaway card there. They actually Ring of Peace Gelu into that Ring of Frost, and Chaz is drinking on the opposite side. Mercy's looking to stop it, and unfortunately for Chaz, he is able to. So no mana gain here for Chaz. He's still got 40-50% mana. I think they need to try to set up a 3v1 situation and maybe try to set up some crowd control, and then potentially they could set up a drink, or just go with it at this point. Nice preemptive life cocoon there before Chaz gets CC'd.
Okay, so there's right now, XSET, they're in check. They need to figure something out because Chaz Mana is not looking good. And Waz, without Cloak, without Vanish, look at how scared he's playing. He knows, okay, well, they want to kill me. I'm not going to let them. I'm running, I'm hiding, I'm going in stealth, I'm line of sighting. And Diabolus, they're really trying to push the pace because they realize they are so close from winning. But every second they're not attacking Waz is a second towards Cloak of Shadows. And now Waz, with 15 seconds left on Cloak, 15 seconds left on Vanish, XSET is now going to be feeling confident and comfortable to push in because without a Trinket on Chaz and with no Cloak on Waz, with no Vanish on Waz, it is almost imminent doom if he tries to push in and play aggressive. So he's going to wait. And now with every cooldown, XSET can look to try to make something happen.
Chaz trying to reposition. Gelu stopped him from drinking. Mercy is guarding him. This is the blind play, looking to get Gladiator's Medallion from Clyde. They do manage to pull the Gladiator's Medallion, so they can switch to Clyde again if they want to. So far, they're just committing the damage to Gelu. Are they setting up on Chaz? They are, but he pre-Fort Brews. The crowd control chain was dropped slightly. He's not going to take any damage to that Fort Brew in that stun lock. And now Gelu's on the back foot from overextending on the push. Is Gelu going to be able to recover? Clyde goes for a big heal. Both teams stabilize. Mercy, though, securing the double mortal coil. Not finding any damage, but has Dark Soul available and Combustion for Gelu and Mercy. These are very dangerous cooldowns. Who are they going to commit them to? Waz has Cloak, so they can just immune them and trade equally if they do decide to commit to Waz at this point. Maybe they should split them up and try and win on mana and attrition out XSET at this point. Clyde and a Polymorph stun on Gelu, but I believe almost all the members in this game are in Conflict and Strife except maybe Raikou, so not taking too much damage in the stun, but now that the stun is over, Gelu is starting to feel the pain. He lands a double Dragon's Breath on Raikou. Waz trying to stall for Clyde to get out of crowd control, but that crowd control is endless. Raikou secures the Dragon's Breath of his own. Clyde goes for the Divine Favor, trying to stabilize Gelu, but at 10% dampening, not doing too much. The Temporal got a lot of value. Gelu finds a Greater Pyro onto Waz, trying to bait out a Cloak of Shadows without cooldowns. Not finding it. Big heals from Chaz. Another Polymorph onto Clyde. Where's the Imp dispel? Did they maybe kill off the Imp at this point? They need to really worry about it. A full Polymorph with no Gladiator's Medallion. That was a risky moment. Now a swap out of the Polymorph, maybe? No, just using the Kidney Shot for crowd control. Really gunning down for the Cauterize here. Combustion Papa gets feared instantly on it by Mercy. Beautiful denial of that Combustion by Mercy. Still a couple seconds of the Combustion up. Pounding down the damage right now. Gelu at half health, Chaz in a fear, Raikou at half health, Temporal restabilizes him. This is looking like a close game between these teams. Game 5, winner takes all. They won't get a rematch against each other, and this might be the first time that Diabolus can beat XSET in the round robin. Maybe the only team to really put up a challenge so far.
It would be a bit of an upset, but they get a sheep here onto Clyde. It gets dispelled. Blind, 3 seconds left on the trinket. I assume he's going to immediately trinket there. Clyde immediately trinketing, going for the big heal with the Divine Favor. And now Raikou getting swapped to big damage here. Nice life cocoon here by Chaz. He doesn't want to spend too much mana. He's trying to be effective here with his mana usage because he realizes that this game has gone on for quite some time and it doesn't look like it's ending anytime soon either. Clyde has no trinket. That is the real opening here. And there it is. Sheep, full sheep secure. They get the Frost Nova. Clyde did not get the freedom here. And look what happens. If Raikou gets one sheep with the Frost Nova and they don't dispel the Frost Nova, or they dispel the sheep, or they freedom the Frost Nova, this entire ice block here is just saved. So nice plays by Clyde, but this time around Raikou did get the better end of him. He's caught up in a CC now though. Big damage onto Raikou in that Hammer of Justice, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Chaz getting feared, but doesn't look like Raikou's going to be in too much trouble. Nice positioning there, and he actually hits a counterspell onto Clyde. This could be big momentum swing here, because now all of a sudden the CC chain is going to be low. He's trying to reshape the Imp. Where's the Imp?
I swear there hasn't been an Imp dispel for the last 2 minutes.
It's definitely there. I'm not sure what's happening to it. Is it broken? It's definitely there. I don't know what's going on with it, but it definitely exists. It's in the arena match. It's just, not found. The Imp dispels have not been found for a little while. It's really going to be able to get done. Gelu uses Shimmer offensively. Big death from above from Waz. And let's see if he can continue the damage onto Gelu right now. Chaz just line of sighting on that Mistweaver Monk. Big Hammer of Justice. Pre-Life Cocoon once again coming in from Chaz, denying that setup. And that really is the power of that Mistweaver Monk. Lots of passive healing with the Renewing Mist, with the Serpent Jade statue, and then emergency healing with that Life Cocoon as well. So, like that, really utilizing that class. Kidney shot on Gelu once again, but beautiful peels coming in from Mercy. It's not over yet. I mean, Waz opting not to push in. He's going to be looking for a potential re-stealth here, but Gelu was actually in a little bit of trouble there. That was a nice setup by XSET. But luckily for Mercy, he was able to get that fear onto Waz and kind of deny the damage they were able to do.
I like Chaz running the Claw for extra mana regen. Maybe he should have switched over to the Fang, still running the Voodoo Totem. His mana is likely going to be the main win condition here. Waz pre-feints the Hammer of Justice. Nice feint. It reduced so much damage on that Chaos Bolt. Still a Mortal Coil into another Chaos Bolt. Is there enough Soul Shards for a third one? Gelu not finding any damage in that Hammer of Justice. That should have been a lot more scary than it was. Waz was pushed heavily into enemy territory on match point. 31% dampening, but they don't even scratch him. Still 30 seconds with no Gladiator's Medallion. Infernals are down. A counter spell by Gelu could be game-winning. Waz has to Cloak of Shadows and retreat back to the corner side, and Dark Soul is still available. Waz needs to be terrified at this point, playing very defensive if he wants to stay in this. He's going to re-stealth, hide in the room, but Raikou has now been left out in the open, getting feared over and over. Gelu locking the room with a Ring of Frost. Chaz looking to reposition to the left door, but he might be intercepted. Raikou getting blasted by a Destro and a Fire Mage. Raikou blinks back into the room, but they're still locked in on the left side. Gelu intercepting with Flame Strikes, just whittling down the mana bar even further. Mercy and Clyde pushing in on the right and the left. Ring of Peace prevents Clyde's assault. He's going to have to reposition. He gets intercepted by Waz. Beautiful triple crowd control by XSET at this point. Clyde breaks out with the Gladiator's Medallion, restabilizes Gelu with a big Divine Favor, and wants to get aggressive with this Dark Soul timing and Mortal Coil available. Maybe they just go after Raikou. He is dangerously low and interrupted. Chaz locked down in the stun. Polymorph has been found. Raikou tries to run, gets Mortal Coil back into the open. Waz Shadow Step kicks the Chaos Bolt. Beautiful teamwork. Raikou barely holding on, but ultimately trading the Ice Block on top of the Temporal. This is the closest series we have seen XSET have in circuit play so far.
Ooh, Raikou almost proccing his Cauterize right there, but he is able to blink out to the open and get that big Life Cocoon. Clyde's going to get Sheep, but he will get dispelled here. And honestly, if you're XSET, I think your best bet is to go for Clyde at this point. He has no Trinket, he has no Bubble, he has no Blessing of Protection. If they can get to him, maybe force out that Divine Protection, the 20% damage reduction, and then get one big go, he is dead. Raikou has Combustion, but right now, it is Raikou in trouble here, actually. To get a Fear on the chest, a little bit of damage connecting in that Hammer of Justice, but Chaz is going to be able to reposition. There's the leg sweep, so they're going to go after Gelu here. Big damage, but he does have his Cauterize, and he does have his Ice Block coming up as well. I think this is a targeting mistake here on the side of XSET, and I think Gelu's going to recover and potentially have an opener here onto Raikou. If he can live this Garrote Silence, Clyde gets the ultimate sacrifice, and Gelu's going to be completely fine. And now Gelu is looking for damage onto Raikou, and Raikou is actually in trouble. Realizing that, he immediately line of sights.
Yeah, going to be using the line of sight. The Shimmer to get behind the pillar. Back to Chaz. If we look at mana, Clyde is ahead right now. Triple Infernals coming in. They're getting big damage onto Waz. Combustion gets ripped out. Cloak of Shadows is forced out. Now the entire team of XSET is rotting down, and there's really not too much defense. There's no Vanish, no Cloak of Shadows for Waz. Raikou gets interrupted. He's got no Ice Block, and as this game plays out, it's looking better and better for Diabolus. They might be the first team that can actually take XSET down. Raikou caught into the middle of the map. Life Cocoon connects from Chaz to deny the Chaos Bubble. A full Sheep on Clyde. Gelu could be in a little bit of trouble. Nice Temporal Shield. At the same time, Waz is taking quite a bit of damage. Avenging Wrath comes in from Clyde. He gets Cheap Shot on it. Good control here from XSET. They need to push forward. They need a bit more crowd control. They need a bit more damage. Can they get the Cauterize? Can they get the Ice Block? If they can't, it's going to be a disaster. Nice counterspell there by Raikou. And that counterspell is the reason why they were able to get that Ice Block. And now all of a sudden things are looking a little bit better here for XSET. But still, I mean, Chaz, he's 5% mana. There's no Cloak of Shadows on Waz. Big damage on Waz. Chaz forced to stop any sort of drinking shenanigans to heal up Waz, but I just don't know if he has any gas left in the tank. Fear on to Chaz. Waz on the run. Can Diabolus do it? Can they actually take down XSET? The Mortal Coil comes in. They need a bit more damage. Waz barely holds on by a thread, trying to line of sight, using feint, using evasion, everything he can. Can he actually survive? He's behind the pillar. Chaz connects. A little bit of healing, but Waz ultimately falls. Maybe some, reaping strikes there, or lethal strikes, will end up taking Waz down. And Battlemaster Manfall, whatever it was, I mean, big, great job there by Diabolus, actually coming back in this series, and they're really showing that their team, their Mage Lock, is a serious contender in this round robin.
Extremely well done by Diabolus going into this game. I don't think a lot of people expected this result here against XSET, as they're that was just well played by both sides. They're definitely putting themselves up in a nice position for the rest of this round robin BFA circuit. But let's talk about Diabolus. How did they manage to pull off that win there, Venruki? I mean, they just seemed so back and forth for quite some time. There were really a couple close moments on both sides, but in the end, Diabolus pulled out ahead.
I mean, Diabolus, they're a super solid team. I mean, at the end, it was just Chaz had no mana. They managed to live long enough at 51% dampening. Things become really unstable for both teams, but I would say it becomes more unstable for XSET, and it was just consistent crowd control, consistent pressure, never really letting up on this offensive push. I mean, Waz almost barely got away. You can see, I don't know what it was that actually took him down at the end of this match. It might have been a Bastard. It was Battlemaster's falling. Okay, so it was Battlemaster's falling, but Chaz, he just had no cooldowns left. I mean, Diabolus, they really look like throughout this entire series, they were just getting better and better, more confident, more comfortable in the matchup. And I feel like if we kept seeing that one play out, it would still heavily go in favor of Diabolus. So I think for the side of XSET, they need to figure something else out for this team, because I'm not sure the Rogue Mage Mistweaver Monk is a great answer, or at least not as much of an answer as they would want. I mean, XSET, they always want to go into a matchup where they're heavily favored compositionally, but I'm just not sure this is the correct composition for that.
For that team or that comp, then?
Well, I mean, for this team, for this composition, whatever it is,
I was just curious.
It just doesn't seem like the best answer into Diabolus.
Well played by Diabolus. Let's talk about how they could do. This is a round robin format, as we know. Every team's going to play every team. Do you think this is something that they could repeat with success for the rest of the teams that they're going to have to play Zico in the BFA circuit?
Yeah, I think so. I felt this is what I think. The best comp in the game right now is Mage Lock, and they have a really good Mage Lock. They have a healer who is willing to play Paladin, Mistweaver, Priest, like whatever they need. That alone makes Diabolus one of those really, really good teams. I feel like if you have a really good Mage Lock, or if you have a really good Mage Rogue, I would rather have a really good Mage Lock, because it beats the Mage Rogue and it beats everything else that the Rogue Mage beats for the most part anyway.
How do you think they do against Cloud9?
XSET.
No, Diabolus.
They get farmed. I mean, it's come on.
Okay. All right. Well.
It's messed up.
Do you disagree, Ben? Or
I would like to see that one. I would really like to see that one.
Yeah.
I feel like as the years go on, as these tournaments progress, I'm becoming more and more of a fan of Gelu. Like Gelu's, I just believe in Gelu. I really do.
It's also great to see him on a team that really utilizes his skill on the mage.
Yeah, I remember when he was on Reformed, and I did like a pre-tournament interview about Reformed, and I was like, yeah, their jungle is really, really insane, and I didn't really mention him very much because first of all, I didn't know that much about him, but I also just didn't think that their team was going to be able to really utilize him that well. And I remember he said something to me about it, and I'll never forget it. So ever since that moment, I was like, all right, I'm going to watch out for Gelu. And since that time, I watch his stream. I've seen him play in these tournaments, and he's really stepped up. And it is, like you said, great to see a team actually utilize him on that mage and find such good success.
Yeah, well played to Diabolus and XSET as well. That's not the end of both of those teams. No one's knocked out yet. No one's dropped down to a lower bracket, as this is round robin. But we are going to go to a break. When we come back from that break, we're going to go to our second series of the day. That's going to be AWC versus Coffin Dance. So we will be right back.
Jazz. There needs to just be a little bit more crowd control on Looney, and Method Black will close out this game.
Battlemaster's
gonna fall. Battlemaster's gonna fall. Bomb drops. Kidney shot on Bledsoe. Massive damage, and Method Black does it. Big takedown.
Entirety of both teams, honestly. Chun-Li at the preemptive diffuse magic, but they're just so far behind. Greggy can't do anything. He has no cooldowns left. If Snuts is able to connect one more kidney shot, well done. The shadow step, the kidney shot, and Snuts is in the top 3.
Don't you ever put Snuts on the bench again.
Hello everyone, welcome back. We're now on our second series of the day. Series number 1 being XSET versus Diabolus. Diabolus did win in the end here. Now we're moving on to ABC versus Coffin Dance. Both of these teams did pretty well last weekend, winning their series. Venruki, what can we expect from this next series? What do we want to see out of these two teams?
Well, I think for ABC, if I was a betting man, I would say ABC is likely going to be tagging in their Warlock for this one. So we're going to see Walrus tagged in and likely see a Frost Mage. So that would be my best guess. Mage Lock Monk into Coffin Dance. Coffin Dance primarily playing cleave setups. They have a Demon Hunter, they have a Windwalker, they have a Warrior. So gives them a lot of different cleave options. But I think for ABC, if they just run the Mage Lock with the Frost Mage, they're going to be looking really good in this matchup.
Yeah, and I don't think we saw Wally play all last weekend. I think they just played they played just Mage Rogue last weekend, right? No Warlock?
Yeah. They just played Rogue Mage primarily, but I feel like if they do end up going with a Rogue Mage, I think they can win. Obviously, Rogue Mage is one of those compositions. You kind of have a fair shot against everything, but I think it would probably give them even more of an edge if they played the Mage Lock, but we'll see what they're feeling.
Mm-hmm. What about you, Zico? What do you want to see from Coffin Dance? And how do we expect Windwalker Demon Hunter to perform against ABC's comps? Sid, do you think it'll be a good... Oh no, Zico's muted!
It was bound to happen.
Do you want to repeat your answer? Yeah.
I'll repeat my answer. It was so different from Ben's. I think ABC are going to run Frostmage, Destro Warlock, Mistweaver, and I think Coffin Dance. They're going to run DH, Windwalker, Shaman.
Okay.
And I think Coffin Dance probably are going to lose.
Oh, ooh, harsh. Supertees, what do you think about that? Do you think that Coffin Dance with their Windwalker Demon Hunter doesn't have a very good shot against ABC here?
Well, it's a comp that we don't really see very often. I feel like we see a lot of Death Knight Demon Hunter and then Death Knight Windwalker, but Demon Hunter and Windwalker together is not something we see very often. I'm wondering what their strategy is going to be, if they're both just going to go after... I feel like in the early game, you're more likely to kill the Mage, but deeper in Dampening, probably more likely to kill the Warlock. I'm curious to see how it plays. Actually, I'm not even... I feel like Demon Hunter Warrior... Would it be better or worse than Windwalker? See, the Windwalker gets to heal itself if the Shaman ever gets controlled, but just the consistent pressure of the Warrior, I don't know. I feel like maybe Joe's just riding the bench right now in his Warrior, but the thing is...
I was going to say, do you have like a script on the screen or something, like on your ceiling? You're always looking up there for the
whenever. See, I had this same problem when I improvise music. The criticism I get is because when I'm thinking, my eyes go up, and I don't know if that's just like a subconscious thing to start looking at my brain to be able to think, to be able to say what I'm thinking. So when I'm playing music, if I'm trying to improvise something, if I have my eyes open, my eyes are looking up the entire time. So I've had to close my eyes whenever I'm thinking. I can do that.
They're still looking up when they're closed.
If you're recalling,
yeah, they're still looking up when they're closed.
In your brain, it's like a normal thing to look up, and I think depending on, this is so random, but up or left depends on like what kind of learning style you have, depending on which way you look when you're recalling information. Do you guys not do that?
No.
Ben and Zico? Is that
you guys don't
okay.
think very much?
I think I do. I think I'm a bit left actually. I do. Yeah. Sometimes.
Yeah, it's not uncommon. It's not it, but I mean, to each their own. But anyways, while these teams sort of get grouped up here, we are waiting for them to start. Do we think that we're going to see, last series, I think that lasted almost like an hour and a half. Do you think that we're going to see maybe some longer games for this series, or is it just going to be another short series here, Zico?
it's probably going to be a little bit on the longer side. Like I think, 5, 6, 7 minute mark, somewhere there. I'll give you a super tease answer. I think this game will be between 0 and 96% dampening.
Wow.
Wait, that's
big
not.
brain.
I'm at least like a little bit closer range than that.
Oh, sorry, 0 to 85%. My bad.
Yeah.
Oh,
okay,
also-
that's fair.
We do have a question. Sorry, I didn't notice this one. Hashtag Ask AWC. Thank you guys for submitting those questions. You can follow WoW Esports online on Twitter if you want to submit more questions using that hashtag. This one's from Anna the Pally, and it is: if you could build the ultimate unstoppable team mixing all regions, what 4 people would you have? I'll start with you, Zico.
I would probably get 1 It's a Crit, 1 non-rookie, 1 Venfaki, and 1 Venruki.
You're just picking Benruki alts. You just want Benruki only on your team.
I would get
Okay.
4 Venrukis on
Yeah.
different characters. I think that would be the dream
That'd be-
team.
I swear to God, Ben
insane.
I
Ruki,
wasn't
if
actually
you answer
expecting anyone to
this question
meme
just
the
like
answer.
that. Okay, what about you, Ben? You can't do what Zico just did. Not allowed.
Yeah, I think I'd pick up MMR Kleptor, MMR Critter. I was thinking
You
about
two
this.
are. This is.
I think it's actually that's a really difficult question. I think it really
Yeah.
depends on what's kind of meta. So you have to pick
Yeah.
people that are really good at multi-classing. The question is, what healer would you go with? Who's the best healer in the world? No, I think that's
Looney, Chaz, Cubsy. One of those 3, I think, is a pretty.
You have to
good bet.
consider personality too, like personality as well as capability.
As long as
I
they
feel like
play
this is-
good,
yeah,
I don't
this
care
is-
about the
Nah.
personality.
Like,
I mean, you
it-
gotta,
like,
you
do
gotta
you-
vibe
like,
with
imagine-
your teammates, right?
I'm trying to picture a team with Snuts and Looney in the same game. Like, what would that look like? I think
Domination.
it'd be fine. I think it would be fine. Yeah.
They're both nice dudes, but
I'm just
we'll
thinking
wait
back
for
to when,
your
like, Looney
answer
Ooh,
next as
Ooh.
game started.
Oh, wow. Look at those predictions.
oh, we're smart. It's like we've seen these games before, Walrus going to be taking a little bit of damage. Lightsweep going out onto Alec and Walrix. Early aggression here from Coffin down to ABC. A bit surprising that we see Asgrath on the Paladin, I would say. I don't know if I like the Paladin, to be completely honest with you, just because I feel like the Paladin, a lot of their defense, the Blessing of Protection, the freedom that you'd be able to implement is going to be really susceptible to purges. The one nice thing is you do have the setup with the Hammer of Justice, so a full polymorph is snuck in, and Alex is going to be able to put out quite a bit of damage early on. Actually, really no damage at all. I think it was a pre-Earthen Wall totem. It was looking like it was going to be a very, kind of explosive setup. That Earthen Wall totem quite literally denied all of the damage.
Ooh, good damage on Walrix right now. Asgrath struggling with only the Holy Avenger. A little bit of extra casting speed here for him to try and pick up Walrix. Now the Holy Avenger has faded as well, so if Tren and Rezus can stay on target, this could be devastating. I don't feel like we've seen a Destruction Warlock pressured this heavily, this early on by a team before. Polymorphs on the Lone Tar. Tren ducks back to reverse magic it and get right back onto the Warlock. The first time we've seen Walrix in a long time, and he's having a run for his money at the moment in Game 1.
Oh, nice sheeps here onto Rezus. As he popped those images, he wants to go for that Fist of Fury damage. So you can see Alec is trying to shut that down a little bit. He's looking for a sheep onto Lontar, but Lontar wants to shear him. So it's a mind game right now between Alec and Lontar. If Lontar lands the shear, that means Alec is going to get hexed. So because he can't counterspell him when he's locked on Arcane. So Lontar is going to go for the safe play here, dropping the Earthen Wall totem, and then he's going to run away while Rezus deals with Alec with that paralyze. Warwick's taking a lot of damage here, but they're not going really for any mana rips onto Asgarath. So and now there's not going to be any Earthen Wall totem. You can see Alex starting to move in aggressively here. He's going to look for potentially a sheep onto Lontar, and then maybe he can get something going here. He's going to blink away actually to avoid that hex. Doesn't want to use his counterspell outside of the actual setup. Right now, they're getting cleaved big time though, and Coffin are just kind of looking really good right now.
Definitely are. Walrus right now looking for a Chaos Bolt, doing a little bit of damage, but here's the thing about this composition. Honestly, the problem for ABC is that both Rezus and Trent are going to be really, really durable on these classes, this kind of hybrid melee. Rezus is going to be throwing in a little bit of healing, actually gets locked out. Nice setup here. Do they have the burst damage to actually take him down? I'm going to be really surprised if Trend falls this early in the match. Darkness does trade out, does almost through Blur as well. So good crowd control coming in through ABC. But the thing is, Lontar still has his trinket, Trend still has his trinket. Everyone basically has all the defensive cooldowns. And I think for ABC, they might struggle to find a little bit of pressure in this matchup. Asgrath's mana actually skyrocketed. I don't know, did he sit down and drink there? He went from like 50% mana to 80. So that was a nice little recovery from ABC, from Asgrath, trading out his trinket right now. But Coffin is finding some decent pressure. Once again, a nice setup coming in from the side of ABC with the polymorph on Lontar, Hammer of Justice on Trend, Hammer of Justice on Rezus. Asgrath looking at like a subtlety rogue on that Paladin. Really nicely done by him.
Lontar got that pre-Earthen Wall totem when Blur was on cooldown. That was really clutch by Lontar. Trend took no damage as a result and is staying on target. Touch of Death rolls out there onto Walrix, not even denting him though. Asgrath is powering through in the backline with these Holy Lights. The Shaman should out-mana the Holy Paladin, so if Lontar can keep rotating these cooldowns effectively along with Trend, they'll be in a good position, but currently caught in a Mortal Coil. No pre-Blur. Is Trend going to go for it here? He doesn't pre-blur, he's locked down in a stun, no Metamorphosis leech healing. Lontar gets out of the crowd control for a moment though, and looks like he's able to provide more than enough healing for Trend to get aggressive here. Cheeky Hex attempt by Lontar. Those Hexes could also be game-breaking as well to disrupt disrupt Alec. Lontar feared away by Walrix. No pre-tremor on that fear, unfortunately. Asgrath moving in. Maybe they're going to switch to Lontar. Alec is making it really annoying for Lontar. Just Cone Cold, snaring him at the pillar, landing the full polymorph. Is there going to be a pre-blur? No, and pre-Earthen Wall totem again. So Trent is protected by that totem, reducing a ton of incoming damage. These have been nice cooldown usage between Lontar and Trent so far. One of the main reasons they're still alive at this point.
Yeah, actually, Lontar pre-Earthen Wall, the first setup, then Trend blurred, and then now the Trend used his reverse magic on that previous sheet, that's why he didn't use his blur there. And then here, Lontar pre-Earthen Wall again, and then the next time they get a sheep, Trend is going to have that blur as well as that Trinket and Darkness. So far, Coffin Dance has had perfect rotation with their defensive cooldowns, and I think a lot of it can be attributed to the fact that Trend and Lontar, they do so much 2v2 together. They have incredible synergy here with that Demon Hunter Shaman, some of the highest rated players on that choose ladder, in addition to their synergy here in Greece. So definitely going to be doing a great job here, but it looks like they're trying to set something up here. Rezus goes for the Paralyze, big damage onto Warwicks. Alex looking for the sheep, gets the wind shear out of the way, and now he's going to connect the full sheep here. Trend probably going to use his blur as soon as he can here. Actually, they're going after Rezus. Nice damage. Rezus is going to shrink it and use that touch of karma, and Rezus is going to be an exposed target in this matchup. I like going for Rezus a lot more than Trend, just because Demon Hunters are so slippery.
Yeah, they definitely are. And here's one of the problems. I mean, Rezus, he just traded his Trinket, Touch of Karma, Diffuse Magic, and Fort Brew. He literally used every single one of his defensive cooldowns during that last exchange, but they're just going for it. Big damage on Walrix. That will force out the sacrifice from Asgrath, but I think Rezus is a really exposed target at this point in the match. I think swapping over to him, like Zico said, definitely a good call. Fear on the Lontar. If they can get the follow-up polymorph, it's going to be a disaster here for the side of Coffin Dance. Unfortunately, it does get denied, and now Coffin Dance continuing their assault. Full polymorph now finally secured. Rezus into a stun. Will be able to escape that with a reverse magic. Nicely done there by Tren, freeing up Rezus from that Hammer of Justice and allowing him to escape behind the pillar and be completely fine. And because Windwalker Monk's defensive cooldowns are such a short cooldown, Rezus, if he can hold on another 30 seconds, he's going to have a lot of tools that he can use to survive.
Nice port by Rezus, getting out of the fight right on that Mortal Coil. Now charging back in with that Flying Serpent kick, reconnecting onto Walrix. Hex is over onto Alec, really trying to annoy him, but the polymorph has landed. Walrix is on the back foot and interrupted. Asgrath has to Divine Shield sacrifice to stabilize him. If Rezus, Trent, and Lontar keep rotating their cooldowns effectively, they should be able to take out Walrix. I'm pretty confident, but that overlap earlier could cost Rezus his life here and now. Both of his teammates in crowd control, but not long enough. The Earthen Wall totem is down by Lontar. Walrix is trying to reposition out of it, but as that Warlock doesn't have a lot of mobility, he's just making his way slowly out of its defense. Lontar repositioning back to the pillar. Ring of Peace to knock Walrix back into the Earthen Wall totem. Stun onto Asgrath. Big burst moment here for Coffin Dance, dropping the Drestigath. Walrix down to half. Asgrath's Avenging Wrath coming up in 1 second. That's going to be a big powerhouse of healing for him. Now double crowd control. Good lockdown. Karma, they're going to trade a Blessing of Protection. It would be risky at this point. They're not going to. Rezus holds strong with the touch of karma. Not overlapping just yet, but its defense is about to subside. The crowd control isn't ending anytime soon as Lone Tar is fully feared. Rezus portals away. Alec chases him, but not going to be soloing him on the Frost Mage. Instead, switching some of their attention to Lone Tar out in midfield, but he can catch a lot of instant healing in that Ghost Wolf. Dropping the Earth Elemental into the fight here, trying to add a lot of damage onto Walrix. Lone Tar is, so Coffin Dance is really going for it here. Leg sweep. Huge Fist of Fury pressure, stun onto Asgrath, Wincher onto Alec, great control by Coffin Dance. If they can continue to hold strong, they're looking good.
Ooh, it's big damage. Walrix, he's in a lot of trouble right now. Hammer of Justice onto Trend, Paralyze on Walrix, Polymorph onto Lone Tar. The setup is looking beautiful here, Zico.
Yeah, and they just used the Unending Resolve there. As a result of that setup, they got Asgrath's Bubble, Asgrath's Trinket. Coffin Dance are looking like they're in checkmate position. Big damage coming out from that dress onto Warrix. And Asgrath with the quick fingers is going to use that last defensive pool on that Hand of Sacrifice. But for Rezus, in another 20 seconds, he's going to have Karma. He just popped his Fort Brew, so he should have no problem staying alive until that point. And then he can basically shove the Touch of Karma offensively. Now Asgrath actually getting cleaved up a little bit here by Trem. You can see all this damage really adding up. Warwick's taking so much damage here, City might just go down.
Yeah, Diffuse Magic trades up for Rezus. He's trying to stabilize and stay on target. He doesn't want to have to Transcendence out of the fight. He has so much mobility, but he's risking his own life to stay on target. Leg sweep into the Fist of Fury. Trend in that Frost Nova by Alec. Full control on Trend. Beautiful crowd control by Alec right now. Really holding on and helping Walrix out. They bop off the Karma. They're going for the kill on Rezus. Lone Tar powers through with the Spirit Walker's Grace, but dampening is quite high. His healing surges don't seem like they're doing too much. They still have Spirit Link. They still have Darkness. They may need to consider it. Rezus is going to abandon the push. Leave Trend out there to his own devices, but Lone Tar's now caught in full polymorph. Trend gets swapped to in the Hammer of Justice. This could be a Trinket Darkness. Huge pressure over on the Trend. The stun ending in 1 more second. No Mortal Coil to follow it up, but they're still low on health. Lone Tar now locked down in a Hammer of Justice. They're trying to stay on target, but Trent is all on his own out here. Alec is Flurry comboing Rezus. He has to retreat away. Now Flurry combo over onto Trent. Huge Ice Lance dump onto Trent. I-beaming to get back into Metamorphosis and Leech Shield back into the fight. They just need to keep pushing. They imprison Asgrath 5 seconds away from his trinket. Metamorphosis pops off. Chaos Nova to follow up. Asgrath's Sacrifice slips through the cracks, stabilizing Walrix for a moment. Now Walrix has Dark Soul. He's got Mortal Coils. He goes for it, but a bit of an overlap. Lone Tar instantly dispels it. Reverse magic available. Trent ducks over, reverses the poly. Beautiful defense here by Coffin Dance. Now it's go, go, go. Get onto Walrix and close this game out. There's no answers for another 57 seconds.
And we'll see if they can actually get it done. I mean, Walrix, he does get topped off. Asgrath has a little bit mana left. But I would say Coffin Dance, they have a huge lead in that regard. If Rezus can hold on to his Touch of Karma, ooh, he might be able to survive. A full polymorph does land. Darkness trades out, and Walrix just gates away from the darkness. I really like that. Rezus could have just potentially ring-a-pieced him back into the darkness, then got full utilization of that, but Walrix is able to escape for just a little bit. Beautiful gateway usage. Now AWC, they have managed to recover once again with Fear onto Lone Tar, Mortal Coil onto Rezus. Rezus in some trouble, has to get dispelled and trade out that Touch of Karma, so slowly working through those cooldowns once again. But this is the problem. I mean, Coffin Dance, their cooldowns rotate up so frequently. I think that's what's so nice about the Windwalker Demon Hunter, and now this consistent pressure is really starting to add up. I mean, Asgrath, he has his wings up right now, but once that fades, his consistent healing is going to be really, really lowered. Rezus caught in the middle of the map, though. He might consider porting away at this point. Lone Tar might have to trade out the Spirit Link if Rezus can't run away, but it looks like they're just going for it. They realize they have so much pressure, they have so much momentum in the match. If they can just continuously interrupt Walrix, it might be difficult for Alec to cause the pressure he needs in this match. Hammer of Justice on the Lone Tar as they continue their push, but it is ABC who is way behind.
Another Hand of Sacrifice. Asgrath with these ineffable truths is the only reason why Warwick is still in this game. They got a DR poly here onto Lone Tar after that reversal from Trent right there. Now they need to live for a couple of more seconds, maybe set up a potential go here onto Rezus. He doesn't have karma. They need to get Rezus out of the middle of the map. Otherwise Warwick's going to fall. He uses the Unending Resolve. He tries to get some big hits here, but the big defensive cooldowns coming out from Rezus here. Fortifying Brew going to be activated, and he has Touch of Karma in about another 15 seconds. No Blessing of Protection there. Spirit Link gets dropped by Lone Tar. He gets caught up in a full shield. He trinkets out of it. Warwick with the Touch of Death taking. He's going to get Blessing of Protection, and Rezus is in so much trouble, but he won't have Blessing of Protection for that Karma. If Rezus can just live for a couple of more seconds, he should be able to get that out onto Warwick. He's rolling in for it. He looks for it out of that imprisonment. I can almost assume that he's going to use it the next time they get anything onto his healer here, but for now, he's sitting in that Earthen Wall Totem, and it's just looking like, once again, Coffin Dance, they dance with death, and they look death straight in the eye, and somehow, once again, Rez is still alive.
Oh, triple reverse magic by Tren, getting the entire team back onto target. Wind shear by Lone Tar. Concentrated flames coming in from the healer as well. Walrix is totally overwhelmed. Coffin Dance take game 1 against ABC, against a composition that I think we were all saying should be able to walk away with this, but nope, Coffin Dance pull it off.
Yeah, well done to them. Now they're up 1-0 for game number 1 in the second series of the day for Coffin Dance here. What do we think then? I mean, like, we didn't really expect them. We talked about Mage Lock, how it's such a difficult composition to be. We've seen teams consistently struggle against it here. Coffin Dance has now won game number 1 on Windwalker Demon Hunter. Do we feel like this is a good choice here? Or I guess a good composition then against ABC?
Well, I mean, yeah, this is looking great. The Demon Hunter, Windwalker, Shaman, they have a lot of cooldowns that they can rotate through. Their consistent pressure was absolutely amazing. Walrix really struggled to get off damage, and it was just Coffin Dance slowly whittling down ABC the entire game. But this kind of begs the question for me, is Paladin the best healer for this? I mean, sure, it's great you have Hammer of Justice, but yeah, just as often as you're getting those Hammer of Justice, they're getting reversed on you. And I think the problem is, Asgarath, as the game goes on, that consistent damage is really going to start taxing his mana. His defensive cooldowns, like the Blessing of Protection, the Blessing of Freedom, they're just getting purged off or dispelled by Tren. I feel like I would much rather see them play the Mistweaver Monk or even a Restoration Druid coming in from Asgarath. I think those 2 healer options would be a lot better than the Paladin against what we're seeing Coffin Dance run. Maybe I'm wrong about that. I don't think I am, but I just think overall that would be a lot more solid of an option for them, and maybe it was something we'll see in game number 2.
What about you, Subtees? Do you think is there a healer that you'd rather see Asgarath play going into game number 2?
I kind of think I'd rather see Ryken play Fire. Lone Tar's playing an essence that Alec, I keep mixing them up. I'd like to see Alec play Fire instead of Frost. The one thing that I think they didn't exploit enough is that Lone Tar was playing Concentrated Flame. So he didn't have Vitality Conduit, and he didn't have Conflict. And he was in the middle of the map a lot. They could have just Hammer of Justice in the middle of the map on Lone Tar and swapped to him a lot in that game. And they didn't punish him at all for that. I feel like Cloud9 on Mage Lock, they were just, when they fought Gareki and Gareki played Shaman, they were going after Shaman the whole time. And if you're playing Concentrated Flame on Shaman, I feel like Lone Tar should not have been able to get away with playing in the middle of the map as much as he did with the build he was running.
Do we think that this is going to be something that Coffin Dance will be able to continue to do for the rest of this series here, Zico, or is it just simply a matter of ABC maybe switching up their focus target and turning this around for them?
I think they're looking pretty good in this series, but honestly, I feel like if Mage Lock plays better, they should win this matchup. So I don't know. They're probably going to win the next game on a big map, and then I could see them winning like a game on a small map, and then winning a Tolvair game to finish it all out.
Yeah, and we can see on our screens as well, we have Lone Tar stats. He's played a Shaman, Restoration Shaman, and Mistweaver Monk, 44% win rate for both of them. Then, what do we think about these stats here coming from Lone Tar?
Well, I think the one thing that impresses me just looking at this is his interrupt rate and juke rate. I feel like those are some of the highest that we've seen overall. 87% effective interrupts, and faking 50% of the silences on him. Really good job there by Lone Tar. Obviously favoring the Restoration Shaman when he can, but having that flexibility of playing the Mistweaver Monk is definitely great for the different cleave setups that their team does bring. And I mean, if you're going to do something like play cleaves, at least do it right. And I would say Coffin Dance, they do it right. They have all the appropriate cleave compositions that they could possibly go for. And Coffin Dance on the small map, they are going to be locking in the Windwalker Demon Hunter Shaman once again. And ABC saying, all right, enough of this wizardry. It's time to tag in Nixie. And they are going to be playing that Rogue Mage Paladin. And we did see last week that ABC, they did a phenomenal job on that Rogue Mage Paladin. We'll see what they're going to be able to get done against Coffin Dance.
Yeah, both compositions locked here are going to hook point. Do you want to make any predictions? Who do you think we could see maybe come out here on top? Zico, do you think that this game is going to go similar to game number 1, or what can we expect from game number 2 here?
I think it's going to be more fast-paced. I think Rezus is a pretty good target for ABC. They could also swap to Lontar. I don't know. For Rogue Mage, you can basically kill anybody on the team of Coffin Dance. But for Coffin Dance, I would expect them to mainly be on that mage. Maybe they swap to Nixie if he's out of position, to try to one-shot him in a stun with Drests. But I think for the most part, they're going to be focusing on Alec.
Do we want to? You know what? You were spot on. Also with that dampening prediction last game, Zico. You predicted 0 to like 90. What was it? 96%. I mean, you were right there. You were right there. Do you think that it's going to be that same dampening again?
Yeah. I think yeah, between 0 and 85, 86%, somewhere there.
Okay, well, let's real talk. I mean, we saw how game number 1 go. Do we want to try and make maybe any more accurate prediction on how we can expect game number 2 to go in terms of dampening? What can we, once we go into deep dampening, if we do go into a deeper dampening, what's going to start happening to these teams then? Or do we see this ending before we get to that 5-minute mark?
I think there's a very real possibility that it ends before 5 minutes. I think just the nature of Rogue Mage Paladin and how like aggressive and all-any we've seen this team play. ABC, I think they're going to be looking to push the pace from start to finish, probably utilizing lots of different on-use trinkets and trying to just win and, 1 or 2 really, really clean setups. So we'll see if Coffin Dance can kind of diffuse that situation and how they kind of respond to the aggression from ABC on that Rogue Mage Paladin.
Here we go. The game has started. Lontar already stunned up. They're going after Rezus. They could go for aggressive Blessing and Protections here to remove the defense of the Windwalker. Rezus immediately transcendences. Alec blinks into line of sight. Nixie's chasing him down on the right. Rezus is avoiding Nixie quite excellently in this position. Lontar out of crowd control, but no, a blinding light to follow it up. Nixie just can't connect. Beautiful kiting. He shadow steps the flying serpent kick. Gets paralyzed before he can kidney. This is excellent defensive Windwalker play. Rezus just walks it off.
Very, very nice there from Rezus, and this is kind of the thing about Rezus. He is extremely good Windwalker, kind of undercover. People don't really know about him that much. He's not, maybe as known as some of the other Windwalkers like Chun-Li, but here in Europe, he has been a pillar of the Windwalker community for a long time now, and it looks like he hasn't lost a beat here. Rezus is still looking to set up here offensively, but he's going to get caught up in a kidney shot. Lontar drops the Earthen Wall Totem right before he gets Hammer of Justice into that Ring of Frost. Nice Ring of Peace there, almost for Rezus. Going to be enough, but he is going to use the Clash of Karma. Gets bopped off here. Rezus is in a little bit of trouble and roll back into the Earthen Wall Totem. So he trades the Karma for an early bop. I think it's not the worst case scenario. He didn't have to use his Fortified Brew or anything like that, so Rez is still going to look like he's in fighting form, but right now, they're just basically ignoring Alec and mainly going for Nixie. Lontar's going to trinket out of that blind, so Montar is an exposed target now as well.
Yeah, very real possibility we see Lontar go down. I mean, if Alec, Nixie, and Asgarath, they have enough damage, they have the proper on-use trinkets, they're definitely going to be able to take down Lontar. Less Tren reacts appropriately, so we're going to have to see potentially a Trinket Darkness coming in from Tren to help Lontar if they do decide to go after him, or we'll have to see if they consistently go after Rezus. Dragon's Breath, potential sheep coming in from Alec. He gets wind sheared and denied on the crowd control, and once again, Rezus going to just shrug off that attempt. Finally, a full polymorph is secured. Rezus is going to be running away. Alec trying to do big damage here with his combustion, and the darkness does get ripped out. And now, here is the opportunity where Lontar has no trinket, Tren has no darkness, but they're continuing to go after Rezus. Nice diffuse magic and fortifying brew on that kidney shot. He trinkets out as well. They're just going after Nixie, but at this point, ABC, they have a lot of different options. They could just go after Rezus, use Blessing of Protection potentially on that Karma, or they just go after Lontar, and there's really not too much that Coffin Dance can do to prevent that if he gets caught into a full stun and they have a Maledict. I think ABC is looking pretty good right now.
It's the blind, but it'll be lined up with Glaire's Medallion. Nice smoke bomb here on Rezus. Do they have damage to back it up? They may be able to force a Karma. Rezus not Karmaing. Reverse magic by Tren off to the side. Gets Lontar out of crowd control. Getting aggressive here. Double stun. Nixie trinkets immediately and feints the Fist of Fury damage. Really trying to maximize efficiency here as Asgarath sits through the remainder of that imprison. Lontar very far on the side is trying to max range incoming crowd control. Asgarath moving closer and closer. Looking to reset that Hammer of Justice with a couple of judgments. Topping off his rogue Nixie. Earthen Wall preemptively here by Lontar. Rezus needs to get ready to run. ABC are waiting for that Earthen Wall, and then they're going to clutch out for a stun. stun. Blind comes up in 1 second. There's a 10-second window. They can blind with no trinket. They go for the kidney shot first. They Dragon's Breath into a polymorph. No reverse magic available. Trent's Frost of it. It's 3 versus 1. Rezu's Transcendence is behind the fence. Nixie gets freedom back on target. Rezus protects himself with the Ring of Peace. Nixie goes around the side. Actually playing Concentrated Flame on Rogue. Actually, is that the first time I've ever seen Concentrated Flame Assassination Rogue? Asgrab paralyzed. Huge burst on a Nixie. Overextending too far. Rezus catches him and Tren kills him.
Look at him.
Coffin
Do you
dance up
see his
2-0. Yeah.
It's Tren's little smile at the end there.
That's Professor Tren once again with the correct dressed calculations here. You know, this guy, he has a weak aura that just flashes his whole screen when somebody's on like 50%. He's like redressed right now. If it's a double crit, it's like 5 damage overkill. Professor Tren, man, he always gets it right. First time they forget, next time he overextended and double dressed it.
You have experience, Zico.
Yes,
Sounds like you have experience.
I do have
First-hand experience.
I have been a victim of the Coffin dance song, sadly.
Is it a song? Didn't you say it was an actual song?
Yeah, it is.
Or am I?
It is, yeah.
What's the?
Ooh.
Okay.
So yeah, that was such a nice setup there, honestly. And the thing is, Asgroth actually had sacrifice, so there was like a split second he could have made that decision to use it. But I mean, you really can't blame him at that spot. He thought he was going to get a crowd control. He thought he would potentially get some healing out. But nice setup there by Coffin Dance, and now Coffin Dance. If you're ABC in this situation, what do you do? I mean,
yeah,
I think they should go back to Mage Lock personally and tag in a different healer than the Paladin. But they might not be feeling confident in either one of these matchups right now.
Yeah, I mean, Coffin Dance are looking so good. If you saw them play last weekend, they 3-0'd in that series against F2K, I think it was, and now they have the potential to 3-0 ABC. 3 out of 4 of those members are BlizzCon champions, and they're just looking absolutely on fire right now, Super Tees.
Yeah, I mean, the defensive rotation right now, Rezus really played that excellently. I mean, that map was picked to kill Rezus. It's not a really good monk map, but he used it so well to survive that. And that's probably one of the scariest compositions, I feel like, as a Windwalker. Rogue Mage with a Paladin to remove most of your defense. I just think the build was questionable by ABC. They were playing Concentrated Flame, they were playing Maledict and Double Claw, but going Windwalker, who has multiple ways to remove those effects. So I feel like the build was just a little bit weird from the side here. Maybe Nixie wanted Flame because he knew the Monk would kite, and he wanted that damage more frequently than the Reap. Maybe that's why. But it seemed like the build was a little bit odd. I never saw the Maledict or the Claws really getting too much value, so maybe changing their build slightly could be enough for them to pull off a win with the same comp.
Well, the pressure is certainly on the side of ABC here. If they lose this next game, they lose the series against Coffin Dance. We can take a look, though, at the stats that we see coming out of Asgarath on the side of ABC. It is their healer. We see 62% win rate on Mistweaver, 75% on Paladin. Of course, the play rate of 100%. Zico, what do we think about these stats from Asgarath?
Well, he is the healer here, so having 100% play rate might not be the most weirdest thing, you know, unless ABC want to play some triple deeps. But yeah, he's got pretty good win ratio here, 58%. And I think the big picture here is the Paladin win ratio. I think Asgarath, he for those who don't know, he is a Druid main. He won BlizzCon mainly playing Druid. I mean, he multiclassed quite a bit there as well, but Druid was his main, and that's kind of what he was known for in the PP community. And here we don't see him play it whatsoever. So he's really just kind of put the Druid on the bench, and I think that's why we're seeing so many Paladin games coming out of this game. Also, kudos to the posture. I like it. He's not doing the arms crossed, looking into like the Waz posture.
The Waz? That's Waz. That's just the Waz pose now?
I feel like that was
what we're calling it
before Waz was even born.
I feel like that's just the esports pose. They like to cross their arms.
It's
That's
like
true.
that in soccer too. I remember growing up in soccer,
Football.
pictures were always like that. Soccer.
Oh,
Football.
soccer.
You play it with your foot. Football.
Soccer.
Football is-
You're wearing socks.
Is that why? I don't think that's why it's called soccer.
It's called soccer because it's shortened from like the Association of Football or something. So they took association and shortened it to soccer. That's why. You're welcome, chat.
That's way more boring than
I'm
what
just dropping some random facts this weekend. But
Listen, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm from North America, and the only thing that makes sense is football. All right.
I mean,
sorry.
I'm not gonna lie. That makes way
You're just
more
agreeing with
sense
Zico
calling it
because you can
football.
never not agree with Zico.
That's not true.
Me?
We disagree all the time.
No, Ben.
We disagree all the time.
I don't think you do. Only if it's a mutual disagreement.
Okay, well, let's talk. Let's focus back on World of Warcraft.
Yeah, we
the reason why
can
we're here.
get back onto the draft here. Tiger's Peak has been locked in. Coffin Dance has locked in that Windwalker D. Demon Hunter once again. Lone Tar on that Resto Shaman ABC now. About 40 seconds left to pick their composition, and they once again are down 2-0 here against Coffin Dance. If they lose this next game, they lose the series. So pressure definitely on for these guys. And the question really is, what is their next move here, Zico? What comp do they pick? Do they switch their current pick in terms of build? I know Supatiz was maybe criticizing that just a little bit. Like, what do they do here for game number 3?
I think we're most likely going to see Romish Pally again. I don't think that's the best play, but I think that's what ABC are going to run with. I would like to see Mage Lock again. Yeah, there it is, Rogue Mage. So they're going to probably try to do the same thing, except, this time, basically the most important thing if you're ABC, you have to rotate Nixie's Trinket and Asgraph's Trinket. If they're both down at the same time, it's an instant bubble sack. Like, if Nixie's ever stunned with no Trinket, you just have to instantly respond because I think he was playing Maximum Gushing last series. So unless he swaps away from that, he is going to die extremely fast. They need to be quick with the Trinket evasion or the Trinket sacrifice.
Well, if you guys are watching from home, once again, I can remind chat, just go to awc.gcd.tv if you want to see the gear that any of these players in the current game are running here. Game should be starting soon while these teams sort of get their groups together here. Coffin Dance up 2-0 against ABC. And, ABC, they I feel like they had a pretty good run last weekend. They won both of their series, I think, pretty well. Do we feel like, though, that they might do a little bit better for some of these other teams that they may be facing in the coming weeks here, Zico?
I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. It feels like it's still kind of early to see just yet. I don't know. I think for ABC, they have the comps. It's like, it's so weird, I feel like are they practicing enough? I don't know. They have like all the comps and I know they have the individual skill, but like it just doesn't feel like things are clicking for them right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's something that we always talk about when we talk about ABC is like they're just kind of one of those teams that needs time maybe to ramp up throughout the season, and time will only tell how they end up. But the game here has started. It is Coffin Dance up 2-0 against ABC for game number 3.
I think
a lot on the
one
line.
thing. Yeah, definitely a lot on the line. But I think the one thing I really want to see ABC do more is go after Lone Tar. He just trinketed. Go after Lone Tar. The next setup, I think, should be cross crowd control on Tren, kidney shot Lone Tar into a Hammer of Justice. You use a Maledict and Kleptomania off the Ghost Wolf if he has it. And if you can just do that, the Shamans are really susceptible. I don't think he's playing Conflict and Strife. You said he was playing the Concentrated Flame. I think he is
back.
Okay, well, still, super vulnerable target on that Shaman. And I hope they do it. No, they're not. They're combusting Rezus once again, and Rezus is looking almost bulletproof right now on that Windwalker Monk, trading out the Touch of Karma, and it does look like it will be Blessing of Protection. Rezus uses Transcendence to get away, still has the Diffuse Magic, just going to be kiting around, and it does look like the Reverse Magic Spirit Link Totem is enough to keep Rezus in the fight.
That was
so
pretty
much
close.
Everything. I mean, they got Trigger from Lone Tar, Reverse from Tren, they got Karma, Fort Brew from Rezus. I feel like this is the best start we've seen so far, but in the meantime, Coffin Dance re-engaged, no Glaire's Medallion for Nixie, double stun lock, Asgrass slips his sacrifice in between, redirecting the damage. Now Coffin Dance switch targets to Alec. He temporal shields. It's a big temporal. Good timing. They are swapping to Lone Tar in this kidney shot. Will they be able to burst him down with that conflict and strife? He gets his astral shift up on very low health. They may need the darkness as well. Earthen Wall may not be enough. Lone Tar barely staying alive here in his defensive position. If he wasn't conflict and strife, he'd definitely be dead right now, but he does make it out alive. It's certainly not comfortable though. A match point. Paralyzed on Asgrath here with a stun up on Nixie, but no damage to be found during that. And that seems to be the setup window for Coffin Dance, is the Imprison of Trent on the Asgrath, or a Paralyze from Rezus on Asgrath, and then stun lock the Rogue during that Paralyze and try and burst down the Rogue. If they can keep repeating it, I think they can pull it off, but they are quite behind on cooldowns in this position.
Yeah, but Nixie has no trinket, and Asgrath has no trinket. Nixie might just get erased right there. There's a touch of death on him right now. They're looking for the double dress setup here, but luckily for them, they're not able to find it. And that early blind, due to the ineffable truth, is going to land onto Lontar, but they don't get any follow-up, so it's kind of just botched here. Lontar's going to have his trinket available if he does get swapped to. Rezus has his touch of karma, and a really dicey situation earlier for Coffin Dance. It looks like they have completely recovered here, and in fact, they actually have an opportunity to maybe swap to Asgrath and try to get his bubble. He is pretty squishy, playing all of those ineffable truths. Trent is going to go over there and stun him, but doesn't look like they want to actually commit there. Instead, we're going to see a sheep come over onto Lontar, gets reversed by Tran. Tran is just kind of, doing all the housekeeping right now before they can set up for that next push. And it looks like ABC is setting up for one onto Lontar as well here.
Yeah, Nixie getting a few bleeds on him, potentially televising it. They want to get a nice little Shadow Step kidney. We'll see if he's able to do it. There's the Shadow Step kidney. Big damage on the Lone Tar. Can they take him down? He has his trinket. He has the Astral Shift. He's not using it. He's not trading. Really relying on that Astral Shift, the Conflict and Strife to stay alive. And it looks like he's going to be able to get away with the Greed. Sometimes Greed is good. Paralyzed. And now Alec's going to get bursted down. That will be the Ice Block. And all of a sudden, things are looking dicey for both these teams. Lone Tar hasn't fully recovered. He does have his trinket, but there is no emergency cooldowns. And if ABC, they can connect with the Vendetta, which is rolling right now, they can get the combustion. I could see this Shaman just falling over.
This Ghost Wolf healing looks so strong. Alec blinks into Spell Steal the Ghost Wolf. Lone Tar gets bursted down, but Darkness of Trend protects him at the moment. Is he going to get overwhelmed through it? Gladiator's Maledict stacking up. He's silenced. Ring of Peace to try and protect Lone Tar as well. He's got Spirit Link Totem coming up in 5 seconds. He's so critically low. Is he going to Earthen Wall? He drops Earthen Wall. It might not be enough. He Grounding Totems as well to try and stabilize. An important note here is Alec has switched to full Gushing Wounds. That's a big risk because they got his Ice Block earlier, but it's been doing a ton of damage. Is it going to cost him his life? Oh my goodness! Insane damage, cauterize, sacrifice, everything here. I think Coffin Dance are realizing the fragile build that Alec is running, and now he could be a liability for ABC on match point.
Oh, Alec has no cooldowns left. The next thing they have is Bubble, but they don't have a sacrifice, so I'm not sure. I think they did commit the dress there, but next time Alec gets stunned, that could just be it. If they have cross crowd control here on Asgrath, but right now Rezus in a kidney shot, Trent is just there looking to play defense. Lontar caught up in a crowd control chain here, blind into Hammer of Justice. He's stopping Alec here on the polymorph, and they are able to keep Lontar out of that chain without using his trinket, which is very important. As you can see, Lontar is going to need that to potentially drop a Spirit Link if he gets swapped to again. And now they're looking to set up here onto Alec. Big damage. Lontar is already throwing out the purges here, looking to potentially try to get that temporal shield as soon as he can. Trent gets polyed. Lontar looking for a dispel there. Astral Shift actually getting used there preemptively, but he doesn't get stunned. And now the stun comes in, but Rezus is in a kidney shot. So they're actually going to CC Lontar here and go for Rezus. Nice reverse magic, and Rezus does get the touch of karma here. And now Alec is in the worst trouble here of his life. I think Dress might just be up any second here. Alec, what are you going to do? Divine Shield comes out from Asgrath. Hand of Sacrifice back once again because of that corruption that Asgrath is running. That ineffable truth, one cooldown after the other, is being forced though from Coffin Dance.
It is go time here for Coffin Dance. ABC is going to be looking to reverse the pressure. Maybe they can actually take down Lone Tar. He's got Trinket, Earthen Wall, Spirit Link, a lot of defense available. That's actually the last lifeline. Rezus with not a single defensive cooldown. They are just pushing the pace. They realize that Asgrath, he's got no tools left to work with. And because Alec has geared his character so offensively, they might be able to just burst him down, but a polymorph sneaks in. Nicely done there by Alec. Rezus forced to retreat. If he gets caught into a stun, it could be very scary. Immediately trinketing out. Still trying to continue this push, allowing Lone Tar to just help him out, but a Hammer of Justice comes in. Rezus might just fall. ABC looking to put a point on the board in this series. A smoke bomb drops down. Cheap shot on the Lone Tar. but it looks like Rezus will ultimately survive. That polymorph from Alec, definitely a bit peculiar, and that will free Rezus from, a scary situation and allow Coffin Dance to potentially get a bit more aggressive after this kidney shot.
Ooh, beautiful double stun, but Rezus isn't a kidney shot. They swap over to Nixie in the Fell Eruption. They imprison Asgrath. He breaks out and gets paralyzed on his trinket. Feint from Nixie, and Asgrath should be enough. Mana is starting to burn out on both sides here. Cooldowns are quite limited as well. It looks like Lontar's side is stabilizing, though. Darkness available. Spiritling Totem up. If they can just stay on target here, they should be able to win on momentum. Kidney shot on Rezus. Metamorphosis from Tren. He's really ramping up his damage here. Asgrath has to heal with no mana and basically no cooldowns. They just need to chase Alec down into the ground here. They're up 2 points. They should have confidence to take it from here. Reverse magic from Tren. Lontar is free. Triple stun lock combo by Coffin Dance. Alec reverses with a double Dragon's Breath counterspell, stabilizing for a moment. Avenging Wrath comes off cooldown. Asgrath pops that immediately, but look at his mana. He doesn't really have a lot to work with. He's charging forward for a Hammer of Justice. He trades out the sacrifice to go. Blinding Light onto the healer. Poly onto Tren. Tren trinkets out to use Darkness to stabilize Rezus, but will Darkness be enough here? Lontar is still locked down in crowd control for quite a long time. Now trading the Karma. They bop off the Karma. Maledict is ramping. He diffuses. He uses the Fort Brew. Trades out everything to stabilize here, but Lontar is still in crowd control. Triple stun out by Tren, but Rezus dips low. Spiritling Totem connects. Suddenly all the cooldowns that Confidence had in the lead have been blown out in one attempt. ABC refused to die.
That was Lontar just not trinketing the blind, and they had to pay for it with entire spellbook here of Rezus. He is going to have the trinkets for the next stun, so he should be able to survive that one, unless it connects right now. Nixie, he's looking for it. Rezus has a Maledict on him. What are you doing trying to heal right now? You just run, bro. He's going towards Lontar here, into the Earthen Wall Totem, into that safety net, and it looks like once again, Rezus has defied the laws of physics here in World of Warcraft and survived another one of those situations. And Asgrath has 0 mana left. He has Bubble and Sacrifice, but Lontar's getting swapped to full kidney shot. No trinket available, and Lontar surely is going to fall here. Tren has nothing, no darkness to help him. Somehow they find the swap and they take Lontar down at 21% dampening with 0 mana left on Asgrath.
Wow, well done by ABC here, about to win game number 3, potentially turning it around in this series for ABC. That is going to be a victory for them, and well done by them. I mean, they were just going so aggressive against Coffin Dance, and they held up for a pretty long time there as Supatees, but in the end it just wasn't enough, and ABC took game number 3.
Yeah, just cooldown mismanagement. I mean, I don't really blame them for thinking that they were maybe more ahead than they were. Like, they just dropped Darkness. They're thinking, all right, we use Darkness on this setup. We still got Trinket Spirit Link. You've got personal cooldowns. We'll be fine. And then they just got overwhelmed through Darkness, and that was because of the Maledicts. And this time they actually were all running Maledict, I believe, which is a big change. No, 2 Maledicts as opposed to 1. So they actually got really good value out of it. So slight build alteration. Also, Alec playing full Gushing Wounds provided them a ton of damage, so they could actually kill through Conflict and Strife. They ran the risk of dying themselves, but maybe it's almost a bait to go onto Alec. Maybe the Rogue is actually just the best target overall, because when they were going Rogue, they were pretty close to winning. Then they swapped Alec for a bit, and then they got really close to winning, and then they couldn't finish the game on Alec. So it seems a little bit odd there. Tren and Rezus and Lontar were so far ahead, and they just wanted to close it out, but ABC just refused to let them.
I mean, it kind of looked like they were going to be in trouble there in the beginning on the side of ABC. Alec almost going down with that full gushing, like you were just saying, Supatees. Do you think that that's going to be something that they're going to run again for game number 4 here in terms of Alec's build, or is Coffin Dance going to sort of learn from that and maybe fight back just a little bit more here for this next game, Ben?
Well, I think ABC, the thing they learned in that game was attack shamans. Like, I think that's the main vulnerability. I mean, going after Rezus was nice. It kept him defensive. He had to use a lot of defensive cooldowns, but ultimately, most of the kill attempts they had that were scary were just on Lontar. So I think Rogue Mage Paladins, they use Maledict, they use Kleptomania, they remove Ghostwolf. They have a great opportunity to attack and pressure shamans. And I think if we go to a game number 4 with that exact same matchup, I think it's going to be Lontar that's really, really pressured.
Yeah, and ABC looking to tie it up here 2-2 against Coffin Dance, potentially turning this series around for them, Zico. How likely do you think that is that they'll be able to pull that off?
Well, I think it's completely likely at this point. It's not like Coffin Dance are gonna secretly swap into their secret weapon here. I don't think. All they have on the bench, sadly, is just a warrior. So I feel like you're not that scared if you're ABC. For them, it's just all about executing, finding those win conditions again. Last game was definitely not that convincing. So maybe they're ramping up here. They have a small map.
So the draft was instant. It looks like both of these teams locked in their compositions almost instantly. Both insane amount of confidence from both sides going into this next game, Supatees. Can we infer anything from how quick that draft went by?
I mean, they both feel this is their best option. I don't think Mage Lock on this would have been an option for ABC. So just staying with the Rogue Mage, it worked there in the last game. Just keep staying alive, keep getting the setups. I'm curious to see how Coffin Dance want to rotate their cooldowns in this one in that deep dampening stage. During Maledicts, is it better for Rezus to just run rather than use Darkness and stand out in the open? Would it have been better for Lontar to just Trinket Spirit Link? Should Spirit Link be last or Darkness be last? There's like a couple cooldown rotations that they need to decide, because that time they tried Darkness first, it didn't feel too good. So maybe this time they try Spirit Link first, and that's what they're going to have to figure out. Other than that, I think sticking to one target maybe might be a better option. So if they're going to go Mage this time, if he's running Gushing, stay Mage the whole time. That way they don't need to worry about going back to Nixie, who then gets Evasion back or Cloak and Feint back, and then they've got Paladin cooldown cycling. I don't think you have enough time to swap. You need to be picking a target. So if ABC runs Gushing on everybody, then they need to be pressuring Alec start to finish.
And they did lock in Dalaran Sewers. That was Coffin Dance's map choice. What do we think about that, Ben? Do we see that becoming a factor at all going into this next game?
Yeah, I think Coffin Dance probably thinks this is their best map, but I think there's problems on Dalaran Sewers. First of all, I think it's going to be difficult for Rezus to potentially get away. I mean, it's a small map. Sure, on the Windwalk Monk, you're going to be able to kite quite a bit, but on the smaller map, it makes it actually a lot more difficult to get away. And on top of that, Lontar is always a Shadow Step kidney shot range away. So I think ABC, like I said, they found their target. They're going to be going after Lontar a lot more in this matchup, and it's really going to be up to Rezus and Trent to try to defuse that situation. And if they can't, I feel like it's almost an inevitability that Lontar ends up going down.
Yeah, and we're going to see if they are able to do so. The gates are open. The first hit comes in. Nixie going to Trinket right away as soon. But the dress was not committed here by Tren or Rezus. So the next time Nixie gets stunned, they could double dress him. So that's going to be a nice little small win condition for them. They could even use it onto Alec and try to force out Asgraf's Trinket. Just try to get ahead. Ooh, nice pre-karma there by Rezus. But it gets buffed off kind of late, though. It actually did get some value there. And I think Rezus is going to be able to just port away to safety, but Lontar did use his Trinket in that CC chain, so his Trinket will be lining up with the blind. Nixie, this could just be the Trinket sacrifice. No, Nixie actually is able to survive right there, but that was the potential, the double dress setup there. Didn't actually force Asgraf's Trinket, so not the greatest situation here for Coffin Dance.
Smoke bomb play here on the Rezus.
Nixie is playing Safeguard too. That's what kept him alive during that swap. So minor adaptations here from ABC. Rezus in a little bit of trouble right now using the Fist of Fury. Did he get the kidney shot? We'll see. Nixie now caught to a leg sweep. Once again getting bursted down. Very nicely done there by Coffin Dance. Well set up there by Rezus, baiting him behind the pillar, but Sacrifice connecting from Asgrath is going to be more than enough for Nixie to survive. But Trent actually going to pressure Asgrath a little bit. He's going to be taking some of that Sacrifice damage. Interrupt into a stun. If they get the Divine Shield, it's going to be massive. The Drestigath comes in. Trent making hero plays, getting his team way ahead.
Look at the smile on his face when he did that.
We did it. Nice plays here by Coffin Dance so far. Beautiful double stun lock combo. Paralyzed on Asgrath. Cap Totem out. The Cap Totem's down. Asgrath dodges the Cap Totem, moving to the left. Good timing on that. Lontar now getting swapped to. Nice spell steal on the Ghost Wolf. Huge follow-up. Big damage. Judgment. Darkness trades for Tren. Ring of Peace as well. Might be a bit overkill with Ring of Peace and the Darkness. Not a super big fan of that, but Lontar does survive the swap over to himself. His Astral shifts still for the Vendetta. Alec trying to sneak in with that Ring of Frost on the Lontar. Lontar line of sighting it. Rezus rolling over and interrupting Alec. In prison over onto Asgrath. Nixie evasions, but you can't dodge while stunned. Evasion's now faded. trying to push through, but a blind, that ineffable truth on Nixie getting a lot of value here. It's not lining up with Lone Star's Gladiator's Medallion. Now sapped out of the blind. Rezus on the run. He's silenced up. Maledict is stacked up. Sab gets Trinket. Spirit Link. Tren gets inside, but all three members are now low on health. They could cleave down multiple targets. That was Tren's Gladiator's Medallion in that push. They're switching to Lone Tar. He has to use Ascendance. Bounce his team back into the fight. Now they paralyze Asgarath. Feint activates for Nixie. It looks like it's going to be enough for him to survive. Double stun follow-up by Tren. Still trying to push ABC over the edge, but ABC are in a position where they could close this one out. No Gladiator's Medallion on Lone Tar. They could swap to Tren as well. They've got Tren pushed deep into enemy territory at the moment. They're just polymorphing him, crowd controlling, and getting back into, I would imagine it's going to be Lone Tar. Lone Tar trying to reposition away from the assault here. He's in Ghost Wolf. He's ready. Alec locking the ramp with a Ring of Frost. Interrupted on it. Big pressure onto Alec. They need to force Alec away. Lone Tar is going to be in a lot of trouble.
Oh, let's see it here. Lone Tar knows it though. He's in position. He gets Kleptomania on that Ghost Wolf, but Alec does not have that much damage. He's caught up in a paralyzed. They stun up Nixie. Nice diffuse here by Rezus and Tren. And that actually bought Rezus a little bit of time to get his cooldowns back. By the time the next kidney should be up for Nixie, Rezus should be in a pretty okay spot here. Dragon's Breath into Sheep, but he gets wind sheared nicely done there by Lone Tar. That 89% interrupt ratio going up even higher this game, it looks like. And you can see Rezus, it's still a little bit afraid here. He bounces Alec off of the wall, and Alec actually blinks in, fakes the wind. No, he does get wind sheared once again. And Nixie now in big trouble here. Asgraf realizes, runs in, drops the sacrifice. And here I'm curious, is Tren going to do the same thing that he did before? No, they swapped to Lone Tar, big damage here, but they could potentially swap to Asgraf with that sack damage. Tren is looking at him. That's how they forced the Divine Shield earlier, but it doesn't look like they have enough damage this time around. But still, Lone Tar is also able to survive that situation, so kind of a neutral situation here for both teams.
Yeah, I have Corruption going to be proccing on Lone Tar, and he is into a full blind with no trinket. They're going after Rezus. Touch of Death is rolling right now. Asgraf with no defensive cooldowns, really. Does get an Ineffable Truth proc, though, and let's see if he can get those cooldowns back up quickly. Sap out of the blind onto Lone Tar. Can they get his trinket? Lone Tar is really reluctant to trinket here because he knows they could make a swap on him, and he doesn't want to give the trinket for free unless they commit a lot of damage. So Reverse Magic's going to come in on the Hammer of Justice, and Lone Tar is able to sit the full blind, the full sap, into the Hammer of Justice. Incredibly well done by him and his team, and now he's not going to be feeling nearly as scared when ABC decides to potentially go him again in a kidney shot, as he will have trinket as a response. So really good read.
I'd love to see them bait Tren out in the open and swap to Tren, but right now they're committed to Rezus. No reverse magic, kidney shot secured. Rezus is in Earthen Wall, though. Lone Tar read that situation. Earthen Wall is bolstering Rezus' defense, allowing him to stand toe-to-toe with Nixie, now stunning him up with an imprisonment from Tren, forcing the Divine Shield from Asgarath. An important cooldown now out of the way once again from ABC, who are still on match point and potentially risk losing the series here. Lone Tar gets counterspelled. They're trying to swap to Lone Tar. He pre-astral shifts. Might have been a bit of a bait here by Nixie. He's just poking Lone Tar, trying to scare him, and he managed to scare him into using astral shift. They hex Alec. Double stun combo with Paralyze. They need a cap totem. Beautiful cap totem. Excellent execution. Great combo, and Coffin Dance close it out. 3-1.
Look at Tren! Look at Tren at the end there with the little corpse pose thing he was doing. My God, well played by Coffin Dance, beating ABC 3-1 in this round robin series for the second series of the day. Let's break that down, Skiko. How did they pull off that victory for game number 4?
Well, they learned from their mistakes here. Lone Tar was trinketing the blinds, and then they were peeling for him during those setups. A lot of it came down to that, and obviously a lot of individual skill here. A lot of these players, Tren forcing bubble on his own essentially, and things like that. But what ended up happening is that, first of all, Lone Tar in this setup right here is MVP. He purged the safeguard and he chained the stun. And the reason why it's so important to chain the stun here is because if Nixie comes out of the stun, then he's going to be able to activate his Cloak of Shadows, he's going to be activate his Feint, and just take basically less damage, and then that will give Asgarath the time that he needs to pick him back up. So they just played the objective game. They focused Alec, they looked for swaps to Nixie, they managed to catch him without trinket and overextended, and they're able to take out that PhD degree that Tren has in dressing people.
Yeah, well played by those guys. My question though is, Demon Hunter is not really something that we're seeing consistently played, or at least as much as we're seeing Tren on the side of Coffin Dance play it. Why do we Do we feel like that's going to do well here against other teams? This is round robin. They're going to have to play every other team in the AWC here. How do we feel like that's going to go up against some of these other teams that we may see in the upcoming weeks, Sven?
Well, I mean, here in this series, against at least against ABC, they were able to not only best Rogue Mage Paladin, looking good, they also did beat the Mage Warlock. So, I mean, you could make the argument that maybe ABC didn't play that great on the Mage Warlock. Maybe they did. Maybe Coffin Dance is just a really, really difficult opponent, and they have a great composition. The Windwalker, Demon Hunter, Restoration Shaman, maybe it is a solid answer into Mage Lock and Rogue Mage. And if that is the case and they can continue that success, then I would say that they're going to be looking good as this round robin goes on.
And we touched on it a little bit briefly before we went into that last game on the set of ABC, how they've been performing so far. What's something that you'd like to see them maybe improve on or maybe change up for their upcoming series in the upcoming weeks, Zico?
Well, I think for ABC, polish the Mage Lock a bit. And I don't know what the reason was for having Asgrath on the Pally, but let's get him on the Mistweaver. Like, come on, let's get with the times, you know. Mistweavers, you know, you guys watch Cloud9 games ever? Like, hello?
All right, well, time will tell. We'll see how those guys do. And now we're going to move to we are going to go to a break and then go to our next series. That's going to be Bergen Boys versus F2K MyWay. Before we head off for a second here, Subatees, anything you want to expect from these two teams for this next series?
I feel like the most is on the line for these two teams. They're both down 0-2 right now in terms of wins in the circuit. So getting a third win in a row, I mean, you're really running the wire there, and there's only better and better teams left in the circuit, so the pressure is on between these two.
Okay, guys, we'll stick around. We're going to go to a break, and when we come back, we're going to go to that series of Bergen Boys versus F2K MyWay. We'll be right back.
I think the quality of competition has been the highest it's ever been the entire year. This tournament is probably one of the hardest tournaments to win that has ever been played in WoW.
We know that those players are the best at their respective classes, and it's always a challenge to face them.
His Avenging Crusader just becomes available, but they dismantle it. They completely dismantle in game 2.
Chance falls and the Gosu crew are 1 game away.
Blizzo 10% health. What is going on? They actually hit it. Ring. Temporal shield is on the Wildcard Gaming. Blizzo is undoubtedly the best warrior in World of Warcraft.
Blizzo is an unstoppable force. Literally nothing can stop his roots. Nothing.
Grandmaster's gonna fall. Bomb dropped. Kidney shot on Blizzo. Massive damage. A big takedown. Wildcard Gaming and Arctic 2019. BlizzCon champions. MIM sets up for the kill. 1-star surge. 2-star surge.
Now another counter spell comes in though. That's a beautiful counter spell. Is there an execute? There is. And Wildcard Gaming upset the stock and go 1-up, 1 game away from the grand final.
Loss and Raikou, they just need a little bit more damage. He saps it, but Looney just can't make it there. Is he gonna stay alive? No! Black tie it up.
Cricket can't do anything. He has no cooldowns left. If Snuts is able to connect one more kidney shot, well done the shadow.
No way.
Starts it in the top 3.
Don't you ever put Snuts on the bench again!
Hello everyone, welcome back. We're now on our 3rd series of the day. That's going to be Bergen Boys versus F2K MyWay. But before we do start talking about that series, we do have another question from Twitter asked by you guys in the chat, and that's using that hashtag #AWC. So we can, if you ever want to participate in those, you can go to WoW Esports on Twitter, and we're constantly going to be tweeting out things that you guys can participate for in a chat, and you can ask us any questions that the casters, and I'll ask these guys here, and we're going to see what that question is soon here using hashtag #AWC. We're going to give you guys some time to think. Okay, apparently it's broken, but so we didn't get Sympathy's answer on the last one though. We can do that. Or we can ask the question, which expansion is your favorite in terms of PvP? Zico, start with you. I don't think so.
We got that yesterday, yeah.
Oh. Zico's muted!
Just ask.
Dude, you're not doing this.
I was on a roll. You know, I'm reclining. I'm having a relapse. Okay, guys. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
It's all good. You got this, man. You got it. Okay, you're unmuted now. You can restart your
Everyone
answer.
knew what your answer was, even though you were muted.
Well,
Probably.
because I answered it on a different show yesterday, so of course everybody knows because everyone was watching. But I would say my answer is Wrath of the Lich King. I'm a Wrath baby, you know. I've been playing this game for a really long time, and in fact, F2K is playing right now. I got rank 1 with their healer back then, so you know we go far way back, and you know I loved it. Playing RMP, I think that's when I was already like an established player, but I thought that's when the game was the most fun. It was the most competition, and I was learning the most as well.
Okay, good answer. Ven, what about you?
I have the same answer. The exact same answer. That's not fair. Yeah, for me, it was Wrath of the Lich King. I think, for a lot of different reasons, but I think for the most part, it was just, obviously I'm a mage, and the Wrath of the Lich King Frost Mage is my favorite design of it overall for PvP.
Okay, Super T's, you?
See, I feel like I have 3 favorite seasons. I don't necessarily have a favorite expansion. Like my top 3 seasons would be season 7. It's a debate between season 10 and season 11 because season 11 had a lot of shenanigans in it. But so it's probably season 7, season 10, and season 15 are my top 3. So which season was the most fun? And then that expansion, so that was Wrathkata Mop. Which was the most fun? Oh man, it's so hard.
looking up again.
I was way more competitive later on. Like I was like rank 1 duelist in Wrath, so I feel like people mostly pick the expansions they did the best in. So I still had a lot of fun in Season 7 though. I played Turbo, Enhanced Warrior, Resto Druid, but Kata Moonkin was so much fun, and then Mop was so much fun too, with all the bursty stuff you could do. I'm gonna say Season 15 just to be different. So Mop. Late
All right.
Mop.
Late map. Okay, good answers all around. Thank you to you guys for submitting those questions. We will have more of those throughout the weekend and throughout the BFA circuit. If you want to follow WoW Esports on Twitter, you can use that hashtag. Once again, that's AskAWC. So thank you guys for submitting your questions. Thank you to Peter for that one in particular. So let's start about this this upcoming series here. We have Bergen Boys versus F2K MyWay, two teams that we did see struggle in the first weekend, last weekend. What can we maybe expect from these two teams, Super T's, while we get into this game?
Jungle from F2K and nothing else, and probably only Priest. Then Bergen Boys, I get to cheat. I can look at it. They're gonna do Windwalker. Are they gonna do the Spite Net strategy?
Oh.
Do you remember Dilly's team? Do you think they're doing that? I need to look.
I would love that.
I don't think they're doing it.
Ooh. No, it doesn't look like they're gonna do it. But big motorcycles going out onto Munkard. He might just die instantly.
Oh my god!
And this is actually a
playbook. Straight from the Turtle playbook.
Oh,
This is the exact same matchup we witnessed last weekend. Literally the exact same matchup. F2K. That was a fast game. That was insanely quick.
That was the same opener as well. Exactly. The only thing missing is literally Dilly banging his chest like Tarzan.
I mean, we don't know. They could be doing that. We can't see the cams of the players. But okay, so for those that missed it, that was a 20-second game. We have a replay here. Zico, walk us through this.
All right, so the game is about to start, ladies and gentlemen. We got Joel moving in with that Warglaive, huh? I didn't remember seeing your class in TBC, but anyway, Monkarn gets stunned. One motorbike connects, bash into another motorbike here, and that is going to be good night, Monkarn. And the edge, so not sure about that.
Oof. Okay, so you don't like the Demon Hunter pick? Then,
no,
Zico?
I like the Demon Hunter pick. I don't know how I feel about Monkarn on the Demon Hunter pick, though.
Oh, jeez. Okay, all right.
Well,
so if we move into game...
seconds. This is like a record, man.
Wait, is that?
I think it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think when you're
up,
like,
so I don't know.
yeah, I think in general when you're playing against a jungle cleave and you see Dark Archangel and you see like a motorcycle gang coming at you from afar, like you have to react, and if you don't, you are going to die very, very quickly. So maybe that's just an inexperienced thing, but we are going to be watching the game for the third time. So you can kind of see what happens. It's going to be the Dark Archangel, motorcycles coming in, Maledict lands, and the only thing that's going to save Monkarn at this point is, a really quick Trinket Blur, Trinket Darkness, something like that. But F2K MyWay, they are going to be going up in this series, and I don't think this is a bad matchup for this cleave setup. They could run the exact same thing, and they could find victory. They just need to clean it up a bit defensively.
Yeah, so you don't think that every game then, Ben, is going to be 20 seconds long with a loss from Bergen Boys?
New record.
New record.
That would be the fastest series ever, for sure. So clean up maybe a little bit on the side, defensively on the side of Bergen Boys. Really? You don't think that if every game was 20 seconds and it was a 3-0?
Oh, that would be the fastest series. I thought you were saying that was the fastest game ever, and I was going to be like, no, I'm sorry.
No,
that's not true.
Ben's game is 3 global cooldowns long.
Oh.
Ben's game was literally Mount, Bloodlust, Wolves.
Dead. Yeah.
Dead.
Man, tough.
At least I got something.
By the way. Favorite expansion, by the way. Anyway, so should I go back to the Windwalker here with Monkarn? What do you guys think? Windwalker DK maybe?
I feel like that's not that safe in a jungle. Demon Hunter is definitely safer. You have to blur every stun or earthen wall every stun, and if you don't, you have to use a trinket. And they didn't pre-blur or pre-earthen, and they didn't trinket, so they lost. That's what it comes down to, and that was the same mistake that we saw from Mystery Org in NA into Turtle. Is like if you don't get a pre-blur, you don't get a pre-earthen wall, it's a trinket against jungle. There's just no way around it.
Are they just going to try? I mean, is that repeatable for the rest of the series on the side of F2K MyWay, or is Bergen Boys just, now that they have one game under their belt against that, is this just going to be something that can counter pretty consistently?
Well, I think it's something that's definitely repeatable. I mean, F2K MyWay playing Jungle Cleave. This is a very explosive composition, and they're experts at it. One of the best in Europe for sure. And I think if there's going to be any jungle that's going to be willing to kind of exploit people underusing cooldowns or like finding kill opportunities, it's definitely going to be them. So for the Bergen Boys, definitely going to be a scary matchup, but it is going to be the exact same thing. Bergen Boys running that Frost DK, Demon Hunter Shaman, and F2K MyWay implementing that jungle cleave. Now, here's something we saw last weekend from Dilly's team playing this exact same matchup was the Tracker's Net Spites on, like, they could do that on the Burley, and there's really nothing Burley could do about it. So I think if F2K MyWay wanted to run that as an option, I think Burley would really struggle in this matchup. But maybe they'll just feel it out, go after Monkarn again, and if they need to, bring in some spite shenanigans a little bit later on in the series, they can.
Do they continue going after Monkart then on the side of Bergen Boys, or do you think they might switch their focus target here, Zico?
Well, if they play the spite strategy and go, then they should go Burley, because they want to Tracker's Net Burley and drop a spites on him, and then they want to trap him, and then they want to, so I think if they are playing the spites,
definitely
Burley.
spite.
But if they're not playing the spites because they weren't last game, right? They could just go for something similar where you CC Burley and you take Monkarn down. The thing that I feel like, I gotta say this is I don't think Monkarn should die at least before dampening, in this matchup. If he plays his defense correctly, if he even last game he could have gotten away with using nothing if he was just talented to auto blur. Now you actually wouldn't have to use anything, or if you just played safeguard. There's so many different things he could have done to just completely get away. So I feel like that's the most scary situation as well, when the entire team are using all of their cooldowns. So I don't know. I think if F2K MyWay aren't using spites, this is going to be a rough matchup. And I think it's all going to come down to Monkarn on that Demon Hunter. Has he practiced it enough? Is he solid enough on it?
Do you want to take guesses on time for game number 2?
I will go ahead and say 6 minutes and 13 seconds. F2K MyWay loses.
Okay, well, gates are open here. Game number 2, F2K MyWay 1-0 against Bergen Boys.
Still running the double remote guidance device, double Maledix, so double on use here from the side of F2K. Already getting onto Hydra, so the Bergen Boys in a good position, securing 1 mana rift right off the bat. Pre-Earthen Wall Totem is down, but it has now faded. Nice triple stun lock, and Monkarn trinkets right away, but gets stunned on his trinket. He's totally getting shut down. He activates Blur. He gets Safeguard proc there as well. That was not a clean defensive start for the Bergen Boys. You only want to be using that Gliders Medallion alongside the Darkness. A Cyclone sneaks in onto Burley, trying to develop more pressure, but I don't think a Cyclone is long enough. Hydra now needs to kind of thwart away the attackers, repositioning out of Burley's line of sight, trying to bait him in range potentially for more crowd control as well. Cyclone attempts here from Tony, gets imprisoned and grounded on it. Nice defense there, denying the Cyclones. Burley still right on top of Hydra, getting ready for the next attack. If they land a trap here before the Earthen, it could be devastating. Even a Trinket Link. Earthen's coming up, and one, he gets trapped before the Earthen. This could be a Trinket Link if they're not careful. 1 remote guidance device, huge burst combo damage. Trinket, nice, into the fear. Beautiful fear timing by Hydra. A Cyclone at low health as well. That Glider's Maledict is still stacking up. They switch the Cyclone over. Nice combo. Can they finish Monkarn off here, interrupting him instantly on the I-beam? Ascendance pops for Burley. He's still incredibly low on health despite all of the defense. Burley's trying to fake out Kasu's interrupt. He just can't fake him out. Full stun, triple blind, trying to reverse it and stay in the fight, but if they get a freezing trap over here, pretty much game over. They're waiting for the Earthen Wall. This next freezing trap could be the end of the game. Still no Gliders Medallion for 40 seconds.
They're stacking up for fear here. Hydra could just go for it if he wants to. No, they're going to get the Cyclone. That's going to be the beginning of the chain. Monkarn, what are you going to do here? Preemptive Darkness here. Caster's looking for the freezing trap. But actually, I think Hydra should just go for a big fear here into a DR trap. And there it is. He gets gripped into the fear. No, into the trap, actually. And I don't think they're going to have enough damage, though. Monkarn is going to come out of there. He gets a big shield. I think I'm not sure what that shield was. I think that was a trinket or something, but Monkarn does get the Vitality Conduit before Burley gets feared there, and that is the only reason why he's alive. That was the checkmate position, and now Bergen boys are going to have their cooldowns rotating back up, and Hydra, you have about 3 minutes and I would say 43 seconds before you are and dead, my friend.
Don't even know if it's that long. It's been 2 minutes into the game, 2.5 minutes, and he's already down to around 30% mana. So, total. Okay, well, we'll see what Hydra's going to be able to get done, and we'll see if the Bergen boys can hold on. I mean, there's been some absolute panic moments in this match so far. We'll see if they get the proper rotations. Hydra gets gripped in once again. There's the trap, the stun. Monkarn, immediate trinket reverse magic. Okay, so Monkarn doing a much better job. Heads up play in terms of defensive cooldowns, and now they can continue this assault onto Hydra, and Hydra is falling way behind. This is an absolute nightmare for Hydra in this situation. He is just getting mana rifted over and over. Cyclone onto Burley, though, and Monkarn with no real defense pre-pops his blur just to continue this assault onto Hydra, but Hydra's managing to hold on, and I get the feeling that F2K MyWay might actually score a kill here on Monkarn if they can get one more clean setup.
Oh, Bash, where's the freezing trap? No freezing trap. They're stabilizing Monkarn here, but Glaire's Maldic knocked out of the defense. Hydra repositions. He's out in midfield with Dark Archangel, big penance damage. Machimba's bandages for Monkarn. We haven't seen that since like Season 1 BFA. Monkarn running that tank trinket, soaking up some hits. Burley getting Cycloned with no trinket, but there's no stun. I don't think Monkarn's in too much trouble. Nice double Chaos Nova. Huge pressure on Hydra. If they land some interrupts in a row here, Hydra could just fall over. He fakes out the Mind Freeze. He fakes out the Disrupt, but does not fake out the Wind Shear. Goes for a penance. Now should be able to free cast. His whole team being rotted down to the chill streak pressure of the Frost Death Knight. Tony's desperate, trying to trade out some Cyclones here onto Monkarn. Slow down the Mana Rift assault, buy a little bit more time because there's no more Gladiator's medallions, but Earthenwald Totem is down preemptively. They still need to wait for that defense to fade. They need to catch Monkarn with no blur. They catch him with no blur! They have to kill Monkarn in this stun lock. Do they have enough damage to do it? No, blur now activates. Monkarn should be more than enough to stay alive with the blur. Freezing trap ending in 1 more second. Reverse for the next one. Maybe not Bash, but Chimba's bandages. This shield is massive on Monkarn. Yeah. Vitality Conduit along with those bandages. Monkarn back in the fight. Look at Hydra. No mana left pretty much.
Yep, that Mishimba Trinket is what saved him the other close call that Monkarn had, and at this point Hydra is basically running through the clock. The next time he gets stunned, it's going to be a pain suppression. There it is. And now he is going to go to 0 mana because of that mana rift. He doesn't have fear. He's playing that 1 minute cooldown fear. This is the Dark Archangel. He might have the knockback, and that's about it. I don't think he's sitting on the fear right now. They get the Cyclone instead because he does not have it. Hydra gets gripped away, but they might be able to kill him anyway with the motorbike from downtown. Kasu snipes him, and that was an incredibly close game right there. Hydra had quite literally 0 mana. After that setup right there, Hydra was over. It was over for him. He had no cooldowns, he had no trinkets, he had no mana. They just needed to survive there, but kudos to FTK MyWay, finding the kill opportunity with that final setup and making it count.
Yeah, well done to them. Now they're up 2-0 here against Bergen boys. Bergen boys were holding it off them off just a little bit better in game number 2 here. Venruki, what was the major difference between game number 1 and game number 2 on the side of Bergen boys?
Well, I mean, Monkarn, he opted for a lot more defense in terms of his trinkets, the Machimba's bandages, the safeguard, gave him a lot more flexibility to survive, but it ended up the same result. Vroom, vroom, boom from the motorcycles, and Burley in crowd control, Monkarn getting hit by those trinkets. F2K MyWay sneaks away with another win, and that was a really close game, but like I said, I mean, Kazu, Tony, Hydra, these guys are very experienced with this composition. They're going to be able to get those kind of rinse-repeat setups and eventually find those one-shot kills. That game looked a lot better for Monkarn, Joel, and Burley, but I'm still not convinced that they're going to be able to get a win in this one. They're going to have to clean it up defensively just a little bit more, and I'm actually curious if Monkarn, was he playing full versatility in that matchup to survive those setups? Because it kind of feels to me, let's see. Was. All right, so he's actually going full versatility. I was going to say that seems to be the best option. Conflict and Strife, full versatility, all these defensive trinkets, because it really feels like their win condition is kind of just survive. Survive as long as you can, get the mana rifts, and eventually you just get Hydra out of mana and win. I honestly really like the Spite strategy we saw a Mystery Team pull off with, so maybe we could see Joel, Monkarn, and Burley try to implement the Spite to kind of spice things up in this particular matchup, just to really catch Hydra off guard.
Yeah, F2K MyWay absolutely on fire in this 2-0 series. Now Bergen boys only one loss away from losing the series. They're now on to choose their map. F2K MyWay will then choose their composition into this draft here. Zico, what's their next move for Bergen boys? I mean, what do they need to do if we want to see them pull off a win for game number 3? What do you think?
I feel like what they were doing, it worked. They just need to, have a better DH, I guess. Like, I don't know. Play a little, better defensively. Like, I feel like when we were watching Lontar and Tran, obviously this is a little unfair to Monkarn because, he's a Windwalker main and Tran is a DH main. But, like, just to kind of showcase the difference between, how good someone who mains it is compared to someone who's just picking it up. We didn't really see any cracks in the armor there, every single time, preemptive earthen wall, preemptive blur, preemptive earthen wall, preemptive blur, reverse magic in between, when they were facing off against AWC. And you have to have that Demon Hunter Shaman synergy because if Burley gets sheeped and Monkarn gets stunned and they don't have an earthen wall down or they don't have a blur down, those 1 minute basically big defensives that the Bergen boys have, they're gonna have to use trinkets, and if they catch them with 2 trinkets down, it's a win for F2K MyWay. That's what they're trying to build up for the entire game.
Now we do see both compositions locked in here for the draft. For Bergen boys, going to be going back to Windwalker DK, Monkarn back on the Monk. What do we think about this? Do we like this decision if they're going for a more of a comfort pick here, Supatis?
I think Demon Hunter is better. Unless F2K does that spite strategy, then Monk is probably better. But we saw even Trill struggling against Turtle in North America. This is exactly what happened, other than no spites in NA, where we saw the Demon Hunter Death Knight substituted out for the Windwalker Death Knight. So Monkarn's going to need to be really careful. He's going to be basically just running most of the game. And F2K MyWay, they really know how to get a kill. I mean, running double on use trinkets. This is going to be tough when you're on match point now. So at least Monkarn's got the comfort of it being his main. So he's going to know how to rotate through his personals a lot better than what he was able to do on the Demon Hunter. They do have that going for them, but Windwalker Death Knight hasn't been looking too great so far in the circuit play. So I feel like they're going to be at a bit of a disadvantage.
What do you think, Fen? I mean, this is a comp that they're a little bit more comfortable with on the side of Bergen boys, or do you think that it might be just better for them to put Monkarn back on that Demon Hunter, even though he may not be as comfortable with it as we saw in game number 1 and 2?
Well, so the one really nice thing about the Demon Hunter is you have reverse magic. Reverse magic to be able to reverse a fear, reverse a trap. Just allows Burley a lot more freedom in the game to actually get at those heals, the earthen wall totems. It's actually really important. And like Supatis said, Trill, even on that Windwalker Monk, very vulnerable to going down to a jungle cleave. So I think Monkarn, he's going to have to play a very solid game. Defensively, he can't make any mistakes, and if he's ever caught out of position, I guarantee you F2K MyWay is going to be able to capitalize on that. So for Bergen boys, defensively, they cannot make a single mistake if they want to stay in the series. Otherwise, I think F2K MyWay is going to be walking away with this one.
We saw F2K MyWay last weekend did struggle a little bit in their series with that jungle composition. Do you feel like maybe they're on the up a little bit, like maybe they put in some more practice and they're just looking a little bit better in terms of gameplay, or is this just a better matchup for them, Supatis?
I don't know if it would... I don't feel like it's an amazing matchup. I think the matchup should actually be a little bit stressful for them, a lot more than it is looking at the moment. I mean, that last game was a better representation of it, with Hydra basically being on 0 mana. But they came into this as a 3-player roster and basically one composition option only. So they kind of just... That's what they should have been expecting, right? Like, it's going to be an uphill battle. The mage lock teams are going to be borderline impossible for them. If they're not pulling off wins against the teams that aren't mage locks, then it's pretty much all hope is lost. So they are in a good spot right now to get at least one win in the circuit against the Bergen boys. They just need to do it one more time.
I mean, that's something that we should talk about as well. They're the only team in the BFA circuit currently that has 3 players on their roster. Everybody else does have a full roster of 4 people, and they don't really have too much flexibility or range in terms of composition. And that is a really good point, Zico. It just puts you at quite a bit of a disadvantage when going up against some of those other teams.
Yeah, and I mean, they're not only the only teams that run, a 3-man roster, but they're also the only two teams who haven't won a single game. So I feel like those two kind of go hand in hand. But the good news is...
That's not fair.
The good news is one of them is going to walk away from here with a win. So, how's
God.
that not fair?
What a
They're playing
prediction!
one comp and these are the statistics, man. I don't make them.
Yeah, but for the F2K MyWay, their only other series was against the Jungle Mirror, which was like the closest, best series we've seen so far. So I don't know if that's really been their hindrance so far, to be fair to them. But yeah, there might be a correlation with that. I think for the most part, I mean, when we talk about even a team like nLite and they have Kara on their roster, it's nice that they have Kara. I mean, Kara's a phenomenal player. There's no question about it. Let's get all the nice pleasantries out of the way. Kara's phenomenal. He's great. But the thing is, no classes really work that well with a jungle. So, like, you have jungle, and there's not really a fourth you can bring on that's going to give you a bunch of comp diversity and comp options, unfortunately. It just seems like hunters have one good composition. That's with a feral. Ferals basically have one good composition, and that's with a hunter that we've seen so far.
Yeah, it kind of feels like jungle teams in general, they don't have diversity, and the people who have a hunter in their team also don't really use him, like Golden Guardians. Like, I think, when was the last time we saw Jelly actually play a game on his hunter? Like,
Probably
Jelly.
2 years ago?
Yeah, BlizzCon 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Something like that, right? I mean, he's probably the best hunter. Like, he's insane, But doesn't have any comp to run with his team. Like, before they had they had Hunter Rogue at least, right? But now they didn't really have that.
Yeah, and were reformed when they were dominating in the spring finals with their jungle comp. They, I think later on in the series, tried to play a little bit of RMP, and they didn't really see too much success there as well. However, the game here is ready. Game number 3, F2K MyWay 2-0 up against Bergen Boys.
Okay, let's see if they can close it out here. Bergen Boys would be down 3 losses in circuit play already. That would be devastating. They need a reverse sweep with that Windwalker Death Knight, the classic composition that they've been running in a lot of the tournaments, but just not finding their stride just yet. So let's see what they can get done here against F2K MyWay. Already starting things off explosively with that remote guidance device. Monkarn activating that Machimbas, absorbing a lot of damage here, but they're cutting through it. Triple Psychic Scream. Beautiful follow-up by F2K. They're gunning down for more, and they're going to get karma from Monkarn as well. Monkarn doesn't seem to care. He's just going all-out offense, counter-aggression onto Hydra. He may regret that. Now switching back to the pillar, getting that portal down. And he needs to get ready for the next freezing trap. Are they just going to trade Trinket Link on the next trap? I mean, Monkarn's going to be a lot of trouble. He's already retreating away. Now they switch to Joel. I love that swap to the Death Knight. Keep the pressure going onto whatever's nearby. Waste some of his runic power, at least on those Death Strikes. And now F2K have to make a choice. Are they going to push in, get aggressive? Are they going to maybe try and drink, even though the Hydra's such high on mana in this situation in the future? Try and reset. It will be difficult. That Ghoul chasing him down. Hydra's moving in with the feathers. Pre-Earthen Wall Totem by Burley. F2K MyWay just need to wait for that defense, and they could really push through here for a Spirit Link or maybe even a win.
Yeah, they're going to look to Masters Call Hydra and potentially just send him in there to fear somebody. I don't know if he's playing knock or not. The Tony goes for the kick, which means the chain is started. Hydra's looking for the fear. They get the stun. They get the stun onto Monkarn. Hydra's in position. He gets a triple fear on Monkarn's port. Casu is in position for the trap. There it is. And Casu gets paralyzed. Monkarn takes a huge chomp to the face. The Spirit Link gets instant Hydra with the knock, and he knocks him out of the... He knocked him out of the Vitality Conduit range. And look at that. That little Nax robe that has Morgan as well, by the way. It's not available on the action models. He has that from OG Classic. What a nice fear. What a nice knock. I mean, this guy is as old as most people at this point. But he's just looking like
He's as old as most people.
I was gonna say Ricky, but I changed it last second.
Oh man.
Whatever, man.
I'm sorry.
Wait, is Venruki the oldest on the desk?
Oh yeah, 100%.
I think he is.
He's the only 30 plus on the desk, right?
I dinged 30 this year.
Dinged 30 like a month
Congrats.
ago.
I unlocked a few new talent points, but definitely getting up there. But absolute pleasure. I mean, Hydra with his beautiful play, like you said, he knocks him out of the Earthen Wall Totem, and that's all it took. I mean, for F2K MyWay, it was 2 setups. The first setup, Monkarn used everything. Fort Brew. He used his Touch of Karma. The next setup, Burley trinketed. He used Spirit Link. He used Vitality Conduit, and they died anyways.
Look at the score. Look at Hydra's damage. Look at Monkarn's damage.
Well, Monkarn just had to run. That's the problem with the Windwalker Monk, is you're just dead. So, I think this comp can work. but I just feel like, I don't know, it's a lot more scary. I think the Demon Hunter version is significantly better, to be honest, and I feel like if Monkarn had been as good at his Demon Hunter as he is on his Windwalker Monk, it probably could have been a different outcome. But F2K, they're going to be picking up their first win, and it's got to be a good feeling for them.
Is there a disco
Yeah.
ball in your room, Aya?
It's like a crystal thing that I have hanging up in my window. So when the sun hits it, it like casts these cute little rainbows everywhere. So yeah.
Cool.
Thank you. But yeah, absolutely well done to FTK MyWay in that 3-0 against Bergen boys. Now we're going to be moving on to our last European series of the day. That's going to be Wildcard Gaming versus Enlite. That's another jungle team. What can we expect from this next series, Zico?
Well, I think this next series, guys, is going to be a nail biter on the side of Enlite. We are going to most likely see another jungle. And on the side of Wildcard Gaming, your guess is as good as mine, but could be anything
Turbo
from
time.
Could be turbo time. Yeah, that's true.
Oh, yeah.
It could be Fire Mage Ellie. We're just gonna have to wait and see, guys, and you guys are just gonna have to stay tuned here, right, Aya?
Right. Thank you, Zico. We will have to stay tuned. We are going to go to a break, and we'll come back to that Wildcard Gaming versus Enlite series. So stick around. We'll be right back. Thank you so much.
CMD's ice block. Can they push for it? Ironbark, when he gets caught on a polymorph, the Ironbark may not matter. 10 seconds away, 8 seconds away for it. Can they gun down for the kill? Conrad's about to trigger. 4 seconds away, 3 seconds away, 2 seconds, 1 second.
Oh my goodness! Oh my god! My heart is still racing from that ice block. To be careful, they need to keep the heals going for just a little bit longer. Looney has his trinket available, but that means blind is also available. I'd love to see him just trinkets. He needs to keep his DK in the fight. DR blind, Waz is pushing for the kill. Does he have enough vanish? Garou, do they have the polymorph? It doesn't look like it just yet. Even the Vivify is coming in, but it will not be enough. Method Black go through to the grand final.
Hello everyone, welcome back. We're now on our last European series of the day before we head into the NA games. That's going to be Wildcard Gaming versus nLite. We just saw a jungle team 3-0 Bergen boys, and now we're coming to another jungle team against Wildcard Gaming. That's nLite versus Wildcard Gaming, of course. Stupidties, how do you think that this match is going to go? Do you think that we're going to maybe see a repeat of what we saw last series?
Well, no, I don't think nLite will stop Wildcard Gaming. Like we just saw F2K stomp Bergen boys. That's definitely not happening. In the past, so we've seen the cup stage. This is when we saw Enhancement Shaman actually start getting play, was a counter to the Disc Priest jungle. So we talked about it before the break. That's an option for Wildcard Gaming to bring in Blizzo, bring in Zeepai, bring in the Turbo Cleave. Aside from that, I feel like any Holy Paladin spell cleave is a good option, and they have many of those too. So this is going to be a difficult series for nLite.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see Wildcard Gaming get beat in a 3-0 anytime soon as well, Supatees. Ven, before we went to the break, we had, what is that? Aya has trained the rainbows in her room to dance.
Is that a meme from something? What is that from?
It's because of my, I don't know, maybe.
It's because of the disco lamp, I think.
It's because of my little
Yeah,
prison.
that's the reason, but I'm wondering if...
It's
Okay,
just
it's
a
not
crystal,
meme.
it's not a disco lamp. Don't be
Disco eyes
lamp.
after the games today.
Disco Crystal sounds cool, though.
Disco crystal.
I'm trying to imagine a disco with only crystals making the disco lights.
It is a crystal,
Wouldn't
kind
that
of.
be
I mean,
awesome?
not really. I don't know. Anyway,
We need the light and the crystals.
Okay, so Wildcard Gaming, do we want to make any guesses? This is a team that has like quite a large variance in compositions, especially when compared to nLite here. Venriki, do you want to take any guesses as to what we may see them play going into this blind?
My guess is Turbo. I think we might actually see the Arms Warrior be brought in. I think, is that actually the debut of an Arms Warrior in this round robin? It definitely could be with Blizzo.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Yeah, so potentially a Warrior debut is what I think is going to happen. We're going to see Looney play the Paladin, and more than likely Zeepai on the Enhancement Shaman or Elemental Shaman, and that just seemed like a really solid composition for them against the Jungle Cleave, and they were one of the first teams that said, even though this is a Mistweaver meta and Mistweaver monks were insanely powerful, they brought in the Paladin against the jungle, and that's something that a lot of teams in Europe started picking up, and I think that's why a lot of the jungles started struggling against many of the teams, is because of that Paladin pick. So I'd be really surprised if we didn't see Looney play that in this series.
And we can take a look at the compositions that we've seen Wildcard Gaming, what their stats are currently. This is a team that we have seen do super well during these AWC Cups here. What do we think about their stats?
Is that the only 100% win rate? I'm pretty sure it's in the
for
jungle.
6 games too.
Yeah,
Like-
it's into jungle.
Their history tells you that they should play that comp. Like nothing about that comp got worse, I think, with the changes in that matchup. So maybe they don't want to break their 100% win rate, but that has
I'm sure
to
they
be,
care a lot about that.
That has to be a go-to.
Well, if they do play that comp, how do you think it's going to do against jungle Supatees?
I think it's going to do really well. I think Paladin in general is just a good answer. Its cooldowns constantly deal with those burst windows from jungle, and that comp specifically, it makes what is normally a fragile class, the Enhancement Shaman, really durable. Just get in there for purges, and then the Warrior sustain pressure, cleave damage, mortal wounds effect. I mean, it's just a standard kind of run down the priest if you want. You can do whatever, really. You could play defensive, attack, DPS. It's just got great sustained cleave pressure, can last a long time, and win on mana as well.
All right, well, the game is starting
They
here.
didn't do it.
Wildcard Gaming versus Enlite, game number 1.
All right,
Yep.
it looks like
Well-
we have. Oh, you got one.
Oh,
Introduce
thank
us.
you very much, Zico. Yeah, it looks like we are going to be having Looney play the Paladin, Blizzo on the Windwalker Monk, and Maro on the Fire Mage. So this is a composition that started getting popular in North America, but I think there's lots of vulnerabilities, and they're actually going after Blizzo. Big damage on Blizzo. He gets the Karma off, and unfortunately won't be able to trade. And it looks like Blizzo's actually going to be going after Zuniaki, although I get the feeling that they're not going to be able to put out too much pressure on this Priest. As to his last, I don't know if I like this composition from Wildcard Gaming. Definitely gonna have to see how this one plays out, but I just feel like Blizzo and Maro, they're great targets for Facile and Cassidy to go after. Maybe they can get some big one-shots onto Zuniaki. They're actually spiting him. Big spite setup here onto Zuniaki, and I don't mind this, that's for sure. I think if Zuniaki gets caught into these combos, he already had to trade the pain
He's just
suppression,
standing
and he's
in it.
going to be very susceptible to being taken down. Maro Kleptomania immediately on that Master's Call, and Wildcard Gaming, they obviously came in with a game plan, and now I like this composition a lot more.
Barriers down. Zuniaki's still struggling.
Oh!
He's just outright dead. A thing from beyond, I think, spawned there. He cleansed it, but he's still just so low. And how that barrier is about to fall. He desperate prayers. Goes for the Rapture-powered shields. Gets counterspelled on Shadow Men. Line of sighting here and trying to recover. But more things from beyond? How high is his corruption right now? I mean, the next fight, he's pretty much done. All they have to do is crowd control the pet and prevent it from using Master's Call, and I think they're going to totally overload Zuniaki.
Wait, Zuni has 14 stacks right now somehow, in spite of him.
Still?
Yeah, his stacks are
No, it's just I have
finally-
corruption, not spite.
Oh, okay. He had an high rock. I was so confused. So Zuni now.
Here it is,
comes
here
the
it is,
spikes.
here it
There
is.
it is. Paralyzed.
The pet's in crowd
blind.
control.
Oh, the pet's in the Nova behind the pillar. He gets sheeped, he gets ringed, he gets hodged. He look at the
Goodbye.
stacks.
Goodbye.
Play the Coffin dance song. Let's go.
Vitality? He died through Vitality. He was that overloaded.
Yep.
Oh, man.
So, yeah, originally looking at those compositions, I was like, how are they going to win? I don't think they're going to be able to take down Zuniaki, but, you know, when you use the Blinding Light, you use the Dragon's Breath, you use the Hammer of Justice, the Leg Sweep, Polymorph, and keep Zuniaki in the spite, and you just immediately Kleptomania. Kleptomania is such a good talent for mages. You can just immediately remove the Master's Call, which is the only way Zuniaki would be able to survive, and they really punished him on that Priest, and I don't even know what they can do about this. Like, I don't even know if there's anything Zuniaki can really change. What is he gonna do? Yeah, maybe. Oh, I guess he could play Paladin. He could play Mistweaver Monk, but I don't know if he can keep playing Priest. I feel like if he keeps playing Priest, Wildcard Gaming has found an answer. They found the answer.
All right, well, Wildcard Gaming up 1-0 against nLite. I want for the next game you guys to look at Zuni's camera. Did you see? I swear he just
Yeah,
took all of
plants.
the plants in his apartment and like put them behind him. But we do have the replay from that last game here, Zico.
Yeah, and there it is. Paralyze, triple spite, and look at the pet as well. The pet is blinded right now, so they're spamming Master's Calls, but they can't use it. And the pet is still in that blind. How long does that blind last on the pet? Now he can finally use Master's Call. He's going to, but
It walks
no,
into a ring.
It walks into a ring. So they can't use a Master's Call this entire time. Zuni has max stacks right now, and there's just nothing he can do. Like at that point, you are
Literally.
in the biggest checkmate position that you could possibly be in. Like the Coffin Dance song was already playing in my head while I was casting that part.
Yeah, what a solid way to start out this series too for on the side of Wildcard Gaming. Do you think though that this is going to be something they can sustain and potentially send nLite out of this series with a 3-0 here, Supertees?
I don't know. It's Zuni. I don't want to count Zuni out.
True.
I feel like if he's got his Paladin practiced, that could be a good way to just counter the spite. I think Paladin would do pretty good in this matchup too. I'm wondering if other matchups like Paladin Jungle wouldn't do that great, but this one it seems like it would be okay. You got just Blinding Light instead of Fear, play Ineffable Truth, reduce its cooldown. Seems like it would work. So this next, if they lock Windwalker Mage, I would like to see Zuniagi switch to Paladin.
And if they do switch to Paladin, do you think that's like puts them at like an even match in terms of composition, or is that just? Do we think that's going to be enough there, Ben?
I'm not sure. It all depends on how well Zuniaki plays the Paladin. I think it's an option. I don't know if they can really run anything else. I mean, maybe when we talked about it earlier on, maybe this is where they bring in Kara. You bring in the freedom from the Paladin, and that might be enough to help them win this one. I don't know if I'm convinced of that, but I think Wildcard Gaming with the Spice strategy on the Priest, I think jungle is really susceptible to that. And the Wildcard Gaming, I think they brought the right composition, they brought the right strategy, and nLite's going to have to adapt. I feel like if they don't adapt, they're going to lose this series. So we have to see something different besides the Discipline Priest jungle, because I really don't think there's anything they can do about it. It's all instant crowd control that sets it up. You can't really do anything. You can maybe premonition the paralyze or something like that, but it's just so unreliable to get out of that.
Yeah, and you know what? This is the AWC. Anything is possible. We've definitely seen teams turn around in these tough situations where we maybe didn't think that they had too many options and then pull it off with a win here. But I know Ven said maybe we see Kara come out off the bench here at Super T's, but I know how you feel about that. What would you think if they decided to do that?
Come off the bench and go into the grave. That's about. I mean, they just don't play Spite and they just kill the Ret Paladin. I feel like there's no way. It has to be Holy Pally. No Ret Pally.
I think Kara's been practicing his Holy Pally.
Well, Zuni, I'm pretty sure can play Paladin. I'm 99% sure he can play Paladin. So it's more or less does Paladin work in the matchup, which I feel like it should. Like you can bop off. You probably go Monk if you want. Go Monk. You've got bop off Karma. You've got cross crowd control for the Mage. You can just Hodge the Mage when you're Hunter and Feral move in to CC the other Paladin. I feel like it wouldn't be bad. Like Holy Paladin jungle in this specific matchup. You got a counter to the Spite option. You've got a good kill target on the Monk. You have great crowd control. You have a Holy Paladin with Ineffable. You can never go wrong with that. I feel like it's not a bad option as long as he can play Paladin at a decent level.
If we do see them bring out that Holy Paladin, then what's their win conditions, Ego? What's their strat going into this game?
If they play Holy Pal jungle,
yeah,
it would pretty much be the same thing. Like the big weakness from the Holy Pal jungle is that the Mage becomes a worse target than if you have a Priest, because you have dispels, but you're not going to be doing too much on the Mage. But you could still take down the Windwalker, and you could still maybe go on the enemy Holy Paladin, but I think mainly it's got to be the Windwalker. You get traps and try to bop the Karma, use Maledicts, chase him down, see if you can catch Blizzo. But I'm not even sold that that they were going to run the same comp again.
I actually, thinking more and more about it, I don't like the Holy Pally jungle. I don't think it would be that good. I think all of a sudden you lose your ability to remove Blessing of Protection. You don't, or Blessing of Freedom. So they're going to have that as a safety net. You can't dispel, the Blazing Barriers, the Temporal Shield. You lose that on Dark Archangel. And not only that, the Paladin has no way to defend himself like a Priest does to Mage crowd control. So I think he's going to be a lot more susceptible to be put in polymorphs. And I don't know if it would work out for them. I don't really know what they can do right now. They're probably scratching their heads, just like us, because I mean, if they could run the Priest jungle, that's going to be their best option. Wildcard Gaming, they're going to be locking in the exact same thing. Even Maro and Blizzo, they're playing the Mecha Gnome, so taking a page from Gelu for that kind of like cheat death cauterize effect on that Mecha Gnome to make sure that they're not getting gibbed by the the very fast, big burst comp like jungle. And as long as they can get these rinse repeat setups on Zuniaki, I feel like it's going to be pain suppression, and then it's going to be dead in setups, and that's why I feel like nLite has to switch it up. But I thinking about it, I don't even know what composition they could run into this.
Yeah, well, nLite only has about 30 seconds left to pick their composition here for the draft. They did lock in Blackroot Cold, Wildcard Gaming playing that Windwalker Mage, nLite now locking in jungle with Zuni on the Disc Priest Ven.
I'm really surprised about this. I mean, I'm curious to see what they come up with, because they need to have an answer for the Spite, and I don't know if they do. Like, I just don't know how you can avoid the setup. Like, it's just instant crowd control into triple Spite and double stuns, and I don't know. nLite, they obviously have something up their sleeves in this one, and if they don't, I think it's going to be a very similar story to what we saw in game number 1.
Yeah, Zuni locking in that Disc Priest, not one that I don't think we discussed during this break here between games, Super T's. What do you think? Do you think that we can maybe take a guess as to what they're thinking with this choice?
How are you going to stop Spite? You've got Master's Call. It's pre-Void Elf the Paralyze. That's such a Zuni thing. He could play Ripple in Time. Pre-Ripple in Time.
Ripple in Time is actually a good... I'm not even joking. I think Ripple in Time is actually a good idea. Although, I don't know if it is, because the thing is, like, even if you get out of Spite, the damage is done. Like, you Paralyze, Triple Spite, Blinding Light, Polymorph, and then let's say, best case scenario, you get out of the Hammer of Justice, you're still maximum corruption. And I don't know.
What if they counter Spite? What if they just Spite on top of Zuni when they're doing the setup? And they
Was
trap
the answer
Zuni?
to Spite more Spites? It could be.
I think so. It wasn't an A last week, so I feel like if you're Enlite, you got to be playing those Spites yourself now, right? And just drop them on Zuni, like little protective barriers on the ground.
6 Spites, 1 arena. Is that what we're about to witness?
Yeah, floor is lava. Let's go. Gates are open. We got Windwalker, Fire Mage, Holy Paladin versus Disc Priest Jungle. Game number 2 on Black Rook Hold, which is the map choice of Enlite. Enlite here loves to go to this map. They got a trap here potentially onto Looney. Stun into trap. Blizzo in trouble. What are you gonna do here, Blizzo? Kick onto Morrow. And no stun onto Blizzo. Did he Fist of Fury this stun, or maybe just use that preemptive?
Oh no!
Didn't want to go for it, but now Zuni is getting destroyed. They got a Ring of Frost onto Cassidy and the pet, so no Master's Calls available, but no Spites here.
They didn't even need to. They baited him. I think they baited him
suppression.
Paint suppression.
They didn't really bait him. It was touch of death. I mean, it was a good amount of damage. It wasn't a horrible trade from Zuniaki, but I'm gonna quickly take a look and see, are they even running Spite again? Yeah, they definitely are. So the next setup on Zuni is gonna be absolutely horrifying. If Blizzo can survive, he needs to survive a little bit longer. He's getting so low. He gets out the Touch of Karma, and now going after Zuniaki once again. Let's see what they can get. Paralyzed on Zuniaki, or sorry, a Spearhand Strike into a full leg sweep. Zuniaki is gonna be in a lot of trouble, and they're actually hiding the fact that they're playing Spite this game. They're waiting. Actually, no, they're not. Blizzard's not playing Spite this game. They don't even have it. So, not opting to go for that, which is kind of bizarre to me because I feel like there's nothing Zuniaki can really do about it. And I think Morrow's actually playing. Oh, he's not. Okay, so no Spite this game.
No, Looney has it. Looney didn't get the memo.
No, Looney doesn't. If you refresh it.
No, he doesn't.
Oh, yeah.
He doesn't. They're playing Claws. Okay.
Okay.
Just playing normal build on the side of Wildcard Gaming, even after just blowing Zuniaki out in that first game. I wouldn't say that it's not looking... It's looking good for them even without it. I mean, they got Paint Suppression in one attempt. They got Vitality in the next. They get Barrier here. Swap over to Looney. Interesting strategy here from nLite going after the healer themselves. If they can get a Mass Dispel on the Divine Shield, not going to find it. Looney's powerhouse healing with that Avenging Wrath going to be more than enough. Charging in on top of Zuniaki, getting ready for another attack. Will Zuniaki be able to survive the onslaught? Fists of Fury are flying. It's not even combustion. Zuni's being absolutely overwhelmed. Vitality Conduit activates. He goes for the Shadowman, gets interrupted, follows up with a Penance, desperately trying to stabilize here, but Blizzo gets bopped to stay on target and train down the Disciplined Priest. Zuniaki finally restabilizing back to full health, but mana-wise, not so good.
Definitely not the best situation here for him, but they have managed to force out, some Blessing of Protection, some sacks. So the next time they can get something going, they could potentially look to take Blizzo down before he gets his trinket back, though. But they would have to go very, very quickly. Zuni's moving in for the fear. They get the stun. Looney trinkets out of the stun into a potential fear here or a potential trap. He gets the full fear. The seal is looking for the trap here. Blizzo has a Touch of Karma, though. I'm just expecting to trade it out here onto Zuni. If he has to. Doesn't look like they have the damage to follow it up. Actually, they're going for Morrow instead, but Morrow, he didn't even need to use, he didn't even have Temporal Shield, but even if he had it, he wouldn't have had to use it. They got a full Hammer of Justice here. Blizzo's there with the Fist of Fury. Do they have any interrupts here for Zuni? Maybe a little leg sweep here. Blizzo's holding on to it for now. It doesn't maybe want to waste it here on that DR. And I think they're just playing the mana game at this point on the side of Wildcard Gaming. They just want to run Zuni out of mana as quickly as possible. And so far, it's looking very likely to happen. But big swap here onto Blizzo, trap onto Looney. Blizzo's going to need to port away here. He's trying to shut down Zuni from getting that fear. They do get the fear. Blizzo trinket, Touch of Karma immediately. And now Zuni is in a massive trouble here, man.
Oh, he absolutely is. I mean, Zuniaki took off tons of corruption in this matchup. He's actually at minus 19 corruption instead of 39 the last game. So playing at, a bit of a versatility loss. Blizzo, though, taking some damage as well. The sacrifice comes in. Nice mind control from Zuniaki as nLite is getting control of this game. I don't know how much longer Zuniaki has to live, though. If Wildcard Gaming can stabilize, they can definitely turn this around, but that is a big if. Looney's going to have to trade his Divine Shield here. There's absolutely no way. Blizzo uses the Fortifying Brew. He's trying to reconnect. He actually portals away, and he might be able to hold on. Looney actually holds on to the Divine Shield. This is a minor victory here for Wildcard Gaming, but Blizzo could still just fall down.
That Fort Brew got so much value from Blizzo. Really the only reason he's even alive at this point, but maybe for not much longer. Zuni's Avenging Wrath comes up soon, but now he's skull bashed on his heel, and they're having a hard time getting back to Zuni. Blizzo charges in to go for it. Reckless abandon. They go for the Blessing of Protection. Can Zuni get a Dispel? No, he's stun locked up. Blizzo's going to recover Facile and a Polymorph. Zuniaki in a ton of trouble here. Leg sweep to follow up. Gunning down, trying to take out Zuni. Huge pressure. He's got Barrier, but Dressigat drops. He's trying to hold on with only Conduit. Going for Shadow Mend. Interrupted. Follows up with Penance. Good combo to maintain his mana. And he does restabilize, running into the Ring of Frost with a Premonition. Now on Polymorph diminishing return, Zuniaki could charge into midfield. Mind control on the Mage, trap on the Paladin, stun onto the Windwalker. Beautiful crowd control here by nLite as they look to battle back in game number 2, but Blizzo's Karma just came back and is available. Looney has Avenging Wrath. He should be able to pull Blizzo back into the fight, but he actually gets feared up by Zuni. Maybe not. Blizzo in a lot of trouble, still has to trade Karma on top of it. A small victory for nLite. Ring of Peace on the barrier, but Zuniaki positions against the wall. Unfortunately, I think he's right on the edge of it. Perfect positioning by Zuniaki. Desperate Prayer activates, trying to get those Depths of Shadows. Shadow Men's restabilizing with barely any mana left. He's running negative Corruption to try and deal with Spite that's not even being played. Wildcard Gaming with sick mind game strategies in this series. Zuniaki is playing incredibly far from behind.
Oh, Zuni has about 5% mana left in the tank. They got one more opportunity here onto Blizzo. Preemptive Fort Brew once again by Blizzo. He gets the leg sweep here onto Facile as well, buying himself time. There's the Hammer of Justice, and I don't know if Zuni's going to be able to survive this. Moro's there, the Pyroblast connecting, the Dragon's Breath. So much damage. Moro's going for the Sheep. He gets the silence there from the Hunter. Zuni is going to be able to stabilize once again with the Vitality Conduit and that Rapture, but they are running out of time, and they are running out of time very, very quickly here. Looney in a full trap. Looney actually preemptive sacrifice on that trap. Now Looney is the target. He pre-tops himself before he gets stunned there, and Cassidy and Facile, they're going to abandon the push onto Looney. Looney's going to have time to heal up his teammates. Vitality Conduit before the Hammer of Justice by Zuni, but is it going to be enough? That is the question here. So much damage coming out of Blizzo here with that Windwalker doing that Fist of Fury, but Zuni, once again, because of that preemptive play, looks like he's going to be alive, but he has no way of topping himself up here. Pain Suppression ready in a couple of seconds. Could be, no, I think he's going to hold on to it for the next stun. So Zuni, I think, has about 2 more stuns left in him before he falls over. Now, nLite needs to make something happen quickly.
Oh, they definitely do. Looney in a trap. Can they get it done? There's the full fear. Blizzo still. He has the touch of Karma, and they're still just all over Zuni. There's a stun. Blizzo. He can't underreact. What a scary situation. He holds onto the Karma, though, a little bit greedy. I feel like I would have just trinket Karma there instantly, but really having faith in Looney. And the heals incoming. Blizzo manages to hold on now, continuing to push. Zuniaki almost completely tapped on mana. Maro, it's really difficult for Maro to actually connect to his target right now. The full Hammer of Justice lands, and they might just be able to kill through Pain Suppression. Zuniaki gets Dragon's Breath on his first heal. Looks like the Vitality Conduit will be enough. And I mean, that's the thing. If they don't get really good consistent damage and good interrupts, Vitality Conduit will rotate back up. The Ring of Peace gets used. Zuniaki with no powered barrier, not going to be able to really take advantage of that preemptive Ring of Peace. And still, Wildcard Gaming are continuing the aggression, and Zuniaki may have ran out of time.
Yeah, 0 mana left, 0 cooldowns left. Hammer of Justice is down. Zuniaki holds on by a thread. Dragon's Breath into leg sweep. Blizzo closing it out here with Rising Sun Kick. Wildcard Gaming, man. This was a sick strategy to go in with this series. Play Spite, blow Zuniaki out of the water, scare him into taking off his Corruption. Game number 2, don't even wear Spite, and then Zuniaki's just playing with such a massive deficit in stats that he can't keep up with the pressure. Wildcard Gaming came prepared for this.
Yeah, Wildcard Gaming up 2-0 now in this series, playing so cleanly. And I just gotta wonder what kind of headspace nLite is in now after these 2 losses here. We can talk about that in a second. Let's go over this replay though, Ben.
I mean, we can see it. Dampening is just stacking up. Zuniaki, I mean, he's done a great job surviving so far, but it's too little too late. The damage is completely overwhelming. Dragon's Breath, leg sweep out of the Hammer of Justice. They still have multiple interrupts available. And Zuniaki, he just falls behind, gets overwhelmed from the lack of versatility. And honestly, I mean, even though he didn't have that much versatility, he still survived greatly until he was, completely tapped on resources. So I think for Blizzo, Maro, and Looney, their strategy is really, really strong. And the one nice thing about going after the priest like this is it really allows Maro to kind of exploit Cassidy and Facile. So you can get double Dragon's Breath on Cassidy and Facile, put them into Polymorphs, put them into Ring of Frosts, and that way Zuniaki gets caught in these situations where it's basically a 1 versus 3. I think it's interesting to see that in Europe they're starting to adapt this composition, because it's something we've seen play out quite a bit in North America, and now even the European teams are starting to kind of utilize the strength of it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and like I was saying, that nLite, they're kind of doing everything they can here. They don't have much else that they can really do in terms of composition, and now they're down 2-0 against Wildcard Gaming, and I just gotta wonder what kind of headspace they're in, like I was saying before, Zico, with their backs up against the wall like this.
Well, at this point, I think they're getting a little desperate, so we might see Zuni on a different healer, like a H-Pal, Mistweaver, but obviously they're not picking that in the first and second game, so maybe not what they want to be going for. But I think at this point you got to switch something up, right? You tried twice winning with the priest jungle, and it just didn't work. So I think going for the third time would be not so wise.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Wildcard playing super well, obviously up 2-0 against nLite. And, nLite, we saw them win one series last weekend, lose one series last weekend. Now they may lose the series against Wildcard Gaming. It's just going to be a seriously uphill battle for nLite if they want to try and turn this a game around here, Supatees. What do they have left? What can they do for game number 3? Or do you think this just might be hopeless on the side of nLite?
Well, it's like Zuni, he starts the game and he can wear his corruption, but then if Wildcard plays Spite, then he's just going to get destroyed. But then if he goes in and he doesn't wear corruption, can he live long enough or get enough pressure out as well to be able to win without the corruption? It's like this huge gamble that he's taking here, and Wildcard Gaming hold all of the cards. Like I feel like if Zuniaki wears corruption and they don't Spite, is it really that bad for them? Maybe it is. It could actually be really bad. So this entire game and maybe the series could just come down to what build they have coming out of the gate. Does Wildcard Gaming not have Spite and Zuniaki wears corruption? Then Zuniaki's team can win. If Zuniaki doesn't wear corruption, Wildcard Gaming don't wear Spite, Wildcard Gaming are going to win. And it actually might just be that factor alone between these teams.
All right, nLite has locked in Ashmane's Fall, Wildcard Gaming locking in Windwalker Mage once again, nLite gonna keep Zuni on that Disc Priest and with that jungle. Now that we have both comps on the board as well as the map here, then do we have maybe a more of an idea of what we can expect coming out of this next game?
Well, I think we already can pretty much expect, we already know what we're going to expect. I think Wildcard Gaming is going to sit on Zuniaki the whole game. Maybe they're wearing Spite, maybe they're not. Doesn't seem to really matter that much. I mean, for Zuniaki, he's got definitely he's got a big question in his mind right now. Do I use enough corruption or don't I? If he makes the wrong call, he's probably gonna lose. Even if he makes the right call, he might still lose. So I think for nLite, they're in a really, really difficult situation. But we've seen them battle it back from really, really difficult spots in the past and basically pull miracles out of their hat. So we'll see if they can do it. Wildcard Gaming definitely looking good. The Windwalker Fire Mage Paladin seems to be a pretty good answer into jungle, just sitting on the priest. We'll have to see if Zuniaki can handle the pressure and if Cassie and Facile can find the damage they need to force Wildcard Gaming into a defensive position. If they can't, and Maro and Blizzo can just sit on target with the stuns, I think Zuniaki's going to be in a lot of trouble.
Mm-hmm. And this is something that makes Wildcard Gaming such a strong team. They're faced with these situations that it seems like they always just come back with these super strong, consistent answers against basically any situation that are put in front of them. That's why we see them so successful in the AWC Cups and why we're seeing them do so well in this series right now up against nLite, Zico.
Yeah, and I think that it's just jungle is one of those comps where you can overcome a lot of setups by just knowing your strategy, how you want to gear, how you want to approach the matchup. Do you want to play long game, do you want to play short game? So it's very similar to like a rogue mage in that sense. If you can kind of figure out how to beat everything, you have a decent shot. But I feel like jungle right now, there's just certain matchups where you literally cannot do anything, like mage lock. So I don't know. Mm-hmm. I feel like it's a little bit dependent on what the meta is and who their opponent is. I think Wildcard is probably the worst beast for nLite to face as well. So I don't think they were maybe expecting to win here. Maybe like one game, but definitely not the series, I don't think.
And, you know, it's something that we touched on a little bit as well in that last series. It seems like for whatever reason, jungle teams kind of don't really have any strong comps that would be at least as strong as their main composition on jungle. Do we have any idea as to why? Is that just a coincidence with the current jungle teams that we're seeing with, you know, Turtle, F2K, and Enlite as well? Or is there just, I don't know, what's the reason behind that? Can we take any guess?
That's like a weird point, actually. How many ferals are good multiclassers, and then how many good multiclassers also multiclass feral? Like, I feel maybe feral's just not useful, and that's why the multiclassers don't play feral.
Well, here's a better question. What other comp than jungle can you play with a hunter? If you have a hunter main on your roster,
Shadow Priest Hunter is like, okay.
Oh, is it? I mean, why don't we see Golden Guardians play it once if it's so good?
Yeah. I don't know about the scatter play. Is that what it's called? Scatter play?
Yeah.
Either way, doesn't matter. We are in game here. Wildcard versus nLite. Full trap onto Looney. Blizzo taking quite a beating here. He's gonna greed his trinket and use that fourth brew right there at the end of it. Zuni actually getting sheeped here. Looks like they want to go after Cassidy. Zuni prems the sheep, and they do get a little bit of damage here on the Cassidy, but I do think he preemptively survival instinct that setup right there. So now I do believe they want to go after Zuni here and start laying down the law, Ben.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to quickly look if they are playing Spite, and they actually are not. And let's see what Zuniaki's doing once again. Kind of been baited into running under corruption, so he's at minus 19 once again. I guess the one plus side is he doesn't have to deal with his eye of corruption. I mean, that's kind of nice. Full fear now over onto Looney, and let's see if they can really capitalize on it. The full trap comes in. Blizzo with not too many defensive cooldowns gets paralyzed on Cassidy. Interrupt on Zuniaki as he continues to push the pace. Motorcycle, vroom vroom. Oh, it's kind of a lackluster boom there, but Blizzo manages to hold on. The blessing and protection from Looney more than enough for Blizzo to continue this push. And if you look, Zuniaki is doing quite a good job right now with his mana. Now we're actually getting a full polymorph onto Zuniaki. Premonitions it, very nicely done. Zuniaki has been on point in this matchup. This is a really difficult matchup for a Priest to play in, but he's doing a great job so far.
See if you can keep it up here on match point. They need to reverse sweep Wildcard Gaming. Wildcard Gaming won 3 out of 4 of the cup stages before this circuit, so they're definitely a dominating force. Zuniaki currently stun locked up here and counterspelled. Really trying to lay in the pressure, but not finding too much damage. Zuniaki's charging into midfield, looking for a Psychic Scream, gets caught in a polymorph. They're switching their damage over to Cassidy, but Blizzo's on the back foot, currently bashed up while Looney's in a trap. Huge Dressing Gap drop! Blizzo almost flops! He may just fall over! Blessing and Protection barely comes in the nick of time. The pressure from nLite this time around is a lot higher, and that was a close call.
That was a really nice setup there. That was the second Blessing of Protection, and Blizzard's going to have his Karma now, so he's going to be okay for a little while, but that could have easily just been the game. Blizzard ported and lived on literally like 5-10%, so still signs of life here being shown by nLite. Zuni looking for the fear, but he's going to need a Master's Call or something on Looney. They get a trap here. Zuni actually gets sheep, so he's not going to be able to find the fear at the end of the trap here. Maru's doing a great job. He actually gets a nice Dragon's Breath there onto Zuni, into the Hammer of Justice, and that's going to prevent him from using that Vitality Conduit, and that's going to make it so that he drops extremely low here in the Stunlock combo by Blizzo and Maru. He still might need to use that Touch of Karma. Blizzo needs to be careful. Stun onto Looney, but no trap to follow it up. Blizzo feels safe enough to push forward, and he does have that Karma, so he should be pretty safe. But now he gets stunned up here. Full trap onto Looney. Nice Dragon's Breath ring by Maru. Might actually save Blizzo from using that Karma altogether. Wow, what a play. And he snipes a sheep as well. Maru really heating up in this game, Ben.
Yep, and we'll see. I really like what Wildcard Gaming is doing. You can't really train down a Discipline Priest. You kind of have to kill him in burst windows. So just playing really, really defensive between their goes, I think, is an intelligent option. But a lot more pressure on Blizzo in this game as a sacrifice does trade out. Blizzo finally reconnecting to his target. Big leg sweep coming in. Let's see if they have the damage to follow it up. Preemptive Vitality Conduit from Zuniaki. He's full HP after the leg sweep and Hammer of Justice. Zuniaki just doing a phenomenal job, even premonitioning the polymorph there. Ring of Peace knocks them away. They're
Whoa.
trying to deny the fear, but it is going to be a Trinket, Fortifying Brew, and Karma. Zuniaki gets interrupted. Cassidy now taking a bit of damage, but I don't really see Cassidy going down in this matchup unless they can find a really, really beautiful setup. Blizzo's in a lot of trouble. Luna gets interrupted, and Blizzo now is on the run. nLite playing this one out beautifully.
Nice turbo fist there by Blizzo, preventing Cassidy's assault. Zuniaki's down to Polymorph. Cassidy on the run, trying to retreat. Blizzo in hot pursuit. Cassidy is avoiding Blizzo quite effectively, but Zuniaki's still in crowd control. They're swapping back over to the Priest, trying to lay down pressure in two places. Cassidy peels Blizzo away with the rake stun, preventing any sort of reconnect and recovering here. Zuniaki's maintaining his mana excellently at this position. I feel like he was much lower on mana in past games. He switched up his corruption, not wearing -19, only wearing 11, so a little bit slightly more in between. He's trying to find the sweet spot where if they use Spite, he's not going to explode, but if they don't use Spite, he's not so far behind. Nice premonition on the polymorph by Zuniaki during the double leg sweep. Definitely important to survive here. Vitality Conduit brings Cassidy back into the fight. Touch of Death is rolling though, so you may need to get ready for that as it connects. They need to land this freezing trap. The Seal's sitting on top of Looney, camping him, but polymorphed away, still waiting before going for the freezing trap. Chasing down Looney in the back line. Zuniaki's too far to go for a Psychic Scream, though. This map pick was excellent by Wildcard Gaming. Maybe a freezing trap is just enough, though. Remote guidance device. Drestagath drops. Mind controls out by Zuniaki. Forced Divine Shield from Looney. Excellent positioning there by Zuniaki, out of line of sight of the interrupts and landing that mind control. But Morrow slips through here with a blink polymorph. Cassidy caught in a stun. He pre-walls it. Nice read by Cassidy. That's reducing a ton of damage. Zuniaki prems the ring, runs back into line of sight, stabilizing Cassidy. Now Looney once again bashed up, breaks out of it. Facile getting ready to land a freezing trap here. Blizzo could be in trouble if he does. Morrow's disrupting it with polymorphs for a few more seconds. Facile keeps chasing down Looney. He really needs to land this freezing trap. Zuniaki in the stun. Blizzo swaps over with the protection of that Blessing of Protection, going all out on Zuniaki, but Zuniaki just walking off with the Vitality Conduit. Facile jumps in, secures the freezing trap. Blizzo looks to deflect with the Fortifying Brew. It's soaking a ton of damage, but maybe not enough. Psychic Scream to follow up, forcing the Karma from Blizzo as well. He's not feeling comfortable here in game 3.
Oh, Blizzo, no cooldowns left, but Looney does have his sacrifice. No way to break traps though here for Looney. Gets interrupted, which means he most likely is going to get stunned. Facile trinkets actually to get that trap here potentially. Let's see if Looney preemptively sacrifices it. I think he feels safe right now with just the Avenging Wrath. He actually runs in, gets the Hammer of Justice before he gets stunned into that freezing trap. Blizzo, no cooldowns. Looney, no breakers. Needs to be extremely careful. I'm not sure if he taunted a pet there to break that or what happened there, but Looney is out of crowd control. Blizzo's going to port to his line of sight. Blizzo is going to be completely safe, and they have about one more trap here on the side of nLite before Blizzo is going to have his Touch of Karma back, he's going to have his Fort Brew back, and they're going to have to go through all those cooldowns once again. But it looks like maybe they're swapping over to Looney. No, they actually just stun him up. He gets a nice sacrifice in between the stuns. They almost take Blizzo down there with those two stuns, and now they're swapping their attention to Looney. He gets interrupted, and he gets exploded in that swap right there. Excellently done there. Nice attempt by Cassidy, noticing that, hey, Blizzo has no cooldowns. We don't even have time to wait for the trap. Let's just stun him, double dress this monk and see what happens. They force out the sack, and they are able to swap back to Looney with that extra Hand of Sacrifice damage as well.
Wow, well done by Enlite. Now they've got a game against Wildcard Gaming. Now Wildcard Gaming will be picking their map choice next. Is that so? We did just see them obviously win that last game here on the side of Enlite, though. Is that something they can repeat against Wildcard Gaming, or is this just going to be a 3-1 here, Ven? I almost said Zen Rookie. I don't know why.
I think Zuniaki, Cassidy, and Facile, they played a fantastic game. I mean, their offense, their defense, their crowd control, basically everything about it. They're showing why they're considered the best jungle cleave in Europe, or at least one of them. One of the two best jungle cleaves for sure, if not the best. But for Looney, Morrow, and Blizzo, I honestly want to see them run the Spites again. I mean, Zuniaki, I was actually wrong. The tooltip didn't update, so he wasn't running -19 again. He was at around 11. And I still feel like that's such a good win condition for them. Even if Zuniaki is running low corruption, I still think it's super effective for getting those setups and really pressures Zuniaki quite a bit. In game number 1, I was much more of a believer, and it seems like nLite, they're getting a little bit more used to this composition, and I think Wildcard Gaming either needs to Spite again, or they need to switch up their composition entirely.
Okay, Wildcard Gaming, what do you think their next move is then, Zico, based off what Ben said?
I think either we're gonna see Spite or we're gonna see Turbo Time.
Yeah, Turbo.
Turbo.
Okay.
Small map,
Alright.
Turbo. Just go.
That is kind of what you guys were
Turbo.
saying, that we would expect Wildcard Gaming to play in this series. If they do play Turbo, then Super T's, what is their strategy for Enlite? How do we want to see that next game go if they play Turbo?
I mean, you can just run down the priest the same way, I think, with Turbo, or you just play back, hit Feral, hit Hunter. I mean, you just get insane pressure on multiple targets. It's just way more damage. And it's just good priest killing comp with good interrupts, cooldown reduction, low cooldown interrupts, so you can constantly get through the Shadowmans and the Pendants. I would rather see it, I think, than the Windwalker Mage. I feel like the Windwalker Mage started out really good, and it's looking worse and worse every game. And maybe if it has to win with a Spite, then the game just comes down to what do they pick for their build in the waiting room. Like Zuniaki wears Negative Corruption, they wear Spite. Now they don't have Dressigat, they can't do enough damage to win. If Zuniaki wears Corruption, they wear Spite, then Spite just wins. So it's like you that's like such a big gamble. It's just like you're 50-50 coin toss in the room in that matchup, or you could just play Turbo and just run at the priest, Zug. I don't know. 100% win rate is Turbo in the jungle. It's already proven its effectiveness. I would personally rather see that.
All right, Wildcard Gaming locked in Tiger's Peak, and Light sticking with that same composition. Zuni on the disc, Priest. Wildcard Gaming under a minute to pick their composition. Now that we have the map here, do we have any more of an idea, Zico, of how we can expect this next game to go? Do we think they're going to run Turbo with Tiger's Peak?
Well, I don't think the Tiger's Peak is like an awful map for Turbo, but I don't think it's like a great map either. So it doesn't really say too much to us. But okay, well, maybe we're gonna see Spikes. I feel like on the side of nLite, they're gonna be ready for it, but I don't really think they can do too much about it. I mean, even if they don't wear Corruption, I feel like you wearing a Spite versus a priest taking off all of his Corruption is still like a win for you. So I think no matter what, if you're Wildcard, you go for Spite, and if Zuni's wearing no Corruption, just use it on somebody else. I think it's still like a net positive for them to run it, especially seeing how good it was in game number 1 for them. So I think that's going to be the big change here.
Who do you think's in a better position here for this next game, Wildcard Gaming or nLite, Zico?
I want to see what they do with their gear. If nothing changed from the last game, I would say nLite actually, because nLite. They weren't behind on mana, they weren't behind on anything really. Like, even if they didn't win right there, they weren't like, oh, they're gonna lose soon, they had to win there, you know? It felt like they made it to dampening pretty comfortably actually, and they would have had more opportunity even if they didn't get a kill there.
I just like the fact that Zuni showed up in a Hawaiian t-shirt and took all of his plants and put them behind him for the full jungle immersion experience for this for the player cams there.
It's a passive
but
damage
it sounds
buff.
like what?
Passive damage buff, just being in the jungle.
Home field advantage.
Yes, exactly. Sounds like the game though is finally ready here. Wildcard Gaming versus nLite, 2-1 on Tiger's Peak.
Okay, I feel like it's going to come down more to their gear. So I mean, I'm just like hotly
refresh the
eagerly
page. Refresh the
this.
page.
Yeah, but it takes a little bit. So if they're wearing Spites, man.
Yeah, if you guys are watching the stream as well, make sure you guys check out awc.gcd.tv if you want to see what gear they are going to be running. That's what we're going to be paying attention to here relatively soon. Mara actually going for Human, and they're going for the Spites once again. They get the Polymorph. Spites onto Zuniaki. How much Corruption is there going to be? Zuniaki's going to be taking a ton of damage in this setup. This is basically perfect. What is Zuniaki going to be able to do? There comes a stun. Massive damage. They might just kill him through pain suppression. Zuniaki has to be careful. And this pain train is not going to be over just yet. Rapture might be enough for him to survive. Look at these power word shields. They're absolutely insane. 50% of his health with that Rapture. But that was a nice setup. They get to pain suppression, and that's exactly what they wanted. First setup, pain suppression. Second setup, potentially the end of the game.
Okay, this is going to be stressful. Blizzo stunned up. Nice mind control on Looney. These have been game-winning mind controls from Zuniaki if he can keep sneaking him in. Polymorph on Zuni. They're swapping over to Cassidy. I don't think he's under too much pressure. He's in bear form. He's ready for the hit. He's not taking too much damage. He line of sights Morrow while he's polymorphing Zuniaki. No greater Pyroblast found just yet. Big damage onto Blizzo. Nice stun lock here! Beautiful stun by Cassidy. Almost catching a kill onto Blizzo, but surviving long enough to use Karma. Now they're just getting ready. They're waiting for that Blinding Light. They're going to use Blinding Light on Zuniaki. They're going to drop Spites. They're going to polymorph him 3 times, but Blizzo hasn't been comfortable. Looney goes for a big Divine Favor, topping him off. Needs to get in position for the Blinding Light. I'd love to just see them use Divine Shield, get aggressive, secure the Spite, and close the series here, because that's all they need to do at this point. They're so far ahead on cooldowns. Looney charges in. Where's the Blinding Light? Zuniaki pre-barriers, but Looney was patient and waited for the barrier. Now they're spiting him with the polys. Blizzo's on the back foot as well. Looney trade sacrifice. There's no way.
No!
Oh, the hammer was late.
Oh, he's still in the
Justice
spike.
comes in.
I don't think it's over corrupt. Is that 2 spites? I don't think it's 3. It doesn't look like 3. I don't
That
think
was
from
a
beyond.
super botch attempt. One thing from beyond is going to be landing, but that attempt was definitely botched there a little bit by Wildcard Gaming. Or nLite just did a really good job diffusing that situation. I really felt like once they got that full polymorph, they should have just fully committed. Like, there was no pain suppression, there was no power word barrier. I think Looney should have just bopped Blizzo and they should have just gone for it. But unfortunately, that wasn't the case. And now Wildcard Gaming, once again, is a little bit on the back foot. Fear onto Looney. He does have the Blessing of Protection. He does have the Divine Shield. Blizzo is absolutely on the run. And so far, nLite, they are not looking bad. But anything can happen with the Spite Trinket. If they just get one more clean setup, Zuniaki still has no pain suppression. And Wildcard Gaming is still just one setup away from winning this game.
Yeah, oh, big damage here onto Blizzo. They used the bop there to try to help him out. Zuni still has his trinket here, I do believe. Did he crem that sheep? I don't think he did. Morrow gets the spite out. Blizzo gets the spite out. Looney is running in. He gets the Blinding Light and the third spite right there. Morrow gets interrupted on Frost. Looney with the big heal. And there it is. Leg sweep coming through. Looney, do you have the Hammer of Justice? Is the Coffin
no
that's
way.
not playing? One thing from beyond would be enough here to take that.
Ring of
Actually going
Peace?
to survive here.
I don't know. No damage reduction cooldowns. Guidance device onto Blizzo, trying to force him off of Zuniaki. He uses big Shadow Men there. His corruption stacks are still at 30 right now, so not exactly comfortable. Interrupted on his heals, goes for Vitality Conduit. Thing from Beyond connects. One Thing from Beyond. If another one spawns, he's surely done. He goes for a double Psychic Scream defensively. He's desperate. Pain Suppression just came off cooldown. Soaks the counterspell, goes for a Penance. Another Thing from Beyond spawns, chasing down Zuniaki. If Blizzo connects here, it might just be his life. Huge Shadow Men's come in. Zuniaki living on a prayer right now. Greater Pyros from Morrow off to the side. One onto Zuni. Looking for a second one. Interrupt. Big combo. Looney needs to get in line of sight. Keep his team aggressive here onto Zuniaki. They could win with the next Hammer of Justice. Zuniaki stabilizes. But, I mean, there's so many cooldowns. Look at this. Divine Shield Sacrifice. Karma. Wall. You're caught in a Paralyze. You're caught in a Blinding Light. You're caught in Spite again. He barely survived the last one. How on earth did he make it out this time?
Yeah, that's Touch of Death. That's gonna be, I'm pretty sure, a GG. He can't believe it. He couldn't have done anything. He played such a great game, but unfortunately for him, this time around, he went with the 8 Versa corruptions. And honestly, I think that was, like, this might sound a little harsh because, you know, you don't see what they're doing, and, you know, it's ultimately it's a 50-50 guess, but you just won the previous game. Obviously, they're going to change something on the side of Wildcard. Hello? If they're playing the same comp, what do you think that something is? I feel like that's a little bit of a mistake in terms of
maybe it was the mind game of the mind game, though. What if he thought, like, he's thinking Wildcard are going to put Spite on because he put more corruption on, and then he's thinking that they won't because it's the mind game of the mind game. That's why it's like, it's literally just a 50-50 gamble because you don't know what's going on in their heads.
I do understand why he made the choice, and I mean, it's easy to sit here, you know, with hindsight and criticize it, but I feel like if you just won the game, you kind of have like a little bit of a tell there that something is going to change on the other side, and if it's not the comp, then it's got to be the gear. And I think for Wildcard, it's a net positive to run it, even if Zuni takes off all his gear. I feel like you still run it and just use it on the teammates.
Well done to Wildcard Gaming, closing that series out with 3-1 against nLite. We can see the damage there on our screen. Always cool to see that. That is wrapping up the European series for the day. That's our last European teams that we'll be seeing. Now we're going to be moving on to Cloud9 versus Unitas, and this is going to be a pretty difficult series for Unitas. I feel like Cloud9 obviously is looking so strong this weekend. What do you hope to see maybe Unitas pull off for this next series, Super Tees?
I mean, they've only got Rogue Mage Priest. In the past, actually, and I'm going to sound really weird for saying this, but their strategy when this was an APAC team with Yosk into Mage Lock teams was to run actually Arcane BM Hunter. That's what they played to beat Mage Locks last year in APAC was BM Hunter Arcane. So I mean, if they're feeling like so desperate that the Rogue Mage Priest isn't going to work, I'm curious if they try that comp again.
They have Yosk?
They have Yosk as fourth, yeah. So the CMD would have to play Arcane, which I'm not sure.
Yeah. Sorry, I don't know what I'm thinking.
But Yosk was on
Arcane
the team.
BM Hunter.
If we see Arcane BM Hunter, I would be so shocked.
I would be too, but I'm just thinking of their options. They've done it in the past.
Definitely not something
Another
I would
thing that
consider an
I
option.
think on the ladder, one thing that I've seen Unitas kind of experiment a little bit with was a druid. So like spiting with a druid against Mage Lock. So maybe they'll try something. I really feel like if they play Rogue Mage Priest, I don't think Cloud9's going to lose. They look absolutely bulletproof with that Frost Mage, Mystery Monk, Destro. I think they've figured out Rogue Mage Priest very well, and if Unitas won that series, I'd be blown away. They'd really impress me. So, but I don't think they're going to be feeling confident. I think they are going to make some sort of adaptation. What it is, we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, I mean, this is a scene that we also saw struggle a little bit last weekend after that series from them. We did say that they're definitely going to have to figure something out if they want to try and do, a little bit better in this BFA circuit. So this is going to be a super difficult series for them up against Cloud9 here. That's going to be the next series. That's the first NA series of the day. Then we're going to go to M2KC versus Charlotte Phoenix after that, finishing up the day with Spacestation Gaming versus Turtles. So we are going to go to a quick break. Cloud9 versus Unitas is going to be a pretty difficult series for Unitas, but I think they're up to the challenge. So we're going to go to a quick break and we'll come to that Cloud9 versus Unitas series up next.
I think the quality of competition has been the highest it's ever been the entire year. This tournament is probably one of the hardest tournaments to win that has ever been played in WoW.
We know that those players are the best at their respective classes, and it's always a challenge to face them.
His Avenging Crusader just becomes available, but they dismantle it. They completely dismantle in game 2.
Chance falls and the Gosu through are 1 game away.
Blizzo 10% health. What is going on? They actually hit it. Mid-range. Temporal shield landing. And Wildcard Gaming. Blizzo is undoubtedly the best warrior in World of Warcraft.
Blizzo is an unstoppable force. Literally nothing can stop him. Roots, nothing.
Grandmaster's gonna fall. Bomb dropped. Kidney shot on Blizzo. Massive damage. And they take down Wildcard Gaming and Archer 2019 BlizzCon champions. MIM sets up for the kill. 1-star surge, 2-star surge. And Bergen must go.
Now another counterspell comes in though. That's a beautiful counterspell. Is there an execute? There is. And Wildcard Gaming upset the stock and go 1-up, 1 game away from the grand final.
Watson Raikou, they just need a little bit more damage. He saps it, but Looney just can't make it there. Is he gonna stay alive? No! Black tie it up.
Greggy can't do anything. He has no cooldowns left. If Snuts is able to connect one more kidney shot, well done the shadow.
No way.
The kidney shot. Snuts is in the top 3.
Don't you ever put Snuts on the bench again!
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We are now on our first North American series of the day. That's going to be Cloud9 versus Unitas. However, before we start talking about that series, we have once again another question submitted by you guys as viewers using that hashtag AskAWC. That's from WoW Esports Twitter. Make sure to follow those guys on Twitter if you want to participate in more things like that. And that question is, what is your favorite WoW voice line? Let's hear your best impression, Zico.
Too soon, executors. Nah, I don't play with voice on.
That is not WoW. Oh wait, that is. Oh, wait, never mind.
that's Ragnaros,
Rag.
man.
Why did it? Your accent made me think that was Protoss. I swear that your impression sounded like something from Protoss.
Okay,
So
let me
it's
try
like-
again.
not WoW. That's like.
Let me try again.
Do it again,
Too soon, executors. What is the meaning of this intrusion? Master,
Good.
these filthy info. Oh, I'm just kidding.
Okay, Ben, what about you?
You have quite a treasure there in that Herodric cube. Now, that's
is
actually not
Diablo.
WoW.
That's
Diablo.
Yeah, I know.
Goodness.
I don't know. Come back to me. Ask
You don't want to
Super
do
T's.
that
What
one?
do we
Okay.
think?
All right, Super T's, what about you?
I mean, not that kind of work. No.
Okay.
I don't even
pretty-
think
no,
that's.
that's
I
good.
think that's Warcraft 3 also.
Is that Warcraft 3? There's got to be.
I think we
There's
can-
a voice line in WoW like
No,
that. There's no way.
I think they say it in WoW too. They've got to.
When you spam click the orc, it eventually gets pissed and says that. I
Oh,
guarantee
yeah,
it.
it's true.
Yeah,
That's true.
yeah, it does. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
Bad
I
people
think
better
my
answer
favorite-
now. Oh my god, that's really what it should be. Okay, I want Murloc impressions. Zico, do you want to do yours? All right, Super T's, let's hear it. Murloc impression, go. All right, that was pretty good until you it was a little long, but that was pretty good. That was pretty good. Good job. All right, proud of you guys. Production doing their Murloc impression.
Honestly,
yeah.
I'm gonna be honest. I think now thinking about it a little bit more, I think one of my
Uh-huh.
favorite voice lines, as of recently at least, and I don't really like this character, so I'm really not biased, but I did think it was really really cool. Was the For the Horde by Sylvanas in the BFA trailer? I
Oh
think
yeah.
that was sick.
Do you want to do the impression or I don't know?
No.
No? Okay. No, I think that's a good answer, though. That cinematic was really good. Thank you guys for submitting your questions. That was definitely a fun one. And if you guys want to participate in more of those, hashtag AskAWC on Twitter. So let's start talking about this next series here. We have Cloud9 versus Unitas. We've seen this team, Unitas, dominate the APAC region, and now we're seeing them compete here in North America. They're up against Cloud9. This is certainly going to be a difficult series for them. However, I think that I don't know, I think they can maybe take a couple of games off of Cloud9 here. They're one of those teams that tends to, when they played back in APAC, sort of shake up the meta a little bit. So I don't know, maybe we could see some surprise come out of the side of Unitas. What do you guys think though, Super T's?
I think Cloud9's going to dominate. I think that Unitas are a little bit out of their league with this one.
I think
A
a lot
out of their league.
Okay. A lot out of their league. Zico, Ben, you want to chime in on this one?
I think it depends what Unitas locks in, but I would say 3-0 for Cloud9. I think Cloud9. I think Cloud9 is the best team in North America right now, and I think their mage lock is it's on a different level. I don't think there's any mage lock in the entire world that's as good as Cubsy, Chanimal, and Wealthy Man. I really don't. And we've seen this matchup kind of play out in the past. If Unitas locks in Rogue Mage, I think they're going to be in trouble, and I don't know what else they could possibly run. How they could utilize Yaski potentially to pull out a victory. I just think the composition Cloud9 has it's super solid.
Ooh, we got a little thug cleave action.
Okay, they tried to
Go
snipe.
ahead, game number 1, Cloud9 versus Unitas.
Looks like they got combat, so they're not going to be able to sap. They're just going to go Mistweaver. He's playing Conflict. I don't think Cubsy will die, but this is the first time we've seen a Subtlety Rogue, really, with a Survival Hunter, so maybe it's got enough damage. They're going straight for the Mistweaver. A race to the finish. They're playing Spite as well, trying to overload Cubsy as much as possible here, but they're totally intercepted, stun-locked, and shut down. Cubsy easily portals away from that. Oxygen, I don't even think could get his Spite down. He was already polymorphed by Wealthy Man. Aiden on the run, having to cloak with shadows behind the pillar. Now they switch to Oxygen out in midfield, and the surprise factor has been pretty much lost at this point for Unitas. Where do you go from here?
To the pillar is where you go if you're Unitas right now. Chanimal looking to ramp up here, getting some immolates out, getting some damage, throwing out the fears. Yoski's in a sheep, Aiden's in a fear right now, getting swapped to. Wealthy Man blinks in aggressively here, and is that Icy Vents or Ice Form? I think that's Icy Vents from Wealthy Man, the last couple of seconds of it. And it looks like they might be setting up here onto Oxygen at the end of the sphere. I don't think they have a stun. It would have to be up to Chan here to get Shadow Fury or something, but it looks like Oxygen is going to recover his teammates here with that Vitality Conduit. Yoski going for the trap. Cubsy ports it. Legendary place here by Cubsy. Nice grapple weapon onto Aiden. And just like that, Unitas need to go back behind the pillar and look for something to happen. Aiden actually dropping a smoke bomb here by himself onto Cubsy. I don't think they're going to be able to get too much as a result of that. Chanimal going to be fearing up Yoski. They're going to sheep up Aiden. Cubsy's going to be completely fine without using anything. They step dressed him to try to take him down anyway, but he has Life Cocoon, he has mobility. Cubsy is just going to be able to kind of duck through this, and he has his leg sweep as well. You can almost expect Cubsy to roll in and triple sweep them behind that pillar if they choose to go for that line of play here on the side of C9. But slowly but surely, it looks like they have them in that classic C9 chokehold. One wizard on one side, the other on the other side, and they're just pinching them behind the pillar then.
When you see this positioning, just puts a smile on Cloud9's face. Just everyone getting blizzarded, frozen orb, the rogue just getting snared. The only way he gets to his target is with Shadow Step, and then it's a gate, a port, a shimmer, and he can't reconnect. Actually, Wealthy Man pushing in, gets a full polymorph, and now Aiden could be in some trouble. The double Mortal Coil comes in. Wealthy Man with another polymorph and a Ray of Frost. Aiden is just so snared. A full fear comes
2
in.
seconds.
And now
1 second.
Aiden's got 1 second left on the Cloak of Shadows. He trinkets. He Cloak of
Cubsy's
Shadows.
killing him.
Oxygen still not out of crowd control. Cubsy moves forward, ports away, and Aiden is just completely destroyed and devastated. Cloud9 not afraid at all during that game, and they will claim game number 1.
Yeah, well played by Cloud9 for game number 1 here. Now they're up 1-0 in this series up against Unitas. Break down those final moments for us, though, Supities. How are they able to take down Unitas in game number 1?
Well, I mean, the main reason is conflict and strife. I feel like we're not going to see subtlety rogues when it's a specialization designed on only killing and stuns, and you can run an essence that basically reduces the effectiveness of damage and stuns by such a huge margin that you basically stand no hope of ever cutting through it. They're just going to be limited. I do like the creativity. They brought something different to try and make it work, but conflict and strife is 100% going to just totally negate what you're doing as a subtlety rogue, and then the survival hunter doesn't really bring enough burst either to the table. maybe if Marksman was more meta and Marksman burst damage was higher, then this would have potential. But that's the main reason we don't see Thug Cleave at all, and like we don't see it from the Golden Guardians ever either. It's just lacking the ability to penetrate through the defense that's available in the game at the moment. But those final seconds was basically Oxygen was just crowd controlled endlessly. Even though Aiden had Cloak of Shadows, it doesn't last that long, and the fears just kept happening, and he ultimately was taken down. So Chanimal with good crowd control and Cubsy and Wealthy Man with good follow-up damage was a pretty clean game for Cloud9. And by pretty clean, I mean like squeaky clean, like perfect clean.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't expect anything less from Cloud9. If you just look at the results from the last, all of the cups that we've seen them play, this team is just one that is really hard matchup for anyone, and Unitas really is going to have an uphill battle for them. But I'm not losing hope just yet for game number 2 here. They are going to be choosing their map soon. Do we want to make any sort of predictions? What can they do here if you're Unitas? Do we know maybe what map they want to pick or what they want to change up for game number 2 here, Ven?
Hook point.
Well,
Hook point?
I guess the smaller map might be a little bit better. So they could go hook point, something really, really small, which will allow Aiden to maybe stay on target a little bit more. But I think the main problem for Unitas is just their composition relies on just killing someone in a stun, 100 to 0. And when the enemy team is playing triple conflict and strife, they're playing maximum versatility. And they know what they're doing, quite frankly. It's really, really difficult to find that win condition. And that's why we saw kind of like a lack of pressure in that game. And I think it's one of the reasons why we just don't see Sub-Rogue very often. It's just because in a tournament setting, conflict and strife, 60% versatility, it makes it really difficult to actually close out the game. So if Unitas can switch up their composition, I think they absolutely should. If they can't, I think it's gonna be a rough series for them.
Mm-hmm. Looks like they are going to hook point. Cloud9 playing Mage Lock. Not much of a surprise there. Unitas has 1 more minute to lock in their comp. So if they do stick with that comp, maybe there's something in terms of... Oh, there we go. We're going to see...
Okay.
Let's
Is that a
Sid,
prompt?
I'll let you take this one.
It is a prod.
I took me a
Aren't they
second to
bad?
register the icon for that because it's been so long since I've seen it. I'll let you guys talk about this, though.
They
It's
banned.
double
Not
tank.
banned.
Double tank is not allowed, but one tank is allowed.
Oh, well. I
Did
guess
you actually think they were
must
banned?
have- Yeah, I straight up thought the specs are just banned from Arena.
That's just
Or from
wishful
Uzi.
thinking on the side of Zika.
Well, I haven't seen it in a
can't
while,
ban
so
us.
I'm just
Can't-
blissfully ignorant, I guess.
It was the last time we saw this was like Bean or something, right?
It's like Guardian Druids for a little while. Thugbear.
Thugbear, yeah. I think
Yeah.
Thugbear was
No, I mean this spec.
a
Prop
prop
Paladin's
paladin.
been a
Officer
really
Bean.
good PvP tank spec for a while. I feel like
No, it's really,
Yeah,
really
that's
good.
what
But
I'm
in the
saying,
AWC,
like,
I think the last time it's been Bean, honestly.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
what I said. Yeah, Bean was the last person. I think he
Maybe
he was
a
really
Vanish.
proud of his win rate on it too. It was like 100% for a really long time.
I think the one problem, so I think Prot is actually good into a lot of things. The one thing it's not good into is Mage Lock. Unfortunately.
The one thing they're facing.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Well, let's talk about that
it's-
then. Why might this not be the best choice up against Mage Lock? What's something that it would be maybe a better choice for if Unitas wanted to play this composition again in the rest of the BFA circuit?
I mean, the good prot comp right now is like prot DK Shaman. Prot Rogue Priest just... I mean, the prot's going to heal a lot. Maybe that enables Oxygen to pump out a ton of damage. Problem is against Mage Lock, he's going to be crowd controlled if he tries to really do anything. So, I mean, it's a dampen comp. Like, just dot up as many things as you can. Try and do as much damage as you can. Rotate your defensive cooldowns. Maybe if they play Repentance, maybe they've got enough crowd control, but... we'll have to wait and see here how they decide to play up this matchup, because I don't think we've ever seen Rogue and Prot and Disc on the same team before.
Yeah, and we are going to see Yoski push in for the Hammer of Justice. They're going for Wealthy Man. Dressed connect. Chan is there, backing him up with the Fear Spam onto Aiden. There's the Infernal. There's the Shadow Fury. There's the Leg Sweep. And there's the damage. Is he going to Trinket? No, they are going to trade out Cubsy's Trinket there, actually, onto the blind. So, Cubsy, potential kill target. I don't know how much burst Pally can really do in a stun lock, but potential there for them. Or maybe they can crowd control Cubsy and try to force one of the ice blocks. Not the worst opener here for Unitas, but I'm struggling to see where the pressure is being But right now they smoke on Wealthy Man, he just blinks
Ooh.
out. They get a nice sap here by Aiden. Extended CC chain. Can they force something out? The Oxygen spamming out the smites, but it doesn't seem to be doing too much.
Game is paused. Polymorph on Yoski, Fear on Aiden, and that's one of the main problems. When you are in trouble, you just pause the game by spamming Fear, by spamming Polymorph, and now you can get aggressive with a full Polymorph onto Oxygen, into a full Fear. Nice setup here by Cloud9, but a kidney shot will deny. And even though I don't think this is necessarily the best matchup here for Unitas, they're staying alive. They're not out of it just yet. They're still managing to find a little bit of pressure or Fear, though, onto Yoski with an interrupt onto Oxygen, another interrupt onto Oxygen. He's just really, really struggling. But so far, Unitas still, with the help of Yoski on that Paladin, is keeping the team in the fight. And maybe they could, if they pull out a win here, I would be absolutely blown away. But definitely don't count Unitas out.
You got mortal wounds from the rogue. You got double gushing wounds from the prop pally and the assassination rogue. You actually do have crowd control. I mean, the gushing is there to do the damage. You've got good crowd control. I actually don't see why this wouldn't work possibly for them. These silences on a Cubsy, as long as they chain, I actually do think this can work. Look at this crowd control chain right now. Like, well, they've had temp shields. If he purges the temp and mass dispels the block during that time, I actually do think this comp can win on a small map.
Alright, well, let's see what they can do here. Unitas not out of it yet, according to Sid. Let's see if they can keep up the pressure. Wealthy Man taking quite a beating here, actually. It takes quite a bit of damage. That gushing wound is just taking on him. But Cubsy gets blinded, trinkets out of it, gets corroded on his trinket. Shouldn't have no problem stabilizing Wealthy Man in this situation. Channel drops the Infernal, Cataclysm, Chaos Ball. Aiden takes massive damage. Paralyzed into Sheep, onto Oxygen. Let's see what they can get done here. Big heals coming out from Yosk here on that Prot Pally. And it looks like Aiden's going to be fine with that Pain Suppression cooldown. Nice silence here onto Cubsy. Do they have anything to chain it with, though? Yosk might be looking for the Hammer of Justice here onto Cubsy. Let's see if he can find it. He gets it. He knocks him away as well. The Wealthy Man is in a stun, getting knocked around here, but Chanimal just trying to peel the situation. Aiden with the Banish Sap. Let's see. Can they get the ice block here? Chanimal is just still spamming out the fears onto Yosk. They sheep Aiden, and now they're going for Yosk here with the Chaos Bolt.
Look at this.
He's still in crowd control in that fear. Can they get anything out? There is the life cocoon. And Wealthy Man is going to survive, but I definitely see your point there, Sid. I think if they do that and 20% dampening, they could definitely pull ahead big time on the side of Unitas.
Yoski getting low. There's the Divine Shield. I think that's one of the main problems is Yoski is very susceptible. And I think originally they were going after Aiden, but I think if they go after Yoski more in the match and just control Oxygen, it's going to be really, really difficult for Yoski to survive in this matchup. But being a prop paladin, he has a lot more immunities than just the Divine Shield, luckily for him. So he's going to be able to rotate through those defensives. And in terms of mana, it's actually relatively even at this point. On the small map, Unitas, definitely not out of it yet. They haven't got an Ice Block just yet, but they did get the Life Cocoon out of the way, which is definitely a little bit better than the last game we saw play out. So this composition, this pick, is certainly working a little bit more in their favor.
Let's see if they can keep it up here. Maybe a swap to the Warlock and dampening. Looks like they're going after Cubsy. They stun him with Hammer of Justice. He's playing Conflict. I don't think they're going to blast him down. They go for Smoke Bomb anyway. Kidney shot out. Kidney shot out. No life cocoon, no Fort Brew. Safeguard. Can they purge off the Safeguard? Big Hellstone there with those healing elixirs. Cubsy pops himself there instantaneously. That was still pretty close, considering he's playing Conflict. The Prop Paladin doing more pressure than the Survival Hunter. I mean, I feel like this is looking a lot better for them.
Yeah, definitely. That was a really good push there. Cubsy is not going to have a safeguard here. If they decide to go for him again, they go with the kidney shot. Yoski's there as well. They're trying to get some damage, but Yosk could be in trouble here. They have crowd control of the Oxygen. He has no bubble. He needs to be extremely careful here. Yosk actually still going very aggressively here. Dropping to about 10% HP, 5% HP. He gets the Vitality Conduit, and he is going to activate. Don't know what the name is, but that is basically a Blessing of Protection to magic spells. That icon that is glowing to the far left of the Yosk right there, a 2-minute cooldown. So Yosk is not going to have that magic bubble, so to speak, for another 2 minutes here. So there is definitely kill potential for both teams right now.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, Yoski right now, Aiden, Oxygen all behind the pillar. This is not the position you want to be in. And suddenly Oxygen has burned through most of his mana, so this is just looking more and more dire for Unitas. That being said, I mean, they did get the Safeguard out of the way from Cubsy. I don't know where the openings are. They didn't get any Ice Blocks from Wealthy Man. Chanimal still has basically all his defensive cooldowns, the Unending Resolve, the Hellstone if he needs it. And if Unitas continues to just get pinned at the pillar, I think they're just going to slowly lose this game. So they have to push forward and try to continue the pressure if they can. Yoski marches forward with his sword, with his shield, looking for vengeance, but I don't know if he's going to find it. A full polymorph onto Oxygen. Once again, Yoski forced at the pillar, just getting snared. Chanimal in hot pursuit with the Mortal Coil, looking for a Chaos Bolt, finds one. Is it enough? It doesn't look to be. Yoski healing himself up, and that's one of the amazing benefits of having a Protection Paladin is you have like a second mini healer on your team, and Yoski can sustain himself for quite some time.
Mini healer. I think the scoreboard might show otherwise. I don't think Joss ceiling is that small. Crowd control chain on Cubsy, pushing for an ice block on Wealthy Man. They really need to get an ice block with this chain. Yoss moves in for more crowd control. Avengers shield silence. Aiden gets polymorphed. He can't stay on target. He's feared, but still Hammer of Justice. Drestigat dropped by Yosk. Really pushing for the ice block. Mind control's at low health. They do manage to pull off an ice block. They pull Yosk back to the pillar, and I kind of feel like I have to correct you, Ven. I don't think Yosk is looking for vengeance. If we watch the cinematic for Bastion, it's justice. He's looking for justice.
No, he's definitely not looking for retribution. That's for sure here on that.
You guys didn't watch that cinematic?
We definitely watched it.
We definitely did, yeah.
I don't think all Retribution Paladins are the same, though. All Protection Paladins, okay? Just saying, Yoski might have a different opinion than Uther. That's all I'm saying.
All right, I'm glad we got that out of the way. Let's see, though, if it's going to be over. My son, I'm just kidding. Full fear.
No king rules forever, and Mage Love. If Prot wins this game.
No king rules forever, that's for sure. But Cloud9 still looking like their throne's looking all right at this point of the game. Oxygen basically bottomed out on mana. He has run out of steam. Yoski is going to be the new primary healer for the team. Let's see how long that can last at 20% dampening. Pinned at the pillar, Blizzard ripping in, Frozen Orb ripping in, Chanimal and Wealthy Man in prime position. Cubsy's mana looking great. And right now, Cloud9 is looking like they are going to win this game. But Unitas, they get off the pillar. They realize they got to make something happen. The Divine Steed from Yoski knocking Channel in the air, and as well as Wealthy Man. But where is the damage? Unfortunately, not able to find it. Shadow Fury comes in, and as this game goes on, deeper and deeper in dampening, Yoski and his off heals are going to be becoming more and more insignificant. And that is when Cloud9 is really going to secure their advantage.
Avengers shield silence, no Hammer of Justice. Cubs actually pre-walling. Maybe thought they were going to swap. They still have spell warding, so Yosk can go immune to magic damage with Divine Shield and the spell warding. So a couple options in terms of cooldowns, but I just don't think they can recover. Dampening's too high. There's no mana left. They pop Avenging Wrath. Yosk might catch a couple of heals, but Oxygen's in a full polymorph. I don't think Yosk can heal himself and Aiden at this point in the game. Aiden uses Cloak of Shadows to immune damage, tries to reposition, but now Chanimal is left open, lands a full fear. Spell warding onto Aiden. He's immune to magic damage on 10%. They're doing whatever they can to just keep swimming above the water and not drown to Cloud9. Somehow managing to recover. Full blind on Cubsy. Bit surprising to not just see him trinket this immediately. He's sitting through a full blind. Will he regret it? Hammer of Justice down now as well. They're pushing down the Wealthy Man. Temporal Shield isn't going to be enough. He blinks to safety. Frost Nova on Aiden. Polymorph on Yosk. Good control by Wealthy Man. Infernals have been called in. Double leg sweep by Cubsy. They drop Smoke Bomb defensively to prevent Chanimal's assault. Interesting decision here from Aiden, but it may not be enough. Vitality Conduit fades. Mortal Coil to follow up. One more Chaos Bolt should close it out here. Chaos Bolt in the sky. No, he gets gripped behind the pillar. Oxygen picks him up from the brink. Somehow, someway, Unitas still alive.
I really like that Chan held on to his Dark Soul here. So the next time they push him, look, Chan is just stacking up the Incinerates, stacking up the Immolates, and you're going to see him soon pop off. He gates the Kidney and preemptive Ring of Peace in case they would chase him. But he still trinket the Kidney that he gated. I'm not sure about that. He wants to pop off. There it is, Dark Soul. One bolt is going to connect. One Cataclysm is going to be served. And what else do you have in store here? Chanimal gets 2 Garrotes, grapple weapon to deny the Kidney. Chanimal looking to ramp up that last little bit of damage. I think he can get one more Chaos Bolt off here if he is lucky with that Dark Soul, but doesn't look like it. He's going to get Kidney Shot, and now Chanimal is the main target. 32% dampening. Unitas is making their push here, but it looks like Wealthy Man is just going to sheep Yosk and Oxygen. Well, he is completely out of mana, so he can't even dispel that sheep. Yosk is going to use his Divine Shield. He's going to use Sacrifice on Aidan, but Oxygen... What about Oxygen right now in a Mortal Coil getting destroyed by Wealthy Man and Chanimal?
Yeah, and I think the one thing in this game, we touched on it a little bit at the beginning. Super T's was talking about the crowd control that Unitas really had available. Well, Chanimal, he brought out an imp, and then that crowd control is seemingly gone. So the one win condition Unitas maybe had, which was extended crowd control on Cubsy and take down either Chanimal or Wealthy Man, that's non-existent anymore thanks to the imp. And now Aiden, Oxygen, Yoski have appeared to run out of time. Oxygen gets interrupted. Grapple weapon on Aiden. Aiden and Yoski looking to make one final push. Can they do it? Oxygen really has nothing left, but somehow, some way, he's still keeping his team alive. Wealthy Man just teeing off frostbolts on Aiden. And now, unfortunately for Unitas, they find themselves in a situation where they are down 0-2, and the prot pally isn't working. The hunter wasn't working. My question is, I mean, where is the mage? I heard word that he might not actually be available today. So unfortunately for Unitas, I just don't know if they have a better option than this against Cloud9.
Do we feel like that composition though for Unitas?
Yeah, play a healer that doesn't run out of mana and just go really deep into dampening and just trade cooldowns. Like, you have 10 ice block cooldowns, the other team only has, well, if you go Warlock, they have none. So you could just trade your ice blocks and deep dampening and kill the Warlock if you have mana to make it that far.
Do you think that if they played Resto Shaman with the same composition that they would do a little better? Like, I mean, it looked kind of close. Like, that game lasted a pretty long time. It seemed to do better than we may have expected it to in the beginning of game 2 here, Ben.
Yeah, look at this. We can talk about that, but I just want to look at this.
No, you're fine. You're fine. Go ahead.
The CC inflicted in this game, Chanimal 100 CCs inflicted. Wealthy Man was next at 35. That's a lot of crowd control.
Well, that's not counting the roots that Chanimal is spamming on DR as well. Every time you conflict right someone.
There you go.
All right, well, going into game number 3, let's talk about options on the side of Unitas. Obviously, they're looking to try and turn the series around here against Cloud9. Down 2 teams. We've already seen them try 2 different compositions. So really, what's the next step here for Unitas? It doesn't really seem like there's much more that they can do on the side of Unitas, Zico.
Well, they could play BM Hunter Arcane, which are supposed to be super good into Cloud9, Sid.
BM Hunter Prop Paladin.
See, they didn't try that either.
BM Hunter Prop
plenty of
Paladin.
options.
Problem is Yoski. Yeah, Yoski
options.
plays both those. Yeah.
Oh.
I don't know how they're gonna make that one work.
Do we think they'll try that, or I don't know what? It's just, what do we see them doing here? Trying something new, sticking to maybe what they know. Like, what do we what can they really even do here for game number 3, Sid?
I think you play Prop Paladin, Holy Paladin, you play Spite, and you play double Blinding Light. You do a Blinding Light Spite go, and then do another Blinding Light Spite go.
Okay, what do you think about?
I'm actually down at this point.
I mean, normally, they don't have anything else.
Yeah.
Yeah, normally some of the suggestions CBTs has, I'm not on board with, but actually, it looks like they are going to be going with the tank again. So, yeah, Unitas once again going with the disc, Assassination Rogue Prop Paladin into Cloud9's Mage Lock Monk, and it actually didn't look too bad at the beginning of the game. I think the one turning point was when Chanimal brought out the Imp and could dispel the Hammer of Justice. At that point, I don't really know where the opening is. The only opening I see for Unitas is bringing the game to the deepest, darkest parts of dampening. Like, we're talking 70% damp. If they can make it there, maybe they could win the game.
What would they have to do to sort of fend off any setups coming from Cloud9? You know, that game lasted, what did it go to? It was like 15 minutes, yeah, something like that. What exactly could they maybe be doing to try and hold off Cloud9 up until that deeper dampening, like Finn was saying, to 70% within that range to maybe try and secure a victory for this next game, Zico?
Just hug that pillar and never let go. Never, no matter what they do not let go. If anyone pushes in, you put all your cooldowns on that person. If there's blizzards down, just freedom, try to avoid getting pincered as much as possible. You're probably gonna have to spend some mana, but if that's your only concern, is to making it as deep as possible into dampening, I think that's how you do it. Just sit behind the pillar and pop cooldowns on anything that comes by in there.
All right, here we go.
All right, let's see. You go ahead, CBTs.
Well, they're actually just going after Cubsy. They're not turtling at all, just immediately going after the healer. Big revival pop from Cubsy there. He's back to full health. Yosk is still going. That's risky, man, with Chanimal and Wealthy Man open. That's a little bit reckless on the side of Unitas here, but now they're back to the pillar. The one advantage of the Prop Paladin as well is you can drop Consecration with an Honor Talent and Dispel slows. But right now, Oxygen can't get back to the pillar. He's kind of just stuck out there. He's going to jump off the side, but they're still freely casting on him. Death from above from Aiden. Gets Grapple Weapon, Mortal Coiled away. Oh no, now Aiden's not on the pillar. He's trying to make his way back. I mean, pre-dampening, I don't think either side's at too much of a risk. The Prop Paladin healing seems super effective. Oxygen just maintains Atonement healing. It's not going to be a really big deal. What they need to figure out is what they want to do with the Imp. So are they going to do what they just did, where they Avenger's Shield silence? They actually got Unending Resolve. They got Life Cocoon. If that happened at 50% dampening, Chanimal was dead. If they make it to dampening, I think they can pull this off.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sold, but you know, I'm not going to write off the comp completely. If they can make it into dampening with good mana and get good pressure, that's definitely an option. They get Cubsy's Trinket here, so there's actually kill opportunity here on Cubsy. If they want to do the same thing as before, Hammer of Justice gets Imp Dispelled immediately, and it's pretty important that Chanimal does it because Aiden has his Vanish right now, so if Cubsy sits a full Hammer of Justice, it's probably going to be followed up with a Vanish Stab. So Chanimal needs to be on point with that Imp. Let's see what they can do here. Wealthy Man is just kind of standing goalkeeper right now between his enemy target and their healer, and that means anytime Oxygen leaves the pillar, well, he's getting shaped. And right now, you can see Chanimal positioning downstairs, and that is exactly to drag Oxygen away from the other box and put him in the middle of the map where he is right now. And now Wealthy Man has an opportunity here to potentially go for crowd control. I'm not sure if he wanted to go for that sheep on Yosk there, but he had an opportunity to try to snipe it for Oxygen. Maybe Oxygen's that Prem or something, I'm not sure. But it's all about playing the position. If you're the Wizards and their enemy team is pushing in, you want to go to basically where Cubsy is right now. So right there where you can see Cubsy, if you stand there, Oxygen won't be able to heal. He has to push forward, and that's when you can set up cross crowd control and take control. Right now, right there, you see it, and you get immediate overlap right there. Oxygen's Trinket and the whatever Sid called it.
Magic Bop.
Yeah, we'll call it Magic Bop here. Yeah, the Magic Blessing and Protection. It was a nice magic. It was a nice Magic Bop though. He managed to get the Mortal Coil, which is nice. At least they got that out of the way, not the worst trade. And now we'll see what Unitas is going to be able to get done. Still no Unending Resolve for another minute, but Chanimal is playing a little bit more cautious now. And that's normally what ends up happening for Cloud9, is if they are in trouble and they don't have the cooldowns, they end up just playing a really, really defensive position. Cubsy getting the Life Cocoon on that Sunlock combo, but Unitas continues to swing in advance in this matchup. We're about a minute and a half away from dampening. Oxygen's mana is about 65%, not in the worst spot. Chanimal teeing off some Chaos Bolts. Wealthy Man getting pressure down. Aiden almost forced to use the Cloak of Shadow, but big heals coming in from Oxygen and Yosk to keep him alive. And let's see what they're going to be able to get done. Interrupt now onto Oxygen, disarm onto Aiden. Good control from Cloud9, just slowing down this push from Unitas, as Cloud9 taking kind of a defensive positioning right now, not really giving Unitas much ground.
See if they can keep it up here. I think I would have liked to have seen Ineffable Truth from Aiden, at least one. We see that in EU on the Rogues to get the blind not lining up with a Trinket. Then that might actually give them a 10-second window where Aiden can blind and Cubsy can't Trinket out. He's just running a Surging Vitality instead of a Gushing Wound in that slot. I feel like Ineffable would be a lot more value. A little bit too late for making that change. If they lose this game here, they'll just be out against Cloud9 in this series. They do have decent pressure on Chanimal. Mana's actually even between the Monk and the Priest, at least respectively even. Hammer of Justice, Imp Dispel by Chanimal. I'm curious to see how they want to decide to cover the Imp. Are they going to maybe use the Avenger Shield Silence, stall the Imp Dispel for a few seconds, or just instantly Avenger Shield on top of the Hammer of Justice to guarantee there's some crowd control? It seems impossible for Oxygen to get into a spot where he can really get a fear, so that's unlikely. Maybe if he's enabled by the Blessing of Freedom from Yosk. Chanimal's pulling Aiden and Yosk into a really bad position right now. Frozen Orb pins them down here. They drop a Smoke Bomb. They're just going for it. Aiden trinkets out of the grapple weapon to do some damage here. They still have Unending Resolve if they need to trade here. Nether Ward reflecting some damage. Silence on Cubsy. Into Hammer. Yosk is in position, maybe just looking for a rebuke or trying to find an interrupt. He gets feared off in the distance. Cubsy fully blinded, trinkets instantly, rolls up on top of Chanimal, clutching out a couple heals. This is actually a surprising amount of pressure on both sides between these teams, but that mana bar for Oxygen, again, it's going to be a problem. I would really love to see him somehow try and set up a drink. Hammer of Justice is down, maybe Psychic Scream the Imp and then go after Chanimal. That could be a play. I mean, look at this pressure.
Not bad. They forced out the Oxygen's Trinket in the last go, and now they have a
Oh,
full
no.
sheep here. Aiden, goodbye. Aiden had Cloak of Shadows, so I just, because this happened earlier to Wads, and there was a lot of people in the chat like, oh, he had Cloak of Shadows, this rogue is not very good. He's stunned, he doesn't have a trinket, so he can't access it, and then he got stunned again into like the Infernal Stun or whatever, so he can't press it. He's standing there pressing it, but he can't use it. So that means he got outplayed, and that's unfortunate for him, because they got 3-0.
Wait, did that really happen where the chat said Waz is not very good at Rogue?
Yeah. It happened.
Oh, all right. Well,
in the series against Diabolus, you remember the game on Asher Wings when he died?
Yeah.
When he had like 5 seconds left on his trinket? Yeah. After that game, I saw a lot of people that needed
a lot of roasting.
Interesting take, but well played by Cloud9. We can see the match results on the screen here, Ben.
Yeah, I was just gonna say. I mean, obviously for Unitas, that's not the result they would want. I think they were missing their fourth, unfortunately, and their fourth is a pretty key member of their team. Cloud9 is going to happily take that 3-0, but I think for Aiden, Yoski, and Oxygen, maybe this is... So sometimes what ends up happening is because you lose your fourth, you're forced to kind of adapt a little bit and come up with maybe a composition that can work. And I think maybe this is something that could work. I mean, they found moments in the game. Look at this right here. Chanimal taking quite a bit of damage. It wasn't actually at this moment. It was earlier on in the game. This is where Aiden ends up going down. But earlier on in the game, even before dampening, they did force out the Unending Resolve on Chanimal. They got the Life Cocoon. So Unitas definitely has signs of life in the match. Maybe this is something they could polish up a little bit more. Maybe Oxygen can play Shaman, but maybe this is a tool that they can use in a different series.
No, that's a really good point. Sometimes when players, when rosters aren't full, they don't have some of their key members, they do come up with really creative solutions, and sometimes we see them do really well. Was it Minpoike's team that did super well in one of the finals when they were missing one of their members? I just remember it. I don't.
When Frosty rerolled Frost Mage. There was what regional was that when Frosty had to learn Frost Mage and someone learned Windwalker? Acro learned Windwalker Monk literally on the same day, and they qualified. No Lifer couldn't compete, I think, in the regionals, and they had Frosty rerolled a Mage, and they had Acro learn Windwalker on the same day, and they qualified in third to go to BlizzCon. I'm pretty sure that was
something like that.
15 or 16. 15. I feel like that was 15.
I think the most memorable situation when that happened was when XSET went to spring finals and their mage didn't get a visa in time to enter the US, and they had to start playing Rogue Ellie, and then that was like kind of the comp. They won summer finals that year with Rogue Ellie and stuff. It became like their staple composition almost.
Yeah, it's certainly not a situation that you like to see a team play in, but that's not the end of Unitas. We will be seeing them play tomorrow as well and throughout the rest of the BFA circuit. So well done to both of those teams, Cloud9 especially with that 3-0. But now we're going to move on to M2KC versus Charlotte Phoenix. This is a team that I think it was Ben that was saying was really impressed with last weekend on the side of Charlotte Phoenix here. Was that you, Ben? Am I mistaken?
No, you are not mistaken. So this matchup is going to be an interesting one. Right now, Charlotte Phoenix, I kind of talked about them a little bit last weekend. They're one of these teams that they have a lot of raw talent on it, lots of good composition, lots of different good compositions. And right now, they're currently the #1 team, highest ranked team on the North American ladder. They had a dominant performance last weekend. And I think this is going to be a really interesting matchup because M2KC, another one of those teams, kind of newcomers to the scene, also really high rated on the North American ladder. They might be the second highest rated team, playing that Windwalker Fire Mage Paladin. And I think one thing's for sure, this next matchup is definitely going to be explosive. But if I had to guess, my prediction would be Charlotte Phoenix walks away with this one. They've just been looking tremendous with that composition.
All right, well, we'll find out soon enough. We are going to go to a break. When we come back, we will see that M2KC versus Charlotte Phoenix series.
as there needs to be a little bit more crowd control on Looney, and Method Black will close out this game. Battlemaster's gonna fall. Battlemaster's gonna fall. Bomb drops. Kidney shot on Blitzo. Massive damage, and Method Black does it. Big takedown.
Entirety of both teams, honestly. Chun-Li had the preemptive defuse magic, but they're just so far behind. Greggy can't do anything. He has no cooldowns left. If Snuts is able to connect one more kidney shot, well done. The shadow step, the kidney shot, and Snuts is in the top 3.
Don't you ever put Snuts on the bench again.
Everyone, welcome back. We just saw a 3-0 series, Cloud9 versus Unitas. Now we're moving to our second to last series of the day. That's going to be M2KC versus Charlotte Phoenix. We heard Ben's thoughts a little bit before we went to the break on these two teams. Super Tees and Zico, let's talk to you. What can we expect from these next teams? What do we want to see out of this series?
Well, what I want to see is Rogue Mage Pally versus Windwalker Mage Pally. But what I suspect that we're going to see is a Mage Lock Pally from at least one of these teams, if not both of these teams.
Would you agree with that?
Mage Lock Pally.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to remember. Mew Mew Kitty Cats don't have that. Right? It's Roasties on the bench, isn't it?
Yeah.
They could play Rogue Mage Paladin or Windwalker Mage Paladin or Moonkin is what they play.
Oh, yeah,
Moonkin,
there's a team that plays
Windwalker.
Windwalker, yeah. It's true.
I think it's going to be RM Paladin versus Windwalker Mage Paladin.
Yeah, I think it's that.
I think it's RM Pal versus Lock Mage Pal.
When was the last time we even saw a Moonkin?
These guys played
It's
it.
Cups.
It's been a long time.
Cups. I don't think we've seen it in Circuit yet. It was like a
Mario
counter
played
pick
it.
to melee cleaves.
Yeah.
Wait, into what?
Right.
In the Circuit?
No, in the Cups.
No.
In the Cups
played
they
it in the
played
Cups.
it.
Just
It was
in
a
general.
counter to Windwalker DK. It was like a counter
Yeah.
to melee cleaves. But now melee cleaves like barely exist, so I feel like
Yeah.
you're not going to see it as much as like the Ellie Moonkin counter pick into that. Maybe Moonkin Windwalker actually could do okay into Rogue Mage Paladin. I feel like it.
Mm-hmm.
It could. You've got way more instant crowd control. You've got like guaranteed setups. So I wouldn't be totally against seeing that actually in game one.
Okay, I know you talked about it a little bit briefly, Ben, before the break, but do you agree with these two guys? What do you think for this blind here?
So, I mean, what I think is going to be the blind, I think we're going to see Windwalker Mage Paladin from M2KC, and for Charlotte Phoenix, I think they're going to go with the Rogue Mage Paladin. The Rogue Mage Paladin looks phenomenal last weekend, and that's the composition they're number one on the ladder as. So I think they're very, very confident with that matchup. They do have options though. Burn being on the roster, it gives them Mage Lock Paladin. It also gives them lots of different melee Lock Paladin options. I mean, Nick, he is a phenomenal multi-classer. He can play the Rogue, Windwalker, Warrior. He can basically play everything that they need. And I don't know. I guess only time will tell. But I do feel like for the Charlotte Phoenix, my money would be on that Rogue Mage Pally.
All right, well, we find out shortly here. It sounds like the game is ready for M2KC versus Charlotte Phoenix here in game number 1 on the Grand.
Let's see the comps. Yeah, that's what we wanted.
Perfect.
Wait, what was that giggle? Was that a real giggle, Aya?
No, I was just laughing at, like, I don't know, I could just imagine you in your chair, like, giddy.
Yeah, but I feel like you forced that
Little-
laugh to humor me.
It was, okay, jeez.
It sounded authentic. I think. It was
Thank
authentic.
you, God. That was funny.
All right, so match is starting. We got a full blind onto Brian, full kidney shot onto Drake. Big damn. Jamila with the combust. Drake's going to trinket. Karma immediately. Where is the bop, Korlik? Korlik is stuck in a paralyze right now. Not going to be able to find it here. Jamila continuing the chaining with the Ring of Frost. Drake with the double leg sweep. Nick now in trouble. Korlik press the sack. Not going to do it. So actually, Nick is going to be able to get out of that stun lock and just get the... that was a really nice Vitality Conduit by Korlik right before, actually. So he's going to be able to hold on to that sacrifice. And now they're going forward. Brain here. You get a nice kidney shot, but counter Dragon's Breath by Ceralium is going to be enough to keep Brain alive here. I do believe Grapple Weapon as well. That should be enough to keep Nick off of Brain. And now they could potentially look to set something up here onto Nick instead of anything.
Yeah, definitely. We'll have to see if they can get it done. Brain now into a full polymorph, and Drake is on the run. They're trying to go after the Windwalker Monk. Terralium there, diffusing the situation, getting a polymorph on Nick, Dragon's Breath on Jamili, but the crowd control is not over, and Drake is in a lot of trouble. Diffuse magic out of the stun, Hammer of Justice on Brain. The crowd control is unending from the Charlotte Phoenix. Drake barely holding on, now going aggressive onto Jamili, trying to reverse the pressure just a little bit, and we'll have to see if he's going to be able to do it. And it doesn't look like it. It looks like Corlick is able to stabilize Jamili. There's just no crowd control yet. Good positioning here by Corlick, avoiding all that crowd control. And once again, it's going to be, it's time for the Charlotte Phoenix to kind of strike back.
Corlick pre-sacrifice to paralyze. Nice play there. Drake gets swapped doing a smoke bomb. 1 second left. Will he be able to get in line of sight? Brain in the polymer pre-sacrifices it. Excellent plays from both Paladins on these rosters. This game could end at any moment with the explosive potential of each side. Nick rolls in with a double garrote. Swap over to Brain. Trying to catch him off guard here a bit, but I feel like Brain, and maybe I'm commentator cursing him, is one of the most difficult, if not the most difficult Paladin to actually kill. I feel like we almost never see him go down. Jamili swap to Temporal Shield, absorbed all of that damage. We complimented him last week coming in with a fiery start. Looking to show off here today as well against M2KC as both sides stabilize. Double stun lock engagement by Charlotte Phoenix. Jamili trying to get that Ring of Frost around the corner. Beautiful blink placement. Landing that Ring of Frost. Drake is now alone. He portals, but he portals on top of Corlick. They go for the Karma. They actually do pop off the Karma, I believe. So Drake's just going to line of sight. Brain sits through a blind. Diminishing return sap. Unless they have a stun out of this, I think Brain should recover. A Garrote, actually, maybe another swap over to the Paladin. Grapple weapon by Drake prevents Nick's assault, but he's still going after Brain. Are they actually going to keep trying to go after Brain? Corlick now in a Hammer of Justice. Ceralium looks to get a polymorph. He finds it. Jamili anticipates the attack. Temporal Shields, all of that damage. But now Temporal Shield is over. They don't get the repolymorph. They go for a Blinding Light instead. Looking to burst down with that. Triple leg sweep. Excellent timing here. Beautiful punish by M2KC. Look at the damage. Corlick barely recovering.
Beautiful sheep there as well by Jamili. Once again, getting another DR sheep here. But Drake already in a very defensive position, healing himself up, and now he's going to go and look to get aggressive. And M2KC are actually pulling ahead a little bit right now. Big dress connect. Corlick in a sheep. Jamili, Car Rush proc, should be the ice block as well. And Corlick trinketed in the midst of those things as well right there. So basically, almost every cooldown except that Divine Shield that forced from the side of Charlotte Phoenix. M2KC are very happy with that exchange.
Yeah, they absolutely are. I mean, Trinket, as well as the Cauterize, as well as the Ice Block. Now Charlotte Phoenix looking to get something from Brain, but I don't know if they're going to be able to do it. Super Tease thinks he's one of the best Paladins at surviving, so Brain obviously going to be very, very durable, is managing to hold on. Now Hammer of Justice on Corlick. It's going to be Jamili that's in trouble, and there's the Divine Shield, and all of a sudden things are looking really good here for M2KC. They've got all the pieces into position to close out this game, and I think it's only a matter of time. We're going to have to see a preemptive sacrifice from Corlick or something, or insane peels from Nick if they want to keep Jamili alive.
Oh, triple blind, triple ring, poly follow-up. Drake diffuses, denying the combustion of Jamili. Despite that excellent setup, Drake totally shuts it down. Going for the Karma too, maybe just to be safe, but that does leave him open to a smoke bomb. He won't have many options. They can actually cut through all of Brain's defense if they catch Drake in a good smoke bomb. Brain is positioned far away. This would be the perfect time. They're waiting for that kidney shot, but Brain charges in. Pre-sacrifice. Oh man, Corlick did exactly what he needed to do to survive in this position. But now the sacrifice is over, and they're continuing to push through. Huge damage onto Jamili. Corlick still polymorphed into the Blinding Light. Temporal Shield goes off at half health. Is Jamili going to be able to hold on? Drake is staying on target with 1 second left. Divine Favor available. Corlick doesn't have the time to go for it. He pops the Divine Favor. Don't even know if he managed to get the heal off in time before Spell Steal happened, but Vitality Conduit going to stabilize Jamili here. And Charlotte Phoenix stay alive in a check position that should have otherwise been the end of the game. They're still not in a great spot, but that smoke bomb in their back pocket could be a good counter assault.
Very, very nice. They get a sheep here onto Corlick. He trinkets out, trying to heal Jamili, but he gets leg swept. He bops himself as well, but the damage is just too much. Drake is all over him, looking to take game number 1. DR Ring of Frost, is it going to be enough? I don't know how Jamili is staying alive, but Corlick has the Avenging Wrath, and he is going to be able to keep him alive. Line goes out onto Brain. Touch of Death is taking on Jamili, but Drake has to run. Drake. No cooldowns for Drake. Smoke bomb available. Nick is going to edge it.
He edged it
right there. Let's see if they have the damage, though. It doesn't look like it. Drake is going to survive. Corlick is in a crowd control right now. If Sir can get this Ring of Frost or Sheep, it's going to be GG. But Jamili brings the Dragon's Breath and resheeps him under the spell, shutting that setup down in its tracks. And somehow, some way, Charlotte Phoenix are going to be staying alive for a little bit longer, guys.
Yeah, they definitely are, but still with no cooldowns, they can't be feeling too safe. There is, of course, a combustion available for Cerulean, but they're going after Drake. He trades out the Touch of Karma onto Jamili. There's no Blessing of Protection. They're actually just trying to shred through it. Jamili pops a combustion. I feel like that was a little bit of a waste there, but at least it forced Drake into a defensive position. Now, M2KC, they're going to be looking to close it out. There is the double leg sweep. Temporal Shield is there. Do they have the crowd control? Full Hammer of Justice on Corlick, but he gets the Blessing of Sacrifice. Very nicely done there by Corlick. Now what are they going to do? Jamili should be able to survive. They're looking to reverse the pressure. Here it is. And Drake might just fall. The Charlotte Phoenix, they managed to hold on. Can they actually take Drake down? He gets behind the pillar and sniped. Unfortunately for M2KC, what a close call and what a great game number one between these two teams.
Explosive game from both sides here. Looked super close a couple of times on both sides of M2KC and Charlotte Phoenix. In the end, though, Charlotte Phoenix taking that victory for game number one, Zico.
Yeah, that was a really back and forth game. They made a bit of a defensive overlap, and M2KC almost ran away with it, but Corlick had some excellent preemptive sacks. His Jamili had a couple of excellent pre-temporal shields, and honestly, I think the biggest reason to why they didn't die when they were in that check position with no cooldown is the fact that Nick actually blinded Cerulean, full defensive blind, and Jamili survived on 5% or something there. I really thought he was going to go down, but Nick was the reason why he was able to survive, and that basically prolonged the game long enough for them to actually be able to win here. So that was crazy. This is right before, you see Jamili right here, Nick's blind coin, you can see it right there to the right, 1 minute 30 seconds during the setup. He popped it onto the mage, and that was definitely some crazy stuff coming out of Nick. And then here the edge on the smoke bomb as well, almost preventing that divine favor from going off. If they had a little bit more damage, like a Dressed or something, could have definitely been a kill there onto Drake. And this could have been a kill onto Jamili if he doesn't pre-temporal. There's just so many highlights throughout this game in general, but ultimately it was Charlotte Phoenix that were able to get that last CC chain and to take the win. And even here, Brain had 1 second left on his sacrifice before he got sheeped, so it's just so back and forth.
That's got to be absolutely devastating. I mean, Jamili actually lived on 1% health for multiple seconds too. If they had any damage, it would have been a different result. But the Charlotte Phoenix, they managed to hold on and claiming game number one. I think they're going to be very happy with that, but I don't think that's the end of the story. I think this is going to be one of those matchups that is likely going to go to a game 5.
Do you want to stick with your prediction, though, Ven, after game 1 with Charlotte Phoenix winning this series?
Yeah, I think so. I don't even know if I predicted that, but we'll go with it.
Didn't you said in favor of Charlotte Phoenix, I thought, or am I losing it?
Maybe I did. I don't remember, but I would go. Okay. I would say that Charlotte Phoenix, they were looking good, but M2KC, I mean, these are the top teams. These are some of the top teams in North America, obviously. And they put on quite a show for us in that last game. I think game number 2 is going to be no different, very back and forth. And there was multiple close calls in that game where the result could have been different. And I expect the same thing in game number 2.
Yeah, we can see here locked in Ashamane's fall. M2KC and Charlotte Phoenix as well have both locked in their composition. Now that we know everything that's going to be played for this next game, Zico, do we want to make any comments on any predictions maybe on this next game, how we can expect it to see go? Is it going to be as close as game number 1, do you think?
Oh, I think it's going to be extremely close. I don't even know who necessarily has the advantage in this matchup. I would say it's a pretty even matchup. I think maybe the Asa Rogue has a little bit of an advantage, but it's going to come down to skill. Whoever plays better, if Cerulean can shut down Jamili more than he gets shut down, or if Jamili can do vice versa. And it's going to come down to who has those clean setups. If Drake can get those big leg sweeps and try to blow Nick up, that can definitely pull them ahead. So we're just going to have to wait and see what these teams can do. And we have a little stat card here. Jamili, I noticed there's no arcane here. A little bit peculiar. Right.
Yeah, Jamili always just one of those really strong players, always just playing his position super well, super valuable member of any team that he does play on. We can see his 74% interrupt rate, one of the higher ones that we've seen, I think, today. So those are the stats for Jamili, 57% on Fire Mage. So definitely tune in if you want to see more of those stats from our players. But the game is started here. Charlotte Phoenix versus M2KC, 1-0 on game number 2 in Ashermains.
I'm curious to see how they start this. Are they going to go Brain again or just straight Windwalker? Right now, they sap Paladin. They're going to go Windwalker, Kidney Shot. Beautiful timing here, but they break the sap. They go for Hammer of Justice anyway to try and carry this through. Diffuse Magic trades for Drake, but it wasn't for Combustion. That could be a big opening for Jamili. Double Blinding Light by Corlick. Good timing, but ultimately not pulling anything else other than Diffuse Magic. Combustion now pop for Sorrel. Going after Jamili. Jamili trinkets out. Tries to spell steal to strip it away, I would imagine, in the near future. Still not going for it, just polymorphing Ceralium instead. Dragon's Breath onto Drake into the Kidney Shot, trying to stabilize. Corlick's in crowd control, so is Nick. Jamili's all alone. Corlick trinkets into a stun. Jamili blinks back, looking to recover with some big heals there, likely the Voodoo Totem. Corlick saves him. Polymorph on Brain. Drake on the back foot. Pre-Fort Bruise. It's just going to be back and forth, back and forth. This is going to be a high-intensity series, to be certain.
Yeah, and Drake only used his Fortifying Brew, so not the worst for him, but they did get Corlick's Trinket, and they have a sheep onto him right now. Ceralium gets interrupted on the recast here, so he's not going to be able to get any more crowd control. Nick is going for the smoke bomb play here onto Drake. Drake takes massive damage, triple stun here coming out. Drake, I don't know what that fat heal was right there, but Brain is going to have to use something here. Blessing of Protection on himself right there to get out of that blind, and he's going to heal him up with that Avenging Wrath, but still not out of the woods yet. Drake has to kite a little bit here. Nick is just all over him. Finally, he's going to get sheeped here. Ceralium now swapping it to Corlick, but it breaks from Drake's Flying Serpent kick, and Drake is in massive trouble here. He got stunned up. He got a stun onto Brain. Do they have any crowd control for Corlick, though? Doesn't look like it. I do believe the Brain actually had his Hammer of Justice there, and he wanted to go for it, but that stun from Nick shut him down, stopped him in his tracks, and that's going to allow Drake to get out pretty cleanly from that stick situation.
Nicely done there by Drake, getting the double leg sweep. Good positioning. Full Hammer of Justice on Corlick. Ceralium gets shut down. Nice Dragon's Breath there by Jamili. Looking for a polymorph. Unfortunately, unable to find it. Now they're actually, are they just going after Brain? Brain could be in big trouble. Sacrifice damage. The Kidney Shot lands out of the Hammer of Justice. Can they get the Divine Shield? Brain manages to hold on. He sneaks away behind the pillar. Heals coming in, and Brain doing a good job keeping himself alive. Charlotte Phoenix, they tried to take advantage of that situation, but unfortunately not able to really net too many more defensive cooldowns from Brain. Now once again turning their attention over onto Drake. Really finding crowd control onto Ceralium. A full Blinding Light over onto Brain. Nicely done there by Corlick. Is there a Hammer of Justice to follow it up? Unfortunately, there is not. And now a full Polymorph actually sneaks onto Corlick, and Jamili is going to be on the run.
Let's see if he can stabilize here. Drake rolls in on target. Stun onto Corlick. He breaks the stun into a Dragon's Breath. Good follow-up by Ceralium. However, Vitality Conduit is rolling. Jamili should stabilize throughout this polymorph. Nick feints any potential swap to himself. Oh, but they're stacked up for a double leg sweep, and I feel like Drake has been getting tons of punish with these double leg sweeps if he can keep this up. Brain now in a polymorph, though. Jamili pushing forward, trying to chase down Drake. Not able to really connect. He's kiting Nick. He pre-grapple weapons Nick, anticipating a stun here while Brain is crowd controlled. Rolls back on Jamili, avoiding Nick's assault, but now Brain is stunned up. Jamili falling behind a bit here. Polymorph on the Corlick. Temporal Shield triggers. Jamili spell steals it back instantly. Sacrifice trades for Corlick. He doesn't feel comfortable. He utilizes the Divine Shield in that position. He values the Cauterize more than his personal cooldowns because of that ineffable truth resetting them faster. I think that was a wise decision in terms of safety, but perhaps he could have gotten away without it.
Yeah, and we're gonna see Brain actually preemptive sacrifice there on that poly, so Brain's gonna be on the diminishing return and presumably gonna go a little bit aggressive here. He actually gets swapped to here. Brain gonna use his every man for himself to break out of that Kidney Shot. Doesn't want to be in a situation where he might have to use his bubble. Now Brain is gonna look for crowd control. He gets a Hammer of Justice onto Corlick. Surrounds looking for the sheep plus the Ring of Frost. They have him isolated here. Jamili might need to use something. The Temporal Shield is going to be enough here. Dragon's Breath comes out from Jamili. He goes for the sheep here. Shuts Ceralium down. Cauterize might trigger. He's going to trade out the Ice Block instead. Corlick with no sacrifice there. Didn't really have any heals to try to keep Ja from using that. So I think that was a pretty fair exchange. He's going to have to cauterize for later, but M2KC, They force out the first really big defensive right there, and also no bubble left on Corlick. So big opportunity here for M2KC, but Drake needs to survive right now. Bop on the Karma. Do they have any more crowd control? Doesn't look like it. Drake is going to stabilize for now, and now Jamili is in big trouble here,
Oh, he definitely is. It's the combustion, paralyzed, DR Sheep, Hammer of Justice, Dragon's Breath. Jamili getting lower and lower. Can they force out the Cauterize? He still has that cheat death. Defying death once again with a nice temporal shield. The smoke bomb drops down, and now it's Drake absolutely getting crushed. Brain rolls over, gets a little bit of healing on him, but Drake's still not out of it yet. The Divine Shield, Avenging Wrath from Brain, has to trade to keep Drake alive, and this Windwalker Monk can now look to get aggressive, but both these teams in terms of defensive cooldowns are absolutely running on fumes. Corlick gets caught into a blinding light, and let's see, what are they going to be able to do out of that? Is there any more crowd control? The sacrifice is rolling, so that was well done by Corlick, getting the sacrifice on the crowd control, full blind on Brain. Now Drake's in a lot of trouble. Cerulean looking to defuse. He ice blocks out of the polymorph to get a double Dragon's Breath. Might be the only reason why Drake is still alive, but now Cerulean could actually be a vulnerability in this matchup as well. Without that ice block immunity, the mage trade is relatively even.
Oh, double stun, beautiful crowd control initiated by M2KC. Cauterize gonna trigger, Jamili is burning down. There's really not much answers. Can a bot maybe slip through? Barely recovering with that Blessing Protection Vitality Conduit. Corlick holds on by a thread for his team, but the window of opportunity is slipping. There's Karma coming up in 3, Diffuse in 7. A mage swap might be their only option. Do they see it as an out? They're going after Cerulean, trying to exploit that ice block earlier on. Cerulean Frost Nova's Nick. He's trying to reposition, looking for polymorphs. Blinks at the end of the cast. Both paladins in crowd control. It's going to be a race to the finish. Combustion popped on both sides. Jamili's ends just now. He's in trouble. No Cauterize, no block. Divine Shield up in 1. Divine Shield up in 1, and Brain barely wasn't able to save last game by 1 second. Corlick is going to be able to not save it by 1 second in game 2, and we're all tied up.
Wow, well played by both of these teams. They're playing so cleanly, and it's just coming down to those split seconds for that last game. That defensive almost back up, but M2KC going to take that game to victory, tying this series up 1-1. And it just definitely seems like at this rate here, Super T, is that it's going to go to a game 5.
Yeah, I think it's going to be 3-1 M2KC.
Oh,
I think.
Okay.
Maybe. I don't know. The map was a big deal.
Nope, you already said it. That's what you went with.
Okay, I have to stick with it because I already said it.
Ben and Zigo, then I want to hear it.
What, predictions? Or
okay, so I think it's going to go to a game 5. Sid thinks it's a 3-1.
I could see both of those
Me as
scenarios,
well.
but one thing is for sure, M2KC is winning this. They are playing out of their minds right now. This series, just lock in the same comps. Let's go. Next game, I'm ready. It's 1-1. Let's be honest. You guys are not going to play mage lock anyway, so just lock it in and let's get into the next game. I'm ready, dude. This series is it's what I've been looking forward to the most throughout this weekend. Watching these two teams because they have a very aggressive style. They play very similar comps, and it's very fast paced. It's a lot of action, at the same time. A lot of plays happening at the same time, so it's very fun.
Yeah, it's really the series you love to see, especially when they're so closely matched, such as these two teams here. Then what do you think, though? Do you think M2C might be taking this one? They are down, like Charlotte Phoenix, they have to pick the next map, but what's their advantage here, do you think, going into game 3?
I really think at this point it's anyone's series. I think it's going to be a little bit too close to call. Charlotte Phoenix, obviously they've narrowly escaped. I mean, this series could have easily been 2-0 for M2KC if they had done 5,000 more damage to Jamili. That's the difference between like a lethal strikes proc and not. So really, really close game. We are going to a smaller map, so hook point. I think the small map is nice. Charlotte Phoenix doesn't really rely on kiting as much as M2KC, so a big part of Drake on that Windwalker Monk is toolkit to survive is going to be his crazy amount of mobility, multiple rolls, the flying serpent kick, the transcendence. So in order for him to survive, he has to have a map which gives him a lot of space. And hook point, not as much space as Ashamane's Fall. So I think for Drake, this map's going to be a lot harder for him to actually survive these setups coming in from the Charlotte Phoenix, and I think that's part of the reason why Charlotte Phoenix decided to go for a small map like hook point.
They are going to be locking in Rogue, Mage, Corlick staying on Holy Paladin here. Do you think that this is like we like this map choice from Charlotte Phoenix on Hook Point. Is M2KC, though, going to be able to pull off a Game 3 win, do you think, Sudatees?
This is why I wanted to take it back, because I was thinking, like, as they go to Hook Point, Windwalker doesn't get away too easily. Swapping to the Holy Paladin is also pretty easy. I mean, it was a main contributing factor to Drake being able to survive with all the space, so he's going to lose out on the space. I think if he uses Ring of Peace and he uses those fences on the side to try and prevent Nick from getting in on him with those walls, it could have potential. I think they could still do it, but this is easily going to be their hardest game, I think, in the series for M2KC.
How do you think they'll do on the side of M2KC? What do you think they're going to do against other teams? Do you think they're going to do sort of, we're seeing them play pretty strongly here up against Charlotte Phoenix. Is this going to be repeatable against other teams, do you think? Yeah,
I mean, this is their bread and butter, the Windwalker, Mage, Holy Paladin.
Yeah.
That's what they're really high rated on the ladder. They've been playing it for an incredibly long time, so they have dampen strategies where they will just run laps and try and attrition players. They've got this aggressive playstyle nailed down. I would say that they're well-rounded, considering that this appears to be one of their only options in terms of comps. Strategically, they're well-rounded.
Yeah, and then, on the side of Charlotte Phoenix as well, they did come into this circuit a bit of an underdog. Now we're seeing them go up against M2KC pretty strongly. They did well last weekend as well for that Sunday, and this seems like this team, especially if you give them just a little bit more time, that could look really, really good by the end of the circuit, I feel like, here, Zico.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, Van already said something similar, but I really do think Charlotte Phoenix is one of those teams that will qualify. And I feel the same way, actually, about M2KC. I think both of those teams have a really good chance of qualifying. And obviously C9. And then I think the last spot is going to be probably Spacestation Gaming. It's crazy, but I don't know if Mystery Org actually makes it. Maybe. They have the same comp, so I don't know. It's definitely very competitive in NA. I can see at least 5 teams that I think should all qualify. But
Yeah, I feel like especially some of those teams that may have been a little bit lower in terms of points are really shaping up here nicely. But anyways, game number 3 has started. M2KC versus Charlotte Phoenix, currently 1-1 on Hook Point.
Yeah, very back and forth series so far. All tied up 1-1, like I mentioned. Let's see what they decide to do. Full blind on Brain once again. Drake gets behind the pillar, and it's going to be a big opener on Drake. Touch of Karma has to trade immediately, as the crowd control on Brain is basically never-ending. Busking Protection comes in. They want more from Drake. Pre-Fortifying Brew on any more incoming damage. It's going to be a high-value Fortifying Brew, and Brain does manage to connect the heals. Now looking to reverse the pressure with a full stun on Corlick into a Blinding Light with a leg sweep onto Jamili. Massive damage. He gets out. That's going to be a Temporal Shield as well as a Battle Masters to increase his health. And Jamili does manage to hold on to the Cauterize at the cost of Corlick's Trinket as well as that sacrifice. So both teams exchanging cooldowns in the early stages, but I would say I feel like the Charlotte Phoenix came out a bit ahead.
I think Corlick is realizing that he's not a target, so he's going to use that Gladiator's Medallion and sacrifice a lot more frequently. I'm curious if M2KC actually looked to punish that. Do you think? I think Windwalker Mage, if Corlick is a little bit too kind of out there in terms of using cooldowns, that he could actually end up regretting it. Brain is currently polymorphed, no karma for Drake. Trying to force diffuse magic here, but he's actually just pushing forward. Touch of Death, big damage potential. Jamili Temporal Shield for the Touch of Death hit. That's going to be a ton of damage, though. It might proc Cauterize. Not enough. Just a little bit more. 1 second left on the polymorph. Corlick now into the Hammer of Justice. They're pushing for the Cauterize. Blazing Barrier activates. Triple stun by Drake. These leg sweeps have been MVP for M2KC. That's the Cauterize triggered, and M2KC get a massive lead.
Oh, M2KC are just powering up and looking better and better. The only real win condition that I see on the side of Charlotte Phoenix is the fact that Drake doesn't have his Trinket because he used it in the start, and he still have the smoke bomb, but Nick just used his Dress right there onto Drake, so they're not going to have that for a while. They bump off the Karma. They're still going for Drake, but I don't think they're going to be able to do too much here. Ceralium looking for a polymorph here. Corlick is doing a great job avoiding it so far, and Drake now with the freedom looking to potentially get in there and get some pressure here onto Jamili. They're waiting for it. Ceralium gets Shadow Step kick. He gets polyed, and now Jamili is looking for the poly here onto Brain. Brain doesn't get the sacrifice, doesn't get anything here onto Drake. Drake is just completely by himself. No touch of karma available for a little bit. Drake's just going to roll around and actually counter pressure. Full sheep secured onto Corlic. He's going to actually divine shield out of that one. Ceralium, beautiful counter pressure there. And they're going to turn their attention here over onto Nick. Just trying to shut him down a bit because Jamili stopped. So nice stuff here from M2KC. M2KC grabs themselves a massive lead there.
Yeah, they're doing a great job. Polymorph on Nick. Double leg sweep once again. Drake looking to set up his team. Ceralium is going to be able to find any crowd control. Corlic in the back line. Doesn't have too much healing to keep his team alive. Ceralium sneaks in a full polymorph. This is danger time for the Charlotte Phoenix, but they're trying to counter pressure. The smoke bomb drops down onto Drake. Extremely good job there by the Charlotte Phoenix, turning that situation on its head. Full hammer of justice now secured onto Bergen as Drake is still on the run. Now charging in. Looking to get some damage rolling for his team. Can they get crowd control? Full hammer of justice on Corlic. Polymorph on to Nick. This is the beautiful setup. Jamili is left all by himself. Oh, Corlic gets blinded on his trinket. An absolute disaster. Jamili might be forced into his ice block if he can't slow down some of this damage. And it looks like he will be able to hold on. Corlic with the Vitality Conduit is more than enough healing. Now they might actually go after Ceralium in this matchup. Drake hasn't been working out for them too much in this match. I mean, there's been some close calls, but I think Ceralium's just getting way too much done on that mage, so potentially trying to shut him down with those kidney shots is going to work out better for them.
I think this is all coming down to Brain being like the most impossible paladin to kill. I feel like as Rogue Mage Paladin, you'd love to be bouncing between Brain and the Windwalker, but I swear Brain never dies on this Holy Paladin. Triple stun engagement by M2KC. Jamili immediately ice blocks. He'd just rather have the health. He cancels the ice block? Fist of Fury are flying still. Corlic doesn't have a great answer. Divine Favor. Now what? Bop in 17. He's just praying for ineffable truth at this point. Hammer of Justice on Brain. Triple crowd control threat by Charlotte Phoenix, but Brain anticipates it. Sacrificing at high health. Great sacrifice read by Brain. Mana slightly in favor of M2KC, although I feel like it's unlikely this game comes down to mana. Corlic trying to reposition. Ceralium gets line of sighted on his polymorph. Jamili is just being pressured heavily. Ceralium's trying to chase down Corlic here. Corlic on the other side of the pillar. Nick rolling forward onto Ceralium. They're more committed to the mage, but they're down cauterized, they're down ice block. They go for blind. Nice crowd control by Charlotte Phoenix. They just need a bit more damage here. Nice sap out of the blind. This has to be a Divine Shield or a cauterized. No way, right? A Battle Master? They're just going to get with only a Battle Master and a Temporal Shield. Ceralium now recovers back to full health. It's time to go, go, go. Jamili in a ton of trouble.
Oh, here we go. Full Ring of Frost, but Corlic gets a sacrifice in the nick of time. Are they going to swap to him? He gets an ineffable proc, and look at his bubble cooldown right there. Just jumped back. It's ready now. So Corlic's going to have that to work with. But Brain gets swapped to the most impossible paladin in the game to kill. Is going to use his Divine Shield right there. Getting swapped to Brain. Definitely having a close call right there, but he goes in for the Blinding Light. Drake's looking for Jamili. Corlic immediately responds with the bubble. Doesn't want to have to use the sacrifice as well, so bubble on early HP using the wings and just basically countering that setup with heals. Corlic has his trinket and sacrifice. There is the sacrifice actually by Corlic. A little bit prematurely, it was literally just the art there, so I'm not sure what that was all about, but Corlic now has basically nothing to save Jaw with, so there's a 45-second window here for M2KC where they can win, but there's also a window for Charlotte Phoenix where they can kill Brain, and it might look like they're going for it. Here we go, big damage. Do they have a kidney shot to follow it up? They do. Vanish Garrote, maybe something. Jamili gets the spell steal. No,
Brain never dies.
Brain never dies.
I don't know. These have been pretty close calls. I feel like Brain might be a little bit vulnerable here, but they get the Hammer of Justice on Corlic. Full stun on Jamili. He uses every man for himself, Temporal Shield, and he should be able to survive. Potentially, Corlic really doesn't have too many emergency cooldowns, and Brain is saying, you know what, goodbye. If you're going after me, I'm going to be across the map, behind the pillar. It's really, really good positioning. Nick is now charging in, but Drake is there to defend. Ceralium just looking for the polymorphs as well. If they connect on Brain, Brain is going to be in a lot of trouble. If all three members of Charlotte Phoenix can get there, they could absolutely win this game. But once again, Corlic caught into a full polymorph. But Jamili seems to be okay. He diffuses the situation with some polymorphs onto Ceralium. Maybe Nick's going to be taking a little bit of damage, but with the evasion, completely avoids that. And still, it's going to be Brain who is absolutely horrified right now. If he gets caught on top of Charlotte Phoenix, it's going to be lights out.
All right, triple Ring of Frost. Oh, it breaks to damage. It's unfortunate here for Charlotte Phoenix. Another swap to Brain. He's got wall ready. He's got paralyzed on Jamili. Great heals by Drake. Brain's just gonna walk the combustion off. They go for the garrote. They're really powering through for the kill here. Avenging Wrath dressed to death. Brain needs to fake out the interrupts. There's no interrupts. Brain clutches a huge heal with the Avenging Wrath. Brain never dies, man. I'm just gonna keep saying it until maybe he does, but I swear he's the most difficult paladin in the game to kill. He's running this game to the absolute wire. No mana left. He goes for the Hammer of Justice. Maybe a swap to Corlick. Try and get the Divine Shield. I don't think they're finding pressure, although going after Brain seems to have stalled their assaults. They go for Blinding Light instead. Brain stunned up here. He breaks out. Every man for himself. Line of sights with the Blessing of Freedom, avoiding Jamili on the cheap shot. Drake caught into his sap. Not really able to help. And look, Brain's totally out of mana. Still keeping himself alive. Perfect positioning from Brain and completely calculated. That Ineffable Truth just proc. He got his Divine Shield back off cooldown. I think he's going to survive at least another stun, but in the meantime, where's the opening? Do you go after Corley, Jamili, or Nick? They all have their defense available. They stun up Brain. They really need to get Divine Shield with this. Only Avenger needs to get a Holy Shock proc. He gets it, goes for the Divine Favor. He's so low on health. If he gets kicked here, it's game over. It's not available. Actually, just goes for the Divine Shield, Hammer of Justice.
Oh, they're going for the swap here onto Corlick, the only viable kill option here for M2KC, but Corlick is going to be able to survive that one. And now, Brain, I don't know, you are truly immortal. If you can survive this game, Brain, from this situation, you are the hardest paladin to kill. I will agree with Sid for now, but Brain, no mana left, full garrote, Nick's all over him. How is he going to survive? The Hammer of Justice onto Nick. They're swapping over to Nick, but Nick doesn't take any damage there. I think he read it there with a preemptive feint or something. Brain still just waddling around with 0 mana, waddling around in Ceralium's Ring of Frost. They're just trying to do what he can. Sheep onto Corlick, Brain in a kidney shot.
No way.
Smoke bomb gets dropped. Vivify from Drake gets interrupted. Hammer of Justice. Jamili's not even there, but I don't think Brain's going to be able to survive this one. And the hardest paladin in the game to kill falls, Sid.
That was actually really, really sad for M2KC. And Jamili, I don't think he did any damage. We can see it in the replay, but I'm pretty sure Jamili was entirely, in a polymorph for that setup. So a little bit unfortunate there, but we'll definitely have to see. You actually mentioned it to your credit, CPTs, during the game that as a Rogue Mage Paladin, you want to be going after the Paladin. It seems like them just kind of going after Brain and just controlling up Drake and Ceralium seemed to be a much better strategy for them.
It actually felt like that was they were forced to do that because they were losing the Mage race, they were losing the Windwalker race, and they had forced all the Paladin cooldowns. So they went on Brain, and I think they realize now that when they go on Brain, they actually shut down so much. And is he running a single Versa, Brain?
I think he does run a mix. Pretty sure he runs a mix. No, he isn't.
No, he's not. He's running 33 Ineffable.
Yeah, so Brain actually has very, very little damage reduction from that Versa stat. So it's a great way for them to get pressure and to just stop their chains completely.
Yeah, well played by Charlotte Phoenix, now up 2-1 against M2KC. But, they put those guys off. M2KC put it off for quite a long time. There were many times when we thought Brain was going to go down, and he just didn't die for so long. So well played by M2KC. We're going to have to see how they do here in game number 4. Do you think that, though, Charlotte Phoenix might take this home with a 3-1, Zico, or is M2KC going to fight back stronger in this next game?
We're going to game 5 100%.
I was right!
100%?
Yes.
100%.
They're
going to pick a big map. It's 100%. There's no way.
100% seems like a bit of a, I could see like a 98%, 97%. We're leaving no room at all for Charlotte Phoenix to win. There's a 0% chance I could win.
There's 0% chance that Charlotte Phoenix wins this next game. What's going to happen is we're going to go to a little bit larger map. Brain is not going to be a target. They're going to get destroyed again in the Mage/Windwalker race. And we're going to go to game 5. It's going to be a bit of a smaller map. And against all odds, M2KC, the Mew Mew Kitty Cats, are going to just pounds their way back in the series.
I want everyone to remember that what Zico just said, just in case it doesn't happen.
I've already written it down.
Drip.
It's set in stone 100% for Zico for game number 5 here. Looks like we are going to be locking in Tiger's Peak. Both of these compositions are locked in as well for M2KC as well as Charlotte Phoenix. Supatis, what do you think is going to come out of game number 5, or this next game, excuse me, from these teams?
Well, it's just a good map with more open space. So the Rogue Mage Paladin wants to just gun down the healer, possibly switch to Windwalker. Maybe if Ceruleum Ice Blocks go Mage. But generally speaking, because Paladins don't run that conflict and strife normally, or they run very low versatility, unlike a lot of other healers that you try and kill, they're a lot more exploitable as a target for Rogue Mage. Pretty much every other healer in the game, I'm trying to think of one that doesn't run full versatility, maybe a Resto Druid, but we don't even see those, so I don't consider them. Paladin's the only healer that doesn't run like complete full versatility tank build, so attacking them as Rogue Mage is always great if you can get away with it.
And on the side of M2KC, or Charlotte Phoenix up against M2KC here, what do you think their target is? Who do you think they're going to go after, if not Brain, as we saw in that last game, Zico?
They'll probably do Windwalker / Paladin swaps. I think Windwalker main target, and if you're Charlotte Phoenix, and maybe if there's a sacrifice or if there's an opening like in the last game when Brain doesn't have his ways to basically break out of stuns, I could see a swap like that happen. But what I do like about both of these teams is that they're not afraid to, if somebody uses their defense to save, somebody in his team, they're not afraid to swap their strategy around and focus that target. We saw Ceruleum use an offensive block. They swapped to him previously. And similar, both teams were swapping to Paladin last game. So honestly, everybody is a target right now. And we have the opener here, Blind, Sap. Touch of Karma gets immediately Blessing of Protection. Drake going for the roll here. Is he going to survive though? Nick with the grapple weapon. He's got to connect with the smoke bomb. Fist of Fury.
0%, huh? I'm sorry, Zico. What were you saying?
Brain never dies.
Brain never dies. The Charlotte Phoenix have no chance. Okay.
I was trying to be on Aya's side here, okay? Boring if everyone's predicting 3-1,
Shaq,
okay?
you know what? I did predict a game 5 as well, but don't listen, man. You're the caster. You're the expert here. I can't be blamed for your wrong predictions.
I'm gonna be honest.
Man.
I feel like you're being used as a scapegoat right now.
I was just being a gentleman here, making sure that somebody's agreeing with the host. But you know what? I'm sorry, okay? I'm sorry.
Let's take a look at this game. So we got a kidney shot on Drake with a full blind on Brain. Big burst damage comes in. Immediate Blessing of Protection on the Karma, and Brain is, you know what? He's going to feel out this damage just a little bit, but the one surprise factor that will deny him the sacrifice is going to be the smoke bomb. So unfortunately, Drake gets taken down in that smoke bomb. The Divine Shield sacrifice wasn't going to be enough, and luckily for the Charlotte Phoenix, they played that one out very, very well. And I'd say Drake, Ceruleum, and Brain, they kind of under-responded to the situation. Unfortunately, too little, too late. And we're going to have a 48-second game. And that does mean the Charlotte Phoenix will close this one out 3-1.
Yeah, well played by those guys. But with M2KC as well, I mean, they definitely put up a really good fight there. We saw them play pretty strongly up against Charlotte Phoenix there, and I feel like they shouldn't walk away with that sort of disappointed in their performance. I feel like they could take what they did there in that series and maybe do a little bit better. They play Golden Guardians tomorrow. They're not knocked out of the tournament or to a lower bracket, and I think that was a really good performance coming out of that side on M2KC as well, Ben.
I mean, there's no question about it. These guys play Windwalker, Mage, Paladin better than anyone else. They kind of pioneered the composition. A lot of teams are sort of adapting that playstyle. And they can definitely... There's no question about it. They're going to be sad about that last game. They played a really, really well-fought series. The last game obviously went abysmal for them, unfortunately. But I think if we saw the series play out again, it could have been a different result. That's how kind of evenly matched these two teams are. But M2KC, I think they're still looking really, really good to make it into that top 4.
Yeah, and being as evenly matched that they are, I feel like it's also just shows how close these teams are, how tough this competition is, and that we definitely have the best 16 teams in the AWC competing in this circuit. So now we're going to go to our last series of the day. That's going to be Spacestation Gaming versus Turtle. Turtle is that team last weekend that we saw beat Mystery Org, a surprise to us all. Dilly with the chest banging as well, something you love to see. I hope that he has his camera turned on again, up against Spacestation Gaming, a team that I also feel like is always really creative. They always kind of find ways to surprise us, and I think this next series is going to be a great way to close out the day here, Zico.
I thought you were going to say, the Turtle is the team that were beating their chest. I was like, oh yeah, that's them. But yeah, Turtle, playing that jungle, and we haven't really seen that many games from Spacestation Gaming, right? They've only played one series, I think, so far. So for them, this is going to be very nice to kind of go up against, a team that basically only has one setup. So I would give this one to Spacestation Gaming, especially considering, what a dominant team they are. But it's going to be interesting to see kind of what they bring to the table. It's always fun to watch Windwalker Ellie and all the crazy stuff they brought out last time.
Yeah, it was certainly a fun series to watch last weekend. So stick around. We're going to go to a break. And then when we come back, we're going to go to our last series of the day. That's going to be, once again, Spacestation Gaming versus Turtle. We'll be right back.
I think the quality of competition has been the highest it's ever been the entire year. This tournament was probably one of the hardest tournaments to win that has ever been played in WoW.
We know that those players are the best at their respective classes, and it's always a challenge to face them.
His Avenging Crusader just becomes available, but they dismantle it. They completely dismantle in game 2.
Chance falls and the Gosu crew are 1 game away.
Blizzo 10% health. What is going on? They actually hit it. Good range. Temporal shield popping out. Wildcard Gaming. Blizzo is undoubtedly the best warrior in World of Warcraft.
Blizzo is an unstoppable force. Literally nothing can stop him. Roots, nothing.
Battlemaster's gonna fall. Bomb dropped. Kidney shot on Blizzo. Massive damage. And they take down Wildcard Gaming and Artichoke 2019 BlizzCon champions. MIM sets up for the kill. 1-star surge, 2-star surge. And big and let's go.
Now another counter spell comes in though. That's a beautiful counter spell. Is there an execute? There is. And Wildcard Gaming upset the stock and go 1-up, 1 game away from the grand final.
Blossom Raikou, they just need a little bit more damage. He saps it, but Looney just can't make it there. Is he gonna stay alive? No! Black tie it up.
Greggy can't do anything. He has no cooldowns left. If Snuts is able to connect one more kidney shot, well done. The shadow.
No way.
Snuts is in the top 3.
Don't you ever put Snuts on the bench again!
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We are now on our last series of the day. That's going to be Spacestation Gaming versus Turtle. But before we discuss that upcoming series, we do have the last question that we're going to be answering today on stream here that came from Twitter. Once again, if you guys want to participate in the future, that's hashtag AskAWC or follow WoW Esports on Twitter. And that question is going to be our first gameplay one. It's why are Ferals and Jungle Cleaves not playing with Cyclone for cross CC? And I'm just going to let anyone who wants to answer it go.
We did see it.
Oh my goodness.
Again, dude.
Nice sunglasses.
Zico.
But you're muted! You're
I
muted!
was muted.
Oh
I'm
my gosh.
sorry. Okay.
Oh,
So
That's 3 times today, man.
I'm sorry. Okay, it's been an off day. Tomorrow we'll
Oh,
bring it
in
back.
3,
I'm
Zico.
I'm relapsing a little bit today. Okay, I'm sorry.
Is that an off day? Can you call it an
It'll be-
off day when that's like the standard?
That's not the standard. Come on, bro. In the last 2 weeks, I've muted it maybe 1 time. You know.
Yeah.
3. Anyway,
Disappointing, disappointing.
so
You can do better. Go ahead.
Feral Druids, Cyclone, and Fear from the Priest, they're on the same diminishing return. So you will see Feral Druids played sometimes, like in MyWay series that they won against Bergen boys. They were actually playing Cyclone on Tony, and that's because they were playing the 1 minute cooldown Fear. So they opted to have the knock on the Priest, and then they can, actually get more usage of the Cyclone. But it's almost always better to just go with the Fear and, go for like a little bit more damage or off healing.
Okay. You guys want to add anything to that, or do you think he covered it here?
I think
Pretty
he
much
covered
all
it.
the bases.
Okay, cool. Zico with the sunglasses coming in hot with the takes on Feral Druid. Thank you guys for submitting those questions. Once again, hashtag AskAWC if you want to be included in future questions. You can ask gameplay ones or, some sillier ones as well. We've answered both on stream so far. So let's get to it. Let's start talking about this next up series. We have Spacestation Gaming versus Turtle. We've talked about this a little bit before we went to that break here. Turtle was that team that surprised us all, beating Mystery Org. Spacestation Gaming, not somebody that we've seen play too often. They had one series last weekend. Do we want to make any predictions or anything we want to see for them from this this upcoming series, Super Tees?
Destro Holy Pally. I'm not sure if they'll play Windwalker or Ellie. Either one is probably fine. And Turtle is going to have, I feel like, the quickest defeat they've ever had in a series. Space Station Gaming dismantles them going head-to-head with that Destro H-Pal. So is it going to change? Maybe they figured out something else, but they can't rely on that Tracker's Net Spite strat into a Holy Paladin. That was something new they pulled out of their pocket to beat Mystery Org. But this is going to be a really tough one for Turtle.
It will indeed. So let's see how they do here in game number 1 on the Grand Arena. It is Spacestation Gaming versus Turtle.
All
right. Well, let's see what compositions they are going to be going with, and it will be the composition we saw from Spacestation Gaming last week. It is going to be that Windwalker Elemental Shaman. So the way Spacestation Gaming kind of plays this composition is they play Dwarf. So a Dwarf is going to be super effective at removing magic and bleed effects, which is kind of like a soft counter to Jungle Cleave traditionally, and also just play maximum versatility, maximum survival, and kind of slowly whittle down Turtle as a Jungle Cleave.
All right, let's see if they can keep up the pressure here. Decent damage onto Dilly and Cyfoxy throughout this here, but their crowd control is going to be pretty limited, so they're going to win purely on pressure, I would imagine. Stun onto Gorecki, crowd control engagement, Freezing Trap has been secured. Now where is the damage? Double leg sweep by Chun-Li, intercepting the assault, totally negating.
I just want to see Dilly get the fattest setup. I'm so ready for the Tarzan to come out here, but right now Dilly looking laser focused here, looking for the freezing trap potentially. Cyfoxy, he's kind of 50% or so HP. Gex gets stunned up here as he's trying to swap side there on the map. Cyfoxy now getting Hammer of Justice. There's the trap. Dilly finds it. Let's see, do they have the damage? Smex is in a stun. Big damage follow up, but Chun is there, spamming out the Vivifies. No interrupts there from Dilly or Cyfoxy on that Windwalker off healing, and that's going to mean that Smexon is going to be completely fine. And honestly, Space Station Gaming, they have every single cooldown still, and the jungle, they're starting to use some of those cooldowns, so it's not looking great for them right now, Van.
Yeah, really haven't been able to develop too much pressure in the matchup so far. Cyfoxy caught into a lightning lasso, and big damage coming in from Chun-Li. Stun into trap onto Gorecki, and let's see what Smexon and Chun-Li are going to be able to do. This is the Dark Archangel. Smexon, is he going to trade the Astral Shift? No. Unfortunately, they do get the crowd control. They use the Dark Archangel, but Smexon is just way too durable right now with the way he's built his character, and I don't know what Turtle's going to be able to do. Paralyze on Gex. Dilly's getting one shot. Now Gex trades out his Rapture, throwing out the Power Word Shields, keeping his team in the fight. But if we look at Mana, it's starting to develop a lead for the side of Space Station Gaming, and this pressure from Smexon, from Chun-Li, is going to start really adding up as the game goes on, especially as we march into dampening.
Curious to see if they can crack the defense here. This is a good way to start. Freezing Trap on the healer, stun on Smexon. Trying to power through, but Chun-Li is just always there to support with an Expel Harm, a couple Vivifies, and Smexon easily stabilizes. Perhaps going after Gorecki. He's took a little bit of poke damage there, goes for Hammer of Justice. Gex breaks out looking for Psychic Scream. Tremor Totem down for Smexon, breaking that immediately. There is pressure across the board here for Turtle, showing some potential. They've got a 6-second window before that Avenging Wrath to really push for some other cooldowns. 2 more seconds to that. Gorecki, I would imagine, popping that instantaneously, but he's trapped on it. Nice play by Dilly, waiting for that, anticipating it, and now getting Astral Shift on top of the Avenging Wrath. Where did this pressure suddenly come from? Chun-Li very low health as well, but not panicking. Gorecki stabilizes. Double leg sweep. Gex pulls Dilly away from the fight. They switch back to Cyfoxy. Cyfoxy jumps even deeper, caught now into a lightning lasso. Gex trying to recover, but if he uses too many Shadow Ments here, he's going to run out of mana. He's getting in position for a Fear. He's got 24 seconds before that Tremor Totem. He gets Master's Call. He gets Ring of Peace away, though. They just need to keep Gex away. He gets Hammer of Justice, and I don't think he's ever getting back in range for a Psychic Scream unless it's out of a Freezing Trap, which could be landed momentarily. Dilly's in position, chasing Gorecki. Gorecki just running laps. Cyfoxy jumping over to Gorecki for a moment, but not stunning him up. Doesn't want to overextend. Fist of Fury are currently flying. Space Station Gaming still have insane momentum. They've got cooldowns to answer. Cyfoxy in trouble. Big Hammer of Justice down. Gap Totem out of the Paralyzed. Nice synergy between Smexon and Chun-Li. Cyfoxy trading once again that Survival Instincts and Gladiator's Medallion, and I would say that Turtle are in a tough spot.
The Turtles are definitely not making it to the water right now. Gorecki in a full trap. This is it. Big damage here. Dark Archangel. Smex is in a full stun. What? His HP went from 90% to 80%. That was a dark stun. But Chun with a beautiful leg sweep is just going to go ahead and reverse that pressure back onto Cyfoxy. Gex, what are you going to do here? He activates the Vitality Conduit. He gets stuck in the Hammer of Justice. Cyfoxy should be okay in that situation. Chun actually using an offensive touch of karma right there. Dilly as well now taking quite a beating here, looking for the freezing trap, but he might need to retreat here. Chun's all over him. He gets a fat powered shield there by Gex, and now looks to try to push Smexon over here. He's looking for the trap. He wants to get Smexon kind of low before the trap. That trap is not going to be doing too much. Smexon already at full HP, and he's got to be playing Conflict and Strife and full Versa. I mean, look at his HP. He gets stunned. His HP doesn't move. So Maxine definitely coming in here with, you know, a great game plan. And if you take a look at Turtle, well, Gex mana is not looking good. He has exactly 1 minute and 13 seconds left before he has hit that critical mass point, where the point of no return, if you will, as a priest player. So they need to make something happen right now with this Dark Archangel. Chun takes so much damage, trinkets, gets Blessing of Protection, gets Sacrifice, gets every cooldown there. That a hit like that is exactly what Turtle needed to get back into the game here, man.
Yeah, that was really well done. I mean, there was massive overlap on the side of Spacestation Gaming, and now Chun-Li is a serious vulnerability, but big damage on Foxy. He might just get completely taken down. It's a paralyze. In one paralyze, it's a 100-0 on Foxy, and Spacestation Gaming, they claim game number 1, although a few close calls on Chun-Li. Still, I mean, Spacestation Gaming, they were looking really solid in that match. And at this point, I feel like Spacestation Gaming, if we keep seeing this series play out, they're going to be looking good to close it out.
Yeah, well done by those guys for game number 1 here on Spacestation Gaming in this best of 5 series. And now it's up to Turtle to turn it around here, as they are going to be picking this next map. But we can talk about this replay if you guys want on the screen.
Yeah, so this was right after the close call on Chun, so this is right before the kill happens. They get the Hammer of Justice here onto Gex. There's the leg sweep, paralyzed, fist, dressed, boom, lightning lasso, and that, whoa. look
we
at
can also...
damage.
I wish there was a damage taken graph. I swear Smexon would just say, they just say 0.
Yeah, so going into game number 2, though, it might be a little bit rough here on the side of Turtle, but this is a position that we've seen them in before. I wouldn't count them out just yet, though. However, not looking like they have really a bunch of options here against Spacestation Gaming in this series. What do you think their next move is, Zico?
I'm honestly not sure here. I think Spacestation Gaming, they're just going to be running the same thing. It looked very convincing, and it's one of those tricky situations where, you know, you're playing jungle, you only have, you know, that one comp really to work with, and there was, you know, a nice opportunity there, but that damage in the end, man, they got the paralyzed, they got that Ellie Shaman damage. It just had me like, what? You feel me? So, you know, that was crazy. No, that was really crazy, actually. So I'm not sure what they can do here if you are Turtle.
So those are clip-ons on your glasses?
That's right.
Oh, wow.
Now they're, you know, they're against what is it called, like the monitor radiation. It like helps against that.
Oh,
Blue light?
filter.
Yeah, and the other
UV
filter helps
filter,
against the sun
blue light,
filter.
blue light filter.
You have
So
the sun
UV
filter,
rays
you have the
coming
blue light
from
filter,
your monitor.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, they're just two-in-one sunglasses. But looks like we are going to be going to Black Root Cold, Spacestation Gaming, locking in that Ellie Windwalker once again. Things you love to see are Smexon on the Ellie, Chun-Li on the Windwalker. Certainly two players that are one of the best, if you talk about the classes, their respective classes here. So Turtle going to be locking in their composition here soon. Don't think there's going to be much of a surprise, though, on that side. But now that we do know our map here, Ven, do you think that... Oh, Gek's going to be... Yep, there we go. Turtle locking in their composition as well. Do we know anything else now new that now that we know that it's going to be Black Root Cold, or do you think the outcome is still the same, Ben?
I don't know. I mean, I feel like watching this game, I'm doing the world quest for the Tortalan right now, watching the turtles struggle to make it to the water, and you have Smexon and Chun-Li as the crabs, and the seagulls just trying to disrupt everything they can do. And I just think Turtle, they're going to have to find those big one-shot setups and basically force Space Station to panic. I think if Space Station Gaming trades out the defensives appropriately, I think they should be able to survive in this matchup a really long time and kind of find those one-shots just off of Paralyze. But yeah, I think Turtle, they just have to have a really, really clean game offensively. But I do think this is one of those matchups where it's an uphill battle for them. I think Space Station Gaming probably has the compositional advantage, or they do have the compositional advantage, and Turtle's going to have to try to make something work.
I can just picture Space Station Gaming at home listening to like do 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 do. Or what's the crab song? You guys know what I'm talking about?
I think I do.
No.
Wait. Yo, that's the frog song. That's the crazy frog.
No.
Yes.
Okay. I mean,
I know
didn't
what you're
mean to
talking
sing
about.
the frog song, but there's a crab song. It's like.
I know there's a crab
I
song.
In that crab song, are they wearing Zico's sunglasses? I feel like they are. Am I right?
You should.
Look at this start. Triple stun here. Nice crowd control. Can they bust through a Karma on Chun? I think they just did. Stunning him up again. Really powering down here onto Chun-Li. Curious to see if their builds have changed from versatility to gushing wounds. Lightning Lasso, Hammer of Justice, counterattack by Space Station Gaming. Unreal damage. Immediately having to trade out Survival Instincts and Gladiator's Medallion, and Foxy running with his tail between his legs with that amount of burst. He's not going to be able to escape another stun in the near future. He might not even just survive right now. The pressure is endless.
So much damage there, and they forced out Chun's cooldowns, but he was quick to strike back. But now Chun is actually in a lot of trouble here, stunned up. His Mexin realizes this, already casting healing surges on 90% HP here. Greg is going to come out of the trap. Chun won't even need to port away, won't lose a beat here as he just goes in, looking for more damage. 10 seconds left on that leg switch. They're going to go for the Lightning Lasso into the Paralyze, into the Hammer of Justice. Greg is in position. He gets it. Foxy in bear form right now, just trying to tank out this until his healer comes out of crowd control. Gex now finally going to be out of crowd control. Dilly's going to look for the trap. Can they get Chun a little bit lower though before they go and fully connect that trap? That is the question. If you are the jungle, that's kind of what you want to do. You want to just be sitting on the target that you want to hit, try to land a kick on the healer, and then get the CC chain rolling. Because if you get it when your target is on full HP, it's very unlikely that he dies like this. Full trap secured, big damage coming in, but look at Chun's HP. He's not really going to be in too much trouble. And in fact, you can just go in aggressively because Gorecki preemptively sacrificed that.
Yeah, Smexon right now loading up a big Stormkeeper, looking for some damage on Foxy. And once again, Gex a little bit behind on mana in the matchup. Chun-Li with no trinket, a little bit of a vulnerability there. Maybe Turtle has an opportunity to strike in the next 8 seconds, but big disruption coming in. Stun on Dilly, Lightning Lasso on Foxy. Smexon single-handedly shutting down the team in that exchange. Very disruptive on that Elemental Shaman. Gorecki charging forward, potentially looking for a Hammer of Justice. He finds it. Is there going to be a stun on Dilly or Foxy? They're both trying to just evade, run away. And I think Turtle did a great job diffusing that situation. They had the crowd control on Gex, but Dilly and Foxy using that mobility to escape, and now putting out big pressure onto Chun-Li. The fortifying grew more than enough for him to survive as Gorecki trades that Divine Favor and tops him off.
Yeah, Chun-Li has anticipated so many of these stuns, making them totally negated. Double leg sweep, nice ring of peace, setting up for the Hammer of Justice. Beautiful play from Space Station Gaming in this moment in time. It could cost Gex a lot of mana to recover from this. The pressure is still mounting with Dilly down at half. I think Shadow Mend is a necessity at this point. Gex is trying to get away with only the Vitality Conduit. Really trying to benefit from that extra healing provided by the Feral Druid as the king of the jungle. Managing to hold on, but falling behind further and further. Now 3 minutes in, Foxy getting ready for an attack. Playing the Heart of the Wild Honor taunt, getting more max health in bear form. Needs to get ready. Karma's activated. His healer's in crowd control. Why is he not going into bear form? Now Lightning Lasso connects. Gex manages to disrupt the chain. Get that Rapture powered shield going. Smexon gets silenced. Chun-Li gets stunned. Beautiful cross crowd control here as they isolate Chun, but it's not enough. Gorecki easily just going to sacrifice and stabilize the entire team. Dilly switches to Gorecki for a moment, but a little bit uncertain if they're going to be able to get away with that. Nice bear form on the Fist of Fury by Foxy. Tanking through with the Frenzied Regeneration, but caught out of form in a leg sweep. Nice timing by Chun-Li. Doesn't decide to commit the Touch of Death just yet. Maybe waiting for an opening. Full Hex dispelled there by Foxy. Nice instant dispel. Just look at the mana, though. They can't even really dent Space Station Gaming, and they're just falling more and more behind.
Yeah, and it's not looking great. They do still have some of those cooldowns left to work with here. Dilly still has that aspect of the Turtle. Cybox still has his Survival Instincts. They still have Gex cooldown, but like you mentioned, the big story right now has to be that mana of Gex. It's not looking great. They need to make something happen. And the worst part about it, they have all of the cooldowns still on the side of Space Station Gaming. Smexon has his Danger Defensive. They just force out the Fort Brew there from Chun. but he's going to have his touch of karma in about 10 seconds rotating back. So Cyfox is the one in real trouble. This is the combo from last game, but Billy this time around actually hits that lightning lasso. Very nicely done there by Billy, stopping that chain before things got really sour, but still. For Turtle, it's just looking like they're battling to even just stay in the fight here, let alone, playing and actually trying to get a setup to potentially win the game. There's so much damage on Cyfox, so much damage on Dilly, and Gorecki's going to have his sacrifice rotating back up anytime now. He has his bubble for the next trap if he needs it. It just looks like there's no openings whatsoever for Turtle right now.
Yeah, Turtle definitely struggling to find pressure in the match, and Spacestation Gaming is looking better and better as this game goes on. We're at 2% dampening right now. Gex almost totally tapped on mana. Cyfoxy getting pressure down, but here it is. The full trap on Gorecki. Stun on Smexen, but where is the damage to follow it up? That was Dark Archangel, but once again, the conflict and strife, the versatility, they completely shrug that off. But Gorecki a little bit, he's struggling at this point to kind of stabilize his team. They're all rotting down. He has about 7 seconds on that Avenging Wrath, and that should be enough for more than enough for him to empower his healing and top off his team. And that's when Spacestation Gaming can look to get really aggressive here in the match if they want to continue pressuring down Gex's mana and eventually find that kind of one-shot combo we saw from game number 1.
Big push here on Smexen, but he pre-astral shifts. That might have been Divine Shield sacrifice if he had not made that maneuver. It might still be getting in range for the Tremor Totem. Chun-Li eats the freezing trap. Nice play there by Chun-Li. Smexen's defense has now faded. They're trying to cut through here with 7% dampening. Can Gex hold on long enough? He's caught into Paralyze. We saw Cyfoxy drop into Paralyze last game, so every time I see it, I'm nervous. They're swapping to Dilly in the leg sweep. Big Drestigath. Huge hits. Barely stabilizing with the Exhilaration. Vitality Conduit. Now they swap over to Gex. I mean, Chun-Li is unafraid of Turtle. Going after the healer now, applying pressure into 3 locations. This is going to be devastating for Gex to try and recover. Utilizing that Atonement healing with Smite and Penance, trying to min-max mana efficiency here. Trying to go for a Depths of Shadow. Actually baiting interrupts on Shadow, then going for more casts on Holy to spend the least amount of mana possible. Cyfoxy caught in a Lightning Lasso. Nothing disrupting it. Full damage for Smexen. His Astral Shift comes up in 36. Sack is available for Gorecki if he wants to make a pre-sack play here. They drop Ring of Peace on Gorecki to prevent Dilly from getting in range to land a Freezing Trap, but Dilly was patient, waiting, nails the Freezing Trap, even despite Chun-Li's best efforts. Good positioning by Dilly there, gunning down Smexen. They need to stop the Tremor Totem here, but they can't. They Divine Shield anyway. That's a bit of a mistake here from Spacestation Gaming. The Tremor Totem was down, so now Gorecki without a Divine Shield could be a possibility for Turtle to pull something off.
Yeah, that was a bit of a mistake there, and now that, like you mentioned, there is actually openings here. They got the most valuable defensive cooldown out of the way, but still, Chun has all of his personals, Smexen has all of his personals, so it's not the worst case here. They need to try to force the Astral Shift here onto Smexen. He's not using it right now. He knocks Gex away actually from that Fear. That was an excellent Thunderstorm right there, because they used Bubble and Tremor on the last Fear, so if Gex ever gets a Fear right now, it's going to be a full duration one. Cyfoxy catches a fat Shadowman, but now Chun is all over Gex. Gex going to be stabilizing here with the Vitality Conduit, ticking on 3 members, and Chun is just looking to try to build up as much clean damage as possible. Nice Ring of Peace here to shut Dilly down from getting that beautiful trap, but he should be able to get it now. Smexen, preemptive Blessing of Protection, and Gorecki is in that Freezing Trap. He's going to use that Astral Shift now as well. Gex getting paralyzed there before he can get that Fear, and Smexen, his HP is going up in that stun due to those Vivifies from Chun-Li, due to that the conflict and strife absorb right there. So Smexen definitely was in a sticky situation, but he is able to survive there once again because of that defense from Chun.
Yeah, really good defense by Spacestation Gaming, but as dampening goes up, I mean, Turtle's actually starting to find a little bit of damage as well. Gorecki's mana isn't looking good. Gex has managed to hold on. He's got a little bit left in the tank, and maybe, just maybe, Turtle could make an offensive push in this game. Definitely have to see. Full stun onto Smexen. Divine Favor comes in from Gorecki as he charges in on that steed. Full stun on Gex. Chun-Li, where's the stun? Who is he going to be able to go after? Doesn't look like they really have too much pressure. There it is, paralyzed into double stun. Dilly uses every man for himself. Lightning Lasso onto Cyfoxy. Hex onto Gex. Really good job there by the side of Spacestation Gaming, looking to set that up. But Turtle manages to defuse. They get the Rapture shields out and do stabilize. And now Turtle has to try to find some pressure.
They've held on long enough that Gorecki's actually equal on mana with Gex. This is a really well-played game from Turtle. Can they keep it up? Stun onto Dilly. Where's the Dispel? He's out of line of sight. Oh no, 1 second away! He barely gets the Exhilaration heal off in time. Stabilizing now. Chun-Li goes after Gex again, trying to get pressure in 3 places at once here and build momentum for his team. Stun onto Gorecki. Astral Shift available now, right out of the stun, likely having to be popped. Grounding Totem was too late, doesn't need the freezing trap. Astral Shift trades, counter pressure on Cyfoxy, paralyzed onto Gex. He pre-paint suppressions along with that as the survival instincts. I don't think Cyfoxy is going to die through that cooldown combination, but it is costing the rest of Gex's mana in this position, and Gorecki managed to regenerate some amidst all of the chaos. Dilly now caught in a stun. He can't aspect of the turtle for 1 more second. Gets the aspect of the turtle, holding on to dear life, desperately trying to make it to the water and have a future in this series. Will they be able to pull it off with nothing left in the tank? They're all just getting whittled down. Freezing trap on Gorecki. This has to be it, but I mean, Spacestation Gaming will have to choke. They still have so many answers. They don't even have to trade them. Gex caught in the stun, runs around the ring of peace. Gorecki moves away from him. Gex has no choice but to run at the Paladin, try and get some crowd control. He gets knocked into the room. He's never getting to Gorecki now. Divine Shield bop, paralyzed Lightning Lasso. Cyfoxy trinkets out, trades defensives, and just trying to stay in the fight.
Yeah, and honestly, I think there's about maybe 1 or 2 more traps left here in Gex mana bar, but then that is it. And Gorecki again with the preemptive sacrifice on the trap. That's gotta be killer for Dilly. He overextended so hard to get in position to be able to do that in the first place. And is Gorecki, does he have no sack cooldown? He's pre-sacked it. The one before he bubbled, pre-sacked. Then he sacked. Look at his bubble. His bubble is ready again. What? Gorecki is getting the most ineffable dude, the trap is not even up yet and he has sack again. Gorecki definitely making those ineffables count right now. He's got his wings back, he's getting his bubble back, he's getting everything back right now. The next time Dilly goes for a trap, he's gonna have a nice surprise waiting for him. I can't wait to see the reaction on that player cam when he realizes that there's another sacrifice waiting for him right now. Cyfox is taking so much damage. Smexon wants to finish out the game here, but Gex still has a little bit of mana left here. The dress connect, Sean is all over him. Big damn connecting here onto Cyfox. The touch of karma comes out. Smexon with a blessing of protection as well, just looking to hunt them down. And I don't know how Turtle is going to make it out of this one, Ben.
I really don't know either. Stun on Chun-Li, though. Chun-Li may have overextended just a little bit, but like you said, the sacrifice from Gorecki is going to be available, but he has no breaks. If he gets caught in crowd control, they might be able to take Chun-Li down. There is a win condition here for Turtle. It's going to be difficult to actually pull off, and if Gorecki pre-sacrifices, that win condition is completely gone. They have to execute perfectly. Stun now onto Dilly with the paralyze on Gex. Dilly has his exhilaration. Vitality Conduit lands once again. Both teams exchanging blows at 44% dampening. There's a full trap. Who are they going to go after? It looks like they want to try to get some damage rolling onto Smexon. One motorcycle lands. Smexon shrugs that off. And now Gorecki with his Avenging Wrath should be able to keep Smexon alive. Cyfoxy rotting down lower and lower, and on the Dark Archangel having to play extremely defensive. Hammer of Justice now on Dilly. Immediate dispel there by Gex. Nicely done, but still Turtle, they are falling apart. Gex has no mana left. There's not really much defense. If he can keep his team alive, it's going to be an absolute miracle.
Pre-sacrifice, pre-paint suppression, throwing absolutely everything out here. Dilly's going after Gorecki. He's desperate, but guess what? Divine Shield's off cooldown again for Gorecki. They have massive mana advantage at this point at 50% dampening. Turtle continue to battle valiantly. Lightning Lasso comboed with Paralyze. Not enough to finish Cyfoxy. Coordinated Assault is popped. Dilly's moving in, gets the Freezing Trap, forces Divine Shield. They're overwhelming Smexon. Astral Shift on such low health, but now the reversal with a double Light Sweep. Ring of Peace on the life grip, denying that defense from Gex. How on earth is this game still going on? Phoenix Healers have hit out of mana like 3 times in this fight. Cyfoxy retreats, but Dilly's left behind. He trades out the turtle. He's going to be the sacrificial lamb to try and buy time for Gex to recover, but now Gex is interrupted. Chun-Li's really putting the pressure on. All 3 members in trouble. They're trying to dent Smexon and make something happen. We see Dilly jump in, secure the freezing trap, but Touch of Death is active. Big Earth Shocks onto Dilly. Gex caught in a paralyzed Touch of Death, about to explode. Huge pressure onto Dilly, but he gets into the barrier right before the Touch of Death. Are they actually going to pull this off? It's unbelievable.
No way.
Smexon's dangerously
No
low.
way.
But Gex is gonna fall to Chun-Li! Smexon's gonna falter as well! He's gonna bop him! Where's the bop? They take out Smexon, no bop to be found, but Dilly's got nothing. Closed out in the stun. Unbelievable game played by Turtle, but just not enough.
Is that the first cross-kill we've seen for the circuit? I believe so, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
It could be. Where was the bop, though? That was my question. Definitely a little bit greedy on that one. I feel like that maybe it's out of range or something. I'm not sure, but what a close game. And I mean, I really thought that was going to be a lot more one-sided in favor of Spacestation Gaming. Turtle doing an excellent job. You know, I don't know how Gex does it. Completely out of mana for like 30% dampening. He literally went 30% deeper in dampening with no mana whatsoever. But we can take a look at the last few moments of the game.
Gex was such a hero this game. I don't think we've ever seen a priest be able to do that 55% dampening before he gets taken down. But look here at Smexen. I'm not sure. Like, he is a lot of sight there. Did Greg get interrupted there at the end, or like what happened? I'm not even sure. Maybe it was actually a conscious
decision. You can't blame him.
Maybe it was a conscious decision to just let him die so he could have it for Chum. Maybe he thought like if he uses
I think what ends up happening. When you're playing Ineffable Truth Paladin, your cooldowns just rotate back up. You don't realize that it's available.
No, this is ready again. You need to get a weak aura that tells you when your cooldowns are back up.
Bop is available.
Oh, definitely.
It'd just be spamming you. Bop is available.
Zac is back.
I'll do it like that.
Zac is ready.
Available. Zac is ready. I don't know. I'm trying.
Wait, that was a good Gladiator Losa voice.
Yeah, you actually sounded like Gladiator Losa there.
That's actually me doing the voiceover. Didn't you know that?
Oh, I didn't know.
That's how I got my start in hosting. I did voice work. No, that's a lie. But congratulations to Spacestation Gaming for game number 2 there. Well played by them. Well done by Turtle as well. It seems kind of like as we go further into this series against Spacestation Gaming on the side of Turtle that they're kind of trying to maybe feel a little bit more comfortable in this matchup here against Spacestation Gaming. Do you think that there's any possibility here for game number 3 that they can potentially take a win off Spacestation Gaming?
If they play smooth, on Mistweaver, I think they could actually dampen them.
0% chance.
What? Mistweaver jungle? I swear, Mistweaver jungle would do okay.
It's even more unlikely that Turtle wins a game here than it is that Charlotte Phoenix would win that game with Tigers. So I would say 0%.
Okay.
Wait, what? Wow. Charlotte Phoenix won the game on Tigers.
I know.
What?
I'm just trolling.
Okay, all right. Well, we should shortly find out here as we have these players choose their composition and their map choice here. Now it's Turtle. They did lose that last game, so it is up to them to pick the next map here. Do we have any guesses to maybe what their next move is, Ben?
Well, I think we'll likely go to a small map again. So if they want to have any chance of going after Chun-Li, they need to bring it to a smaller map. So Ruins of Lordaeron, I think Dalaran and Ruins of Lordaeron are probably going to be what we see, would be my guess. Mm-hmm. And Hook Point, obviously. Yep, forgot about that one. Whoopsies. Yeah, Hook Point also a really good map. Just anything small where it's difficult for Chun-Li to kite, and also it makes it a lot more difficult for Gurecki to create space, which allows Dilly to actually get off some consistent traps, or maybe even Gex to push in for a fear if he's feeling really, really spicy.
Mm-hmm. Yep, Spacestation Gaming, about a minute left to pick their composition here. Then Turtle will lock in their composition. If there's not really much they can do in terms of specs that they're playing on the side of Turtle, maybe something with gear. I mean, like, what do they really do here? They held off a lot longer in game number 2 there, Zico, but I don't know. What's their next... What can they do?
Chun is the only guy who will die. Anytime they go and smacks in, they stun him and his HP goes up. Chun is the only player on that entire team that takes damage. It's either him or Gurecki. Smacks in, I feel like you just spam MC, try to spam fear him, like just annoy him as much as possible, and try to interrupt Lightning Lasso and just leave him. Go after Chun. The problem is, when they were going for Chun, he would just, as soon as his healer get trapped, he would just pre-port. So, I don't know, they need to go for Chun and set it up so that he actually goes from a CC into a stun, you know? Like if they can fear Chun, trap the healer, and then stun Chun out of the fear, he won't actually have a chance to do anything about that, you know? Like you can't pre-port, pre-karma, etc. And if you don't do it that cleanly, he's always going to be preemptively using some defensive cooldown because he just reads the game that well, and he knows exactly what Turtle wants to do.
Do you think that in the future we'll see some of these jungle teams sort of try and diversify their comp pool a little bit. We touched on it before today. You know, Turtle, we've only seen them play jungle. That's really all they have. Is their only option if they want to succeed and do well in this circuit to try and maybe learn another comp, or is it just a matter of trying to figure out what they can do within that jungle composition, Ben?
Well, this is something that's happened for a very long time. I mean, we saw it from Reformed, as early as Reformed, and probably even before that, honestly, where the jungle, it's not. So let's think about like Cloud9 as an example. You have Wealthy Man, he's a phenomenal mage. And on that mage, he can pair with Snuts on the Rogue, Snuts on the Warrior, Snuts on the Windwalker Monk. He can pair with Chanimal on the Destruction Warlock. You have a lot of different options being a mage main. If you're a Hunter main, you don't have any options, really. I mean, Shadow Priest Hunter is okay, but I feel like if that was good, we'd see the Golden Guardians played a lot more. As a Feral Druid, I think the only other composition that I ever see Ferals successful at is Feral, Paladin, Destro. So you would need eventually a Destro on your team, but then that Destro doesn't work with Dilly on the Hunter. So I think it's just really difficult as a jungle cleave to find a solid fourth. If there was one that they could easily bounce around with a few different good compositions, I think we'd be seeing teams, like F2K as well as nLite and Turtle have that on their roster. It's just not an option for them right now.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Yep. No, go ahead. Spacestation Gaming versus Turtle, game number 3. Spacestation Gaming on match point.
All right, the gates are open. Hook point could be a fitting final resting point. I just stole Zico's joke. Smexon stunned up. Ricky in a trap. Big remote guidance device activation here, but Smexon activates that stone form, removing all of the damage over time effects. And I mean, he basically does. It's basically like a motorcycle didn't hit him in the face and the back at the same time. Gex gets swapped to. You can see that Space Station Gaming are not afraid whatsoever in the matchup.
Yeah, I think if you're Space Station Gaming at this point, you are pretty confident that you can burst anybody down between Dilly and Cypher. They even are swapping to Gex. So for Space Station Gaming, it's pretty obvious what they want to do here. They just want to get a Ellie Windwalker one-shot on somebody and paralyze, or Hammer of Justice Gex maybe. But on the side of Turtle, I actually want them to just tunnel Gorecki or go for Chun. Anytime they do a stun attempt like this on Smexon, I mean, look at his HP, it's 90%. And now they're actually going for Gex here. Big damage. They interrupt the regrowth right there. Now they are going for Gorecki. Excellent targeting here from both teams, going after the healers here. And this is exactly what you want to see from Turtle. I want to see them punish that ineffable truth that Gorecki's running, or go for Chun, because this map is extremely hard for a Windwalker to survive on.
I mean, it definitely is. If there's any Windwalker Monk that is going to survive, it would be Chun-Li, but still not an easy task. Trap gets eaten once again by Chun-Li. Really nicely done by him, rolling over, eating that trap. And now Turtle, they've managed to actually recover, but pressure is heavily in favor of Turtle of this matchup. Gorecki actually gets interrupted. Massive rot damage. Cyfoxy getting swapped to, though. They have to be very careful they don't overextend. Gex in a prime position to heal him up, but he is burning through that mana 2 minutes into the game at around 80% or so already. So Turtle, definitely, their pressure has been looking good, but Gex really has to do a great job managing his mana, as I would say that was the main reason why they lost in the last game.
All right, Specs in the target here, taking a bit of a hit. Gorecki, no Avenging Wrath for 5 more seconds. Really just hoping that comes up pretty soon, but I think they should survive to that point. 1 more second. Now Avenging Wrath available at any time. Gorecki immediately activates it. His healing is going to be quite strong as he heals the entire team to full health in 1 Holy Light. Gex gets stunned up. Cyfoxy stunned up. Beautiful cross stun here by Space Station Gaming. That's going to force Gex's hand, activating the paint suppression. They Psychic Scream Chun-Li. Smexon actually Tremor Totems Chun-Li, so won't have the Tremor Totem for the next Psychic Scream if Gex can get in position onto Gorecki. The map pick was excellent by Turtle to set up their team to get that crowd control chain going. So let's see if they can get aggressive here, push forward, and land that Psychic Scream on the next freezing trap.
Yeah, but right now it's very hard for Gex to actually get there. Chun is all over him, Ring of Peace, and this is the attempt here. Nice, beautiful double leg sweep there by Chun. He's going to give Space Station Gaming, the edge here, and it's also going to shut down what Turtle was doing there. So, it's going to basically help them offensively and shut down an attack on Smexon. So Chun really getting the most out of that leg sweep every time it's up. And now they're going for Hammer of Justice onto Gex. Preemptive, beautiful. Oh, nice knock there, though, by Smexon. That was a touch of death setup right there. So Gex pre-barrier right there before he gets swapped to, reading that like a champ. But Smexin with an equally nice counterplay right there. Ultimately, they're not going to be forcing out too many cooldowns as a result of that, but still, they burn a lot of Gex mana. Anytime you go on a priest, you definitely tax his mana a lot. So they want to keep doing that for as long as they can here. And once again, Dilly looking for the freezing trap here, actually going a little bit onto Gorecki. And Gorecki's just going to pop those wings, pop himself, and start looking for... Oh, he gets trapped on the wings now, so good pressure on Smexin. But see, again with the leg sweep, Chan is just an expert at this Windwalker, always making the right calls. And now a big swap onto Gex here, big damage coming through, the Lightning Lasso.
What?
They need to interrupt it, they almost kill Gex immediately, 100-0 there. If Smexin could have had an Earth Shock there. Oh my goodness! What is this damage?
Ooh. Yeah, the damage is really never ending. Nice fear coming in from Gex, immediately gets broken though, unfortunately. And Gex has been pressured a lot more in this matchup, so Spacestation Gaming kind of turning this map on its head. You know, they thought they could go after Chun-Li a lot easier, but that just also allows Chun-Li and Smexin to go after Gex a lot more in the matchup. Astral Shift gets forced out onto Smexin. Smexin actually getting bursted down, but I think it's unlikely he falls through that Astral Shift. Gorecki with big healing, the Divine Favor should get a massive heal out. That was a sacrifice also, but with that inevitable truth, that sacrifice really isn't that long of a cooldown. And now it's going to be Gex under fire once again. Hammer of Justice comes in. Chun-Li rolls over, whirling Dragon Punch, and then just kind of rolls away. He got the Rapture. He broke the wrist, walked away, and you know, just getting these little micro cooldowns out from Gex does allow him to burn through those cooldowns and allows a lot more opportunities in the match for Spacestation Gaming. Although, once again, Turtle pressured greatly in favor of them. Problem is, Gorecki has a lot of cooldowns that he can rotate through. The Blessing of Protection. Chun-Li is going to be looking very healthy as well with the Touch of Karma and the Fortifying Brew. So Turtle still, they have a lot of major objectives they got to get through, but at this point, they've been doing a much better job in this game.
So Turtle, big damage on Gex. He Pain Suppression's the stun. I feel like he doesn't die through Pain Suppression, right? Cyfoxy's helping him. Gex recovers. Chun-Li gets forced away. Interesting here is that Dilly and Cyfoxy are running Maledict, but Smexin, maybe he just dies and they can take a point on the board. Huge pressure, bop on 1%. Can they purge the bop? No, they catch out a couple of clutch heals. I was gonna say Dilly and Cyfoxy are playing Maledict trinkets, but Chun-Li and Smexin are both playing dwarfs. So they can just remove the Maledicts with the stone forms. They can remove with diffuse magic. The Maledicts really aren't getting too much of a benefit, but at the same time, without the Maledict, they can't absorb the off healing and kind of push through for a win. Spacestation Gaming just have a solid build in terms of defense, although maybe some cracks are starting to show here. Triple crowd control, beautiful pressure, but just not enough damage to follow through. Smexin survives the stun, Astral shifts, and now is going to start to attack back. Mana is at least somewhat even, I guess, if we want to look at things going well for Turtle in this what could be the final game.
Yeah, mana... well, let's see what Gex can do. Last game his mana was worse when he hit Dampening, so we'll put our faith in Gex for now, but right there, beautiful Paralyze. Let's see who are they going to go after. Smexin now in a big trouble here. Full fear could be secured. If he lands it could be the game. Gorecki bops himself instead of... Oh, he bops himself and stacks Smexin. What a hero. Gorecki is going to have his bubble back as well, so that was a really close call right there. And Smexin is taking a lot of damage on this Ellie Shaman. I'm not sure why, but that was the Battle Master, and it's going to be falling momentarily right there. Cyfoxy taking a beating so far. Gorecki is going to have those wings right now, so he should be able to recover everybody, including Chunin himself, and then hopefully in 30 seconds for him, he's going to have that bubble, but that next setup could be very scary. Smexin has his trinket, Chun has his trinket, and I suggest one of them might have to use it.
Yeah, and Smexin with a nice lightning lasso, and this is where things are starting to unravel a little bit for Turtle, but Smexin still getting pressured. Interrupt into trap on Gorecki. Smexin getting lower. Look at Chun-Li just spamming out Vivifies. He's doing everything he can to keep him alive, but that is a beautiful setup by Turtle. You can see Dilly is absolutely stoked. He's able to win that game, and they keep themselves alive in this series. And now I kind of wonder, Spacestation Gaming, are they going to switch it up, do you think? Are they going to go with a different composition? I do think they have options. You know, Thugonomics on the Destruction Warlock with the Imp, with a Paladin, is really strong into Jungle Cleave. But right now, I mean, Turtle, they're definitely got to be excited about that one. They played a phenomenal game.
I'm really disappointed Dilly didn't beat on his chest that time.
He did.
I was waiting for it.
He did.
Oh, he did? Oh,
Yeah.
all right. I missed it then. I just saw his clapping, but nothing else. Did you make a Napoleon Dynamite reference, Ben?
I did,
during
yes.
the last game? Nice.
I
Nice
still
one.
haven't watched
Nice
that,
one.
man.
That's
Oh
okay.
my gosh. You gotta what? Slap the wrist, walk away. But well
right.
done to Turtle taking a
If you can
game
dodge
off
a
of
wrench, you
Space
can dodge
Station.
a trap.
That is not the same movie.
Is it
That was a
not?
complete. No, that's Dodgeball.
I mean, let's look at this game. So, I mean, right
Yeah.
now, this is the setup. I mean, Chun-Li's trying everything he can to keep him alive. The Maledicts are so strong, and I kind of realized one of the things that's going on that's keeping Smexen alive without those Maledicts is Chun-Li can use Expel Harm or Reverse Harm onto Smexen during those setup attempts. It's a lot of percent-based healing. You can also throw in Vivifies. So I think just the off heals of the Windwalker Monk, definitely really, really strong. You can look. Chun-Li did 3.5 million healing in that game. I guess it's comparable to everyone else, but still, during those setups, that healing really, really counts. And I think the Maledict and soaking up some of those off heals was definitely a big part of their success in this one.
Well, what do you think, Ben? Do you think that Space Station Gaming now needs to switch it up, or do we think they continue to play the same composition we've seen through the series?
Well, I don't know if they're going to switch. They definitely could. We've seen them play on Blade's Edge. Blade's Edge is kind of a pocket pick for Space Station Gaming. They like to blast off their opponents off the bridge and, kind of utilize that.
Oh, look at that. Going to Blaine's Edge. This is going to be a really difficult game, I think, for Turtle here. We see Space Station do super well on this map here. This is definitely a favorite for them. Now Turtle looking to pick their composition soon. 40 seconds left in the draft timer for them to pick what they're going to play, but I have a strong feeling it's going to be jungle here, Super Tees. But how do you think they're going to do in this next game? Is this going to be a difficult matchup for them?
Why don't they just play Ellie Destro with an imp and dispel every freezing trap?
I was thinking about that too,
Gaming.
like Ellie Destro and Tolvaron. How could you? It seems
feel
pretty
like-
strong.
Even here, I think it's still good. Why are they so
double
like dead
Destro.
set? Why are they so dead set on this Windwalker Ellie? I feel like they play it every time, but like the Destro lock would actually just be better.
They could just play Windwalker Destro as well.
Yeah, and I don't know why. I feel like Thugonomics might just not be available or something. I'm like really curious why they're not using him. Maybe they want to practice the Windwalker Ellie more because they think that's the only way they're going to be able to beat Cloud9. So they're getting like some reps with it, but I feel like they actually do have better options.
They're wargaming in the middle of the tournament and practicing
Just
for the hard
getting
teams.
some practice games.
I don't know about that one. I think both teams are here to win, and they're focused on this specific matchup. I mean, it's got to be, maybe they wargamed and they had bad success with Destro Ellie. I don't know. Maybe Doug is not available. I really don't know. Either way, on this map, Space Station Gaming have the ability to launch people, not quite to space, but really far away where they can get healed and kill them. And we saw that last week.
Turtle can do the same thing though. I think Dilly's gonna have some nice explosive traps on this one, and be able to knock them away. So we'll see if Turtle can actually utilize that a little bit. But yeah, this is, like I was saying, this is a pocket pick for Space Station Gaming. They seem to really love this map. I don't know if it's going to work out exactly how they want against a jungle cleave, but it's definitely a possibility. That last game, though, I mean, I got to say, Turtle, they were looking really good in that last game. It was a small map, but still, their crowd control, their burst damage was really, really on point, and I definitely wouldn't count them out of this one. I feel like if we see this matchup play out over and over, there's definitely a shot for Turtle in this one. Like, they can still come back, and I think my prediction is if Space Station Gaming ends up losing this one, they're definitely going to be switching their composition, which I think would be a smart pick, but we'll see if Turtle can overcome this Ellie Windwalker Paladin once again.
Yeah, we certainly will, Ven. It sounds like the game is ready here. Turtle looking to tie it up 2-2 against Space Station Gaming. Space Station Gaming here on map choice, or on their final point here. They only need 3-1 is what they want to get to win this series. It's Space Station Gaming versus Turtle.
All right, here we go. The gates are open. Both teams charging right to center field. Dilly's going in. Cyfoxy's behind. Wants to make sure that he doesn't get pulled out of stealth so that he can get that stun with the rake. Waiting. Dilly getting in position. There's the stun. They don't get the breaks done, actually. They just have to go for the bash. Freezing trap down. They drop those remote guidance devices into Smexen. 2 bikes into Smexen. Half of his health gone. Ring of Peace knocks Gex out of the side. Not a good trip for him. Dilly immediately disengages off with him, so he doesn't stay too far overextended. Gex repositions with the Rapture. Good cooldown usage there from Gex. No panicking from that knockoff from Chun-Li. Both teams stable. Turtle wait for their freezing trap. Space Station Gaming are going to build momentum in that downtime.
Oh, they're getting some pressure here onto Dilly. Dilly's dropping dangerously low. He gets the trap onto Gorecki, catches the Vitality Conduit. Should be okay for now. Smexen actually taking a massive beating here. He's going to use that Dwarf Racial to remove the Gladiator Maledict. He also did activate his Battle Master Trinket there, so not going to have that for about a minute and a half, but he does have his Astral Shift, so presumably he wants to rotate between those. And Gorecki actually has swapped over to the Blinding Light, and they knock Gex off at the back end of that, and this is the map doing a lot of work there, but Dilly with a beautiful disengage right there. He's going to disengage to his priest's line of sight and be able to do what he needs to do. Full freezing trap secured. Smexen, what are you going to do here? He's just wait, Cyfox, I think he got knocked right there, but Smexen...
He got sent into orbit.
All right, well, Blade's Edge once again here, saving a sticky situation for Space Station Gaming.
It's the Elemental Shaman's Paradise. The Thunderstorm super effective at disrupting Dilly and Cyfoxy when they want to get aggressive. And so far it's been definitely working out for Space Station Gaming. If you look at mana, Gorecki is doing very well. His mana is super healthy, looking for a big beautiful Ring of Peace there by Chun-Li.
Oh my god!
And they say goodbye to Dilly once again. Goodbye, Dilly. Now Lightning Lasso on Cyfoxy. And I think just this map by itself, I don't know. It feels like even when we do see Dilly and Cyfoxy get the crowd control, if Dilly gets knocked off, if he has to use his Harpoon to go get crowd control, he comes back and gets knocked off. All of a sudden that kill potential is lost, as they need every little point of damage they can get to punch through the defense of Space Station Gaming. So I think this is going to be really, really difficult as we see this map play out.
All right, let's see if they can keep it up, though. Triple crowd control by Turtle. Excellent execution, but they just can't follow it up. Dilly now getting reversed on match point still here. Cyfoxy launched off the side. Dilly caught in a lightning lasso. Big pressure aspect of the Turtle, barely in time to deflect the incoming Earth Shocks of Smexen, but then they switched to Cyfoxy, immediately pulling Survival Instincts from him. Gex is almost down to half mana. This map is definitely working wonders for Space Station Gaming. Chun-Li in a position where he could be vulnerable, though, if Turtle can exploit it in the near future. We see Dilly pulling away, maybe trying to bait Chun-Li. They're not chasing him, though. They just stun Chun-Li with no crowd control. Dilly's not really even in the fight. A bit peculiar here. Turtle maybe just trying to stabilize, get ready for the next attack. Maybe Dilly's just going to wait for his aspect of the Turtle. That's a long time to just wait. Gorecki's going to move to center bridge. Smexen launches Cyfoxy. Nice wild charge by Cyfoxy, immediately leaping back onto the bridge. Stun interception onto Gorecki. Excellent play by Dilly. Smexen immediately using that Gladiator's Medallion to try and break out of the stun and help with the crowd control chain and managing to stabilize. Dilly back in the fight, but still no aspect of the Turtle. Both sides recovering. Vitality Conduit fades on Dilly. Gex trying to power through, baiting some interrupts with the Shadow Men's. Trying to line aside Smexen's Hex. Cyfoxy off to the side, maybe trying to avoid being leg swept. Nice dodge on the leg sweep by Cyfoxy. Only Dilly in the stun. Now Cyfoxy stuns Smexen, totally shutting down the assault.
Oh, beautiful mind control. And this is the kind of trap that forces cooldowns. Smexen already low. Look at that overlap immediately. Trinket and the Astral Shift right there from Smexen. But Dilly taking a big beating here. Cyfoxy throwing out the heals. Sean is there, though, ready with the interrupt. Nice blinding light here by Gorecki. They're looking for Dilly. Can they get a big crit here is the question. Does not look like they can. Gex gonna be able to easily brush that off with the Rapture cooldown here, but they're forcing some cooldowns here from on the side of Turtle. Doesn't look completely one-sided, but that is a preemptive Vitality Conduit. No, it's actually a Vitality Conduit on Dilly, so Smexen in a decent amount of trouble here. He's gonna use his Dwarf Racial to remove that Gladiator's Maledict, using his Battle Master there. So for the next trap, Smexen has no cooldowns, and Gorecki has no Trinket, so they need to pre-sack it. Yeah, Gorecki needs to taunt the bat or that next CC chain, most likely, if Turtle can get it going soon.
And let's see, Gex gets interrupted. Nice spear hand strike there by Chun-Li as he rolls over. Big damage onto Dilly. Big Fist of Fury Gorecki still has a lot of defensive cooldowns that he can work with as Dilly moves into position, gets a full trap. Great job there by Dilly. Now, where is the damage? Preemptive Vivifies and a knock once again. Dilly gets blasted off the edge of the bridge and now has to come back. And it's that knockoff. I just feel like it's so effective for Spacestation Gaming. It really feels like if Turtle wants to win this game, they have to have every little point of damage during those setup attempts, and getting knocked off the bridge definitely going to disrupt that a lot. Dilly getting blasted down a little bit, manages to recover, and now it's at this point of the game, 5% dampening. Gex is really working through his mana, down to about 10%. We did see, though, on Blackbrook hold, he was able to hold on until really, really high amounts of dampening, rotating through his defensive cooldown, so we'll see if he can pull it off once again.
It's going to be a miracle. Look at this, another thunderstorm. Dilly off to one side, Cyfoxy off the back, trying to get back into the fight. Double stun lock, big Stormkeeper burst in by Smexon. Lightning Lasso to follow up. Dilly immediately respects the Elemental Shaman domain aspect of the turtle to immune the rest of the incoming damage. Cyfoxy stunned up, but he pre-bear formed it. Nice read by Cyfoxy as Gex sits through a paralyze and has to basically work with nothing for, what, another 4 minutes at least before dampening is going to be high enough. They're trying to gun down Smexon again with a freezing trap onto Gorecki, but not finding any momentum without that Gladiator's Maledict. They're going for the Maledict now, potentially overwhelming him. Mind controlled at low health. Beautiful mind control timing here, but not enough. Gorecki saves the day. It did cost him Divine Shield and sacrificed at least, so it wasn't totally worthless on Gex's efforts in that assault. These Maledicts are going to be key to victory for Turtle.
Yeah, definitely not. I wouldn't say, but what is going on with Gorecki's bubble? Didn't he just use it? 50 seconds. Oh, he's got to have the ineffable proc right now. That's going to go up. That number is going to go. Yeah, there it is. Okay, I was like, what? Is he running like 20 ineffables or something? But no, Gorecki did get a proc there, but he's not going to have his trinket for another minute. So there is big potential here. They could force out the cooldowns here. They get the freezing traps next in. What are you going to do here? They connect with the damage, the motorbike, the Maledict. This has got to be the Stone Form plus the Battle Master from Smexon. He's going to use the Stone Form and gets mind controlled on it right before. If that mind control was a split second faster, it actually might have been enough here for Turtle to straight up win the game. They knocked Dilly to... Okay, he disengaged in the middle of the knock, so he actually didn't get knocked that far, but it looked kind of cool. They get a nice lightning lasso here onto Cyfoxy, but yeah, honestly, it looks like Cyfoxy and Dilly are just both not really taking that much damage. Gex, though, completely out of mana, doesn't really have many cooldowns to work with. Vitality Conduit, the only thing keeping them alive right now. If they get bursted, you know, in the near future here, there's not really going to be anything on the side of Turtle to save the day. But now, full freezing trap onto Gorecki. This is the kill opportunity onto Smexon. He's going to use the Astral Shift to deflect that one. And for the next trap, Smexon is actually, Gorecki is going to have his trinket. So for Spacestation Gaming, they can at least live 1, maybe 2 more setups right now. But on the side of Turtle, I don't even know if they're going to survive this. There is the blinding light from Gorecki. Dilly's running for his life, ducking for cover, and they're just going to turn to Cyfoxy. Looks like Spacestation Gaming is in control here, Venruki.
I would definitely agree with that. Sacrifice rotating back up, both busting protection. Dilly almost getting completely smoked. Gex trying to get some heals with the Rapture. Gets knocked off nicely done there by Chun-Li. Really using and utilizing this map. Now going for Fist of Fury off that lightning lasso onto Cyfoxy, but Rapture such a powerful cooldown. This is the Dark Archangel. Dilly gets knocked. Nice disengage back on the bridge. Dilly definitely gets style points for that one, but it looks like the kill attempt is lost. Blessing and Protection on Smexon is more than enough to shut down that kill attempt, but Turtle definitely going to be happy with that result. They are slowly working through those defensive cooldowns, but Divine Shield rotating back up. Trinkets available for Gorecki. He's got a lot of mana left to work with, and once again, Gex is somehow pulling out miracles on that Priest, keeping his team alive deep into dampening with no mana in the tank, but this might just be too much damage. And it looks like Smexon will be finding a Hex out of that Paralyzed. Nice setup here coming in from Space Station Gaming as Gorecki charges in, gets the Hammer of Justice. Dilly aspect of the Turtle. He does get life gripped. And somehow, some way, Turtle stay in this one.
All right, let's see if they can keep it up here. I mean, Gex is working miracles right now for his team. Still no mana remaining. Maybe another 2 minutes into dampening and they'll be able to pull this off, but there's so much defense to crack through with nothing left in the tank. Chun-Li's going after Gex. Earthshocks are coming in. They interrupt Gorecki. Looking like they're going to be going after Gorecki a little bit, at least poking him. 2 targets low on health. How is Gorecki going to deal with this? No Avenging Wrath. This is going to be the Divine Shield. A swap over to the Paladin nets them an important cooldown. Nice advantage by Turtle. Mind controlling Smexon off the side, barely paralyzing it in time. And Turtle are starting to make some moves here. Freezing trap onto Gorecki. No way to escape it. Astral Shift, Stone Form for Smexen, trying to stay alive here. Double leg sweep, reversal pressure from Chun-Li. Cyfoxy immediately breaks the stun to try and stay aggressive here, but he's forced back by Chun-Li in bear form. We see Dilly still pressuring Gorecki. Is Dilly just gonna solo Gorecki? Cyfoxy's going after Smexen. The split strategy might work here. Dilly grappling hooks in. Gorecki's still critically low on health. He's just getting absolutely smashed by Dilly right now. Dilly switches back to Smexen. Gorecki's starting to struggle. Avenging Wrath just came up though. Inevitable Truth saving Gorecki here as he tops himself and likely tops the team. And now, oh no, after all that work, Dilly stunned up. Gex stunned up as well. Blinding light onto Gex. Chun-Li still struggling. Freezing Trap off to the side. Gorecki breaks out. And Avenging Wrath is still up, getting a lot of Holy Lights off at this point in time. But man, Turtle are making Space Station sweat.
Oh, but they might have to finish sweating right now. Gex, I don't know how he does it, but once again, we find ourselves at 40% dampening. He has the same mana as he did on 10% dampening. He's keeping Dilly alive. He's keeping his team in the fight. Gorecki has to pre-sack that right now if he wants to be able to win this game here. Actually, Smexen does have a couple of cooldowns to work with, so maybe a good thing to hold on to it for a little bit longer. But Dilly now pushing in for the trap. No sacrifice available. Smexen's in a stun, taking tons of damage. He trinkets out of it. Smexen is damage reduction. He's going to use it. Astral Shift coming through. Gorecki has his big heal there, big Divine Faith, big damn Judge coming through, and he's going for it. Full Hammer of Justice potentially here for Mr. Gorecki. He gets it onto Gex and Dilly on 1%. I don't believe it. He's still alive, but the slapper procs, and he's gonna slap Dilly out of this one. 3-1 for Space Station Gaming. What an amazing! I just gotta say, Turtle, especially Gex as well. I'm really impressed. I don't think there's many jungles who can really put Space Station Gaming to the test like this.
I feel like this is the best I've seen this jungle. I mean, I know they've switched out their healers a few times, but it just seems like Dilly's team is absolutely on fire throughout this circuit here, Ven.
Oh, they've been doing a really good job so far. They had such a close series against Mystery Org, claiming their first victory in that one, getting their first win, and this was absolutely a nail-biter. Unfortunately, Dilly gets taken down. Chun-Li uses Transcendence at the end of that game, but Turtle really well fought, even just getting one win against Space Station Gaming running this composition. Definitely a really impressive feat, and I don't know. I feel like they're still not out of this. I really do think that Turtle, although right now they're down 1-2 in terms of wins, they still have plenty more matches, and if you're a fan of Turtle, definitely cheer them on, because they could still easily make it into that top 4.
Yeah, for sure. And well done to Space Station Gaming as well. Always a pleasure to watch those guys play, but well done to both of those teams. And that's going to sum up the games for the day. Speaking of the wins, though, we can take a look at those teams, where they're currently standing. We did see, of course, as a reminder, EU this morning. We saw NA just now, and we can take a look at the NA standings, where those teams currently stand after we saw those teams just play out. This is a round-robin format, so every team, like we previously mentioned, is going to play every team. So although we did just see Turtle just lose, they're not dropping out of the tournament. We will see them continue to play next week, as we will see all of the teams that lost and won today continue to play, because this is round robin. It's just a really cool format to see. I think it's been really fun to see these teams sort of shape up, and they're all sort of practicing, because you got to play every team, which I think is like, how do you even practice for that, Zico?
Well, I guess you wargame everyone. Well, actually, I guess you start playing your Mage Lock. If you feel like if you get really good at Mage Lock, you can probably beat most teams with it.
Good answer. All right. Anyways, here are these the NA standings that I was talking about. We've got Cloud9, 3 wins under their belt. Space Station Gaming and Charlotte Phoenix, 2 wins under their belt. What do we think of the NA bracket? How it's shaping up so far, Super Tees?
I think it's going as expected. Cloud9 on top, Space Station Gaming following. I think Charlotte Phoenix have leveled up a lot. They're certainly looking to be on fire for this, so they're going to be a top contender. Unitas, I was hoping to see some big things from them with their Rogue Mage Priest performance earlier on in the year, but it just seems like they're falling off a little bit hard. It's kind of a little bit sad for myself personally because I thought they would kind of be the X factor in the North American region. I've been impressed with Turtle. They've had a solid performance throughout, even though they're down 1-2 in terms of wins and losses in the circuit. I feel like they're playing phenomenally. It's, I guess, a bit surprising to see M2KC down 1 and 2 as well in overall wins in the standings. So, but not everybody can win. You gotta have winners, you gotta have losers. I guess Golden Guardians too. They got to step up their performance tomorrow, being down 0-2 in wins. So NA is still a toss-up for qualifications.
Yeah, and it just seems as we progress further into this circuit format, it seems like, you know, Cloud9 up at the top there, obviously, but it seems like the teams under Cloud9 in terms of wins, it just seems like it could really go anywhere at this point. So many of these teams are really just developing nicely there. And as you can see in the bottom of your screen, top 4 advance to week 5 bracket stage. So that top 4 spot, those top 4 spots are what teams from each region are competing for. Now we can take a look at the EU circuit. Diabolus up 2-0, Coffin Dance up 2-0. And then we can see the rest of the teams, how they're shaping up currently in the week number 2 of BFA circuit. What do you think about the European region right now, Zico?
Well, I think European region is a fantastic region. There's a lot of talented teams. No, I'm just kidding.
So weird that you would think that.
Yeah, it's almost as if I'm European. But honestly, a couple of surprises here. So XSET actually losing to Diabolus today kind of just put a wrench in the standings. So number 1, Cloud9 is the only team that has 3 wins right now. Diabolus and Coffin Dance are looking, honestly, I would expect Diabolus heading into the round robin to be one of the teams that qualifies. Coffin Dance, I love the guys on Coffin Dance, but I'm not so sure. I would think maybe Diabolus, XSET, Wildcard, AWC, maybe nLite, you know. But the fact that Coffin Dance has been, you know, coming out guns blazing is really, really impressive. And I think that's very nice for them. I honestly thought they were going to lose to ABC today and get smoked by the Mage Lock from ABC, but they showed up big time. So EU, definitely very competitive still. And for NA as well, I would say the last spot is extremely, extremely competitive. You have Cedu's team, you have M2KC, you got Golden Guardians. They're all going to be fighting for it.
Do we think that there's a region currently where they currently stand? I know historically it may have been a little bit different, but right now, if we look at the teams from both regions that are competing in the BFA, AWC circuits, do you think that there's one side that might be a little bit more closer matched and the top 4 position just might be a little bit harder to get into?
I feel like there's only one team on North America that could compete with XSET at the moment, and possibly Wildcard Gaming too. I feel like Wildcard Gaming's main problem is that they can't play Rogue Mage. And that's kind of the same problem for Diabolus, which is why I would say that North American teams would stand a better chance against Europe. But XSET in particular is kind of just this team that has everything. So maybe Cloud9 would be the strongest contender to give them a run for their money. But we're not. The thing is, I'm like talking trash basically by saying like I don't think any other NA team can beat Europe, and they don't really even get a chance, right? Because they only play in their region, so it's maybe a little bit unfair.
Well, we'll find out next weekend how these teams continue to play. That's going to be a whole additional weekend of the round robin format that we've seen for the last 2 weeks. So we can look at the schedule that we'll be seeing next weekend. We're going to be starting off once again Europe in the morning,
Tomorrow.
North America, or tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow. Wow, I lost. I'm sorry, I've been talking a lot. Tomorrow. Thank you guys.
I can take this one from you if you want.
Europe in the morning, North America in the evening. Go ahead, Ben.
Yeah, so this is going to be tomorrow, week 2, day 2. We're going to see all these teams, pretty much all these teams play once again. Definitely, I mean, there's teams like Unitas versus Turtle. Turtle, if they want to have a chance to make it into the top 4, they definitely want to be taking that one away. But for Unitas, they're going to be looking to redeem themselves. They haven't won a series yet, so I think that's going to be a really interesting one. We'll see if Diabolus can continue their tear through the European scene. They beating XSET, I think that was very impressive, but we'll see how they do against the Bergen boys. Right now, the Bergen boys, they're 0-3, so they're also going to be looking to pick up a win. Charlotte Phoenix versus the Mystery Org. That's going to be a really interesting matchup. It might be something similar to what we saw today out of Charlotte Phoenix versus M2KC. Mystery Org might want to run that Windwalker Mage Paladin. Looking forward to that one. But yeah, lots of good games. I really can't wait to see it. And also, look at that, Cloud9 versus Spacestation Gaming. That's a final I feel like we've seen so many times in the North American region. Definitely set up for some great games.
Yeah, we've seen Space Station Gaming up against Cloud9 before, and they did manage to take some games off of that team. And I feel like maybe if in the circuit here, if there's a team that may be able to beat Cloud9, it just might be Space Station Gaming, Zico.
Yeah, I mean, their Windwalker Ellie would be extremely scary for Cloud9, but I don't know. It's been a while since these two teams fought off. You know, and like Ben mentioned, they fought each other in the finals many times throughout the regular season, throughout the cups. So it's going to be a super exciting game for sure tomorrow. I'm definitely looking forward to that one, and I'm also extremely curious to see what happens between the Mystery Org and Charlotte Phoenix, because I feel like those are two teams that really want to make the top four, and I think that's going to be an important game just for the overall, you know, like match wins that you have.
Yeah, so definitely tune in at the same time tomorrow as well, 10 a.m. and 10 a.m. PST, 1 p.m. EST. Make sure you subscribe to youtube.com/Warcraft. You can get a notification. Before I sign off for the day, though, Super Tees, what about you? Real quick, series you're looking forward to?
We were just talking about Space Station Gaming Cloud9. I feel like that's an NA final. Also Coffin Dance. If Coffin Dance can beat Wildcard Gaming, then they're showing more potential than I would have gave them credit for coming into this, just because they're so limited on their options for comps. If so, the first series, the last series, definitely standing out to me.
And also something as well, Golden Guardians, Mystery Org, we didn't see them play today. We will see them play tomorrow, though. Do you feel like that, like, what are they doing when they're watching these series? Do you think that gives them maybe more time to, like, sort of gather their thoughts from how they played last weekend going into those games on Sunday here, Zico?
Well, they get a chance to just, you know, sit back and relax, watch the games, watch, you know, people's corruptions, strategies that they use. But I think for Golden Guardians, it's not that big of a benefit because no one plays their comp. Whereas for Mystery Org, you can watch, you know, M2KC today. They play Fire Mage Windwalker. You can be like, oh, they ran these talents. They ran this build. This was their strategy in the matchup. Maybe we should take some of those ideas and use them.
All right, well, looking forward to those matches tomorrow. Once again, 10 a.m. PST, 1 p.m. EST. Follow WoW Esports on Twitter or subscribe to Warcraft on YouTube if you want to be notified when we go live. So we'll be here tomorrow, same time, same place at youtube.com/Warcraft. Thank you guys so much for watching. We'll see you guys tomorrow.